What's up, y'all? I'm Will. Welcome to today's live stream. It's Saturday, June 1st, beginning of the new month. We're halfway through the year. It's going by really quickly, actually. It feels like just a few months ago, it was the beginning of 2024. Cat Williams had just did his show on Shannon Sharp's podcast, and it's actually been a year so far. But I think we'll start the stream off with just seeing where I am with respect to my goals for the year. I'll go ahead and share them. I don't know if I shared them in the past, but this year I was meant to do 400 stream hours, which means that I have to be online doing what I'm doing here for 400 hours this year. I do expect to hit 1,000 hours streamed within a couple months. I'm almost there, actually. The second goal was to publish 50 videos, and yeah, we'll check in to see how I'm doing there. And then the third goal was to double what I did last year. What do I mean by that? Double views, double subscriber count, double the amount of engagement across every platform that I'm on. So that's YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter, Twitch, all of them. So far, I am hitting that goal on every platform but Twitch. But you know, I'm at a point now where I'm just like, you know what, screw it, fuck Twitch, I don't care. On YouTube is where I will probably end up getting paid in the future, so I'm going to prioritize YouTube from here on out. But all that to say is, I'm coming along quite well. I'm behind in certain areas, but I'm ahead in other areas. But yeah, enough about that. I do want to take the time to acknowledge that it is currently mental health appreciation or something like that month, whatever it is, whatever I put in the title. I've already forgotten what this is even called. I should go check. Let me look what yes, it's Men's Mental Health Month. So be aware of it. That's the only thing I'm going to be recognizing for this month. So if you are a man and you're worried about mental health, my recommendation to you would be to go to the gym. Don't go see a therapist. They're fucking crocs. Go to the gym, be around other men, go out and do something. Go out and try to accomplish your goal. That will do much more for you than going to talk to someone who hasn't even solved their own problems. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into the screen share. I'm just going to be hanging out mostly. I do have a playlist that I was putting together earlier of potential videos that I can go through. Now, if there anybody here, you want to see some, or if you want to talk about something specific, I would highly encourage you to say that. This can be directed by you. If you don't say anything, well, I'll just watch these videos and talk my shit as I had intended to do. So let me find this playlist that I created. Where is it at? Playlist? May 30. Okay, cool. All right, so I see here. So last time, I think I was in the same playlist. I realized that one of the videos that I added to it was I didn't mean to add it. We're not going to watch that yet. I've just moved it down to the bottom. Let me share the screen so we can see this. Wait, why is it so hot all of a sudden? Like, it's legitimately hot right now. I might have to go turn the AC down to 70. Normally I keep it at 74. All right, let's see here. So we went through this top potential future wars. It left me dejected after I learned something. I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go. So we're not gonna go to that. I don't want to look at that anymore. The next one is performative activists are new epidemic. Sure. See what this is. All right. So before we get started with this, I gotta turn down the music and do some other things. But before I do that, I'll be right back. I gotta turn off this AC. Oh, okay. It's been raining. The clouds are moving. That's what it is. The sun's coming out. I will be right back. What's up, casual economists? I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I solved the problem. Apparently my AC was at 76. I don't know why. So it's actually hotter than 76 because I'm over here and my like the thermostat is way the hell over there in the dark, in the shade, away from those giant windows. So yeah, that's why it's so hot. I just turned it down. You say I missed my first stream. Wait, hold on. You missed your first stream on third since I subbed to your channel. I was at the Wolves games. Wait, Wolves. That's Minnesota, right? Is that Carl Anthony Towns? Is that him? Or is it the other guy? So I don't know. I don't know the team. Is that who you were going for? I'm assuming that it is since you said you were at the Wolves game. Wait, did you say Wolves or wait, am I assuming Timberwolves? Or are you talking about something else? Because I straight up assumed you meant Timberwolves. You could have meant something else. There actually could be a team called the Wolves. So yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I kind of assumed Timberwolves. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. So I assumed correctly. Good for me. Wait a minute. I have another what do you call it? Another scene that I thought I created. I don't see it anymore. Talk, is it this one? Yeah, okay. But then what is this background? What the fuck? All right, I know I'm not supposed to, play with these during the middle of the stream, but we're gonna do that. Like, what is this background? What the fuck? Interesting. Let's do no camera. Can I do that? No camera? Maybe blank. Okay. All right, cool. There we go. And maybe I will change my scene again. Even though I just said I shouldn't do it, I'm gonna do it again. We'll only look at arc. There we go. So now the video could be bigger, and it doesn't matter where I move it. I'm moving it around. Y'all can't even tell I'm moving it around. All right. So yeah, this can be bigger. I think I also want to crop into it. Let me go ahead and crop into it if I can. Doesn't seem like I can for whatever reason. Oh well, screw it. We won't crop into it. We'll just keep it as is. Wasting my money and time. oh, it was the Mavs. So I hate to break it to you. I really don't like Dallas or the Mavericks. But when it comes to I'm assuming it's playoffs. Whenever it comes to playoffs, if it's a Texas team, I'm rooting for Texas. Just saying, just putting it out there. It doesn't hurt that, I do love Luka Doncic. I don't even know how you say his name. I like Luka, and I also like the way that Kyrie Irving plays. Like he's spectacular to watch. I don't know. Like, do you really think it's a waste of money? You got to see two of the greatest. Well, I think he's special. He's really special. This dude is he's so I don't know if he's underrated, but I don't know. I don't think people really realize this dude's freaking amazing. I don't think it's a waste of money that you got to witness greatness. You got to witness greatness. See what they all about. Well, there's the finals. Let's see. I actually haven't been keeping up. I don't keep up with basketball anymore. Let's see. NBA finals. Oh, they're in the finals. Wait, hold on. Are they the finals or I'm confused? Oh, no, it's not the finals. Or is it the finals? All right, I'm definitely confused. Oh, no, it is the finals. Okay. So it's the Mavericks and the Celtics? Oh, I guess it is. Okay, sure. Well, I will be rooting for the Mavericks. In fact, you know what? I don't know. Maybe I won't. I'm also kind of petty. I would love to see the Celtics whoop Kyrie ass. I would love to see it. Cause he left to go form a super team with Durant with the Nets. So you know what? I might have to change my stance. I might have to go for the Celtics, even though I hate the Celtics with a passion. Like I'm a Lakers guy, so you know. Also, I'm not an East Coast guy. I love Bill Russell, but you know that's all I like about the Celtics was him. All right, well, cool. Yeah, keep me up to date. You know, because I won't watch. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't. I can say I'll watch it, but I just won't. But yeah, keep me up to date with what's going on with these finals. And yeah, I'll watch a game 7. If they go to game 7, I will watch that. You know, I will watch it. I probably won't watch the live game 7. I would only do the highlights, which is what I started doing like 8 years ago. Because on these YouTube channels, what they'll do is they'll just do like 10 minutes, and it's only the parts that matter, aka when they're shooting and they go in, when they dunk on somebody, or like really good defensive plays. So it's like it takes a whole, you know, a 2-hour game and condenses it into 9 minutes or 10 minutes. And then because I play stuff on extra high speed, like 1.25x or 1.5x, it only takes me like 7 minutes to understand, okay, this is what happened. No, I don't need to see all of them missing. All right, we'll close that. Now, I guess we'll get into this video unless there's something you wanted to chat about, or if there's something else you want to see. Like you can be this stream's director, you know. Say if you want to go over some stuff. I don't know what this video is. It happened to come up on my thing, and I was like, you know what, let me just add it to my playlist, and I'll maybe watch it on stream. I think that's gonna be the new thing I'm gonna start doing. This kind of stuff, like videos that I normally wouldn't watch, I would just watch it on stream and just, you know, talk about it. Let's see here. I know this isn't coding stream, but have you used Cognito SQL? No, I have not. I've used different database engines, which, you know, they all have their own flavors of SQL. In my opinion, SQL's all the same for the most part. I mean, there are implementation details. Certain keywords are different, but for the most part, if it's following the ANSI SQL standard, then it's, you know, it's pretty straightforward. It doesn't start becoming different until you get into like analytics and I guess some of the aggregation functions, some of the windowing functions, and some of the partitioning, like how they handle partitioning and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and maybe indexing. I do know that well, I don't know this for sure, but my assumption is that not all databases are capable of handling all types of data. You know, some databases are better at handling more, you know, general use cases. I think Postgres is one of them, but I can't say that for everything. I don't know. All right. Yeah. So I guess when it comes to SQL, like, what do you want to know? Because in my opinion, it's not the SQL that's really the hard part. It's more of how does that engine work? Like, what are, like, just, yeah. One day, I don't know, maybe one day I can go into maybe a deep dive into that kind of stuff, maybe, kind of. Like some of the tools, because there are, you know, there's the, you can use Explain. There's like an Analyze or something where you can look at the query plan and you can start to understand how the query engine is handling or basically parsing your query and turning it into something that's going to give you a result set, and that could help you with optimizing your database performance. These are things that I haven't had to do in a while. Like these days, I mostly kind of like just I noodle around. I don't really have to build anything that's working at scale. And even when I was on desktop or GitHub desktop, like, I mean, it's a single application that runs on a computer. So a lot of the things that you'd have to think about was having a massively concurrent system where, you know, it's handling all these requests at the same time. I don't have to worry about that, right? So with desktop, we do use a database technology, but it's IndexedDB, and that's trash. And I don't even think that supports valid SQL. Don't at me on that. I don't know. You'll have to go do your own research. It's for healthcare analysts. I need to find a way to get access to it. Gotta learn it. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Oh, let me just Google this. Cognita. Oops, squeak. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, is it just, is AWS's thing? Is that what this is? Or is it this? Is it Cogniti? Is this what you're talking about? Or are you talking about AWS Cognita? Which is just, wait, what do they use? Is it not Postgres? Is Cognito not Postgres? Let's see, AWS Cognito. It's not, oh yeah, I guess this is it. Is it this thing right here? I don't know if this is it. I don't know, maybe. Let's see, Amazon Cognito RDS. All right, maybe we'll just do AWS RDS, see if they have any. What do they call it? Yeah, I don't see anything called Cognito. Yeah, what is that? You gotta, I don't know what that is. Or maybe Google is trash. We'll try DuckDuckGo, which is not that much better, to be honest. So we'll say Cognito SQL healthcare industry. Yeah, I can't even Google it. I don't know what that is. You'll have to share what that is later. I thought it was this. I thought it was something to do with AWS, but maybe not. Amazon Cognito user polls provide a secure user directory. Yeah, this is identity. This right here is identity. It's not SQL. Epic Healthcare uses. Oh, I know who that company is. They're huge. Aren't they in? Wait, do you live in Minnesota? I thought they were like in that area. Like they're up there somewhere. I remember when I was younger, they tried to recruit me, and I was just like, Their campus is cool though. I will give them that. Their campus is freaking awesome. Here, let me show this because I don't think a lot of people know. Epic Campus. So this is literally their campus. So if you've never heard of Epic, they do like healthcare charting type software, like they basically for that, and insurance, that kind of thing. All the backing behind it, and they have one of the most, I don't know, their campus is insane. Look at this. Look at this. Can you imagine this is your work? These dudes got tree houses. I didn't even know they had trees wherever they are. I don't even know where they are. Are they in Minnesota? Oh, okay. So they are in Minnesota. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we can see. I'm surprised there's not more here because like their campus is huge. It's stupidly, it's dumb. It's not even funny how big it is. Let's see, places to say. Nope, that's not it. How about I just go to images and go on Google, see what they show. Look at this. This is insane. This is insane. What's cool is they used a tilt shift lens for this. I can tell just by the way the focal plane is, or the focus plane is. It's giving this miniaturization look. And this is normally achieved with tilt shift. I'd like to see a full picture of this though, just to see if maybe they had to do a pano in order to get this. Like, what is this medium format? I don't know. It's got a lot of bokeh out in the back there. But seeing as the depth of field is so deep, like this is probably fucking 2 mile, 3 mile depth of field here. So I would be interested to know like what lens were they using? What size sensor were they using for this? Look at this shit. How you have a building built into a rock? This is like Rainforest Cafe. You go to work, it's just like it's a theme park. You gotta watch out for the dragon trying to get to your next meeting. You almost worked for him too. What made you not go for him? What's up, Eddie? Huawei campus remains unbeatable. All right, let's check it out. Where is it at? Like the one in China or here in America? The one in China, I'm assuming. Okay, I'm going to just assume you're talking about the one in what is this place in China? Oh man, getting into China, we can get into this for real. I know a lot about the region. Like they have a lot of like fake city. Well, I don't want to call it fake city, but like theme cities. One of the most interesting ones is the one that looks like Paris. Literally, no one really lives there, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, this is an impressive thing. They went full Hogwarts. Look at this bridge right here. What the hell? This looks just like the bridge in the Hogwarts that Hagrid was going across on that donkey. Yeah, Gryffindor. You got the horses. You got this naked ass dude. Wait, is that what the hell is that? What's that coming out his ass? What they put in this man's ass? Man, that's sus. Oh, it is Hogwarts. Man, I knew it. I wasn't. Oh, this is either Hogwarts or it's the Harvard Hall for the gosh, what is? I forgot what it's called. Fuck, what's Harvard Hall called? Let me check. Harvard Hall. It may be called Harvard Hall. I may actually have it. No, that's not this. Oh, it is. Okay, it is that. Never mind. It's not Harvard. It's Annenberg Hall. Okay, all right. I was like, this looks like one of the halls at Harvard. This old gothic ass shit, witchcraft and shit. Nah, screw all that. They have a train platform 9 3/4 right here. Man, this is Slytherin, Gryffindor. Yeah, they campus kind of, yeah, it's interesting. Oh, China, yeah, I got it. Oh, Jim, the Rainforest Cafe. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm not even gonna lie. It looks like what you see at Rainforest Cafe. You go in and you got those rocks right there, and they got the mist spraying on you, that funky water. You know, you smell it. It's mildewy. What's cool is this is real size, not like smaller cities. I think the Paris one has a smaller Eiffel Tower, where it's this is 1-to-1. Yeah. The Eiffel Tower is smaller, but I think the arches, whatever I forget what it's called. I think that's the same size. Let's see. China, Paris city replica. I heard that have an issue with developments, both commercial and residential. Like the buildings are made with fake materials. Is that true? Yes. That's called tofu dreg. It's what they call like a tofu dreg construction. It's mostly. So here's the thing. It's mostly a corruption thing, right? Like it's not like they don't have access to the real materials. It's just that some of these businessmen they want to make a profit by any means. So what they'll do is they'll get a contract and they'll cheap out on the materials or use fake materials, deliver the thing really quickly and shoddily. And then within like a 2 or 3 year period, things start to fall apart. But by that time, they've already gotten their money. So I think it's more to do with a lack of regulation and enforcement of that regulation to ensure consumer safety. Like here in America, we have government agencies whose whole purpose are to protect us, the consumers. Whether or not they do a good job of that, I'll let other people debate that. But they don't really have that same thing. They don't have the same level of protection that we do here. So yeah, here's the difference. So you see, it's slightly smaller, but it's not really much smaller. But I'm gonna say this: don't at me. I've been to Paris, and I see what Paris is looking like now, like France. Like let's just say it's not Parisians, it's not French people there anymore. So it's like, if I had to choose between going to real Paris or fake Paris in China, I'll probably go to fake Paris in China, because at least I don't have to be amongst people. Like, at least I know that those people, like in China, like they don't necessarily share my values, but I understand their value system. I understand it and I accept it. All that. Whereas these other folks who are coming to Paris, like, I'm not, I don't know their values. And in fact, I don't know if I can get along with those types of values. So yeah, I would probably go to China. Also, have you ever been to an Asian bakery? In my opinion, they are better than the Parisian bakeries. For one, it's not as sweet, like, for one. But when you just think about it, like, they're technically excellent. Like, I can't take that away from them. Like, whenever they do something, even if they're copying it, they're gonna copy it and then they're gonna become better at it than us. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I'll go to China, even though there are other things that I had to worry about. Hogwarts, they even named some of their buildings after it. Yeah, so it is Hogwarts inspired. Okay. Initially, I was like, it could either be Harvard or Hogwarts. 'Cause I know Harvard has a hall like that. I would assume that Oxford has a hall like that too. I'll have to ask a friend of mine, because I didn't go to Oxford. I didn't leave the country for school. But I would assume that it was kind of like, it's probably based off of one of the colleges that one of the founders went to, because a lot of those founders, they go to top Ivy League institutions, Ivy League on the East Coast, and the other alternative is to go to Britain or UK and go to one of those elite institutions, or Germany. I know Germany is a big destination as well. Fair, it's a vicious cycle, low birth rate, import immigrants, problems, repeat. Well, so let's talk about that. Yes, it is an issue, but I don't know if this is a cycle. And here's why. Like, I don't think there's been any other time in history where the birth rate has been below replacement. Right? Like, I mean, when I say below replacement, I mean like below replacement. Let's see, birth rates. I don't know the numbers off the top. Birth rates by country. And then we'll say by decade. Maybe it can give me a chart. And if it can't, we're going to use OpenAI to try to do that. We'll see if that works out. Yeah, see, the birth rate has never been so low, ever. So, yeah. Yeah, we're in uncharted territories. By the way, this is the birth rate for the world. So what this is saying is that the world is growing. It's just not our world. And when I say our, I'm talking about in the West. If you are looking to see where most of the economic progress is going to happen, it's going to happen in Africa. Real talk. Like, Africa is about to come up. They're going to have the largest population on Earth in the next 30 to 40 years. And if you know anything about population is power. That plain and simple. The more people you have, the more potential you have. Seems like you have some spicy takes on the matter. How would you balance immigration and keeping country values? Well, the thing is that I don't know if I have real strong opinions on preventing immigration. My thing is, if people are going to immigrate here, we shouldn't give them citizenship unless they assimilate into our core values. Plain and simple. So it's like, I'm American, and I bought into the propaganda, but I, for one, I think that immigrants in our country are a net positive, right? A net positive. I'm not saying all migrants. I'm talking about just the concept of migration. I think it's a net positive. Here's where I think we are going wrong. We are, in the past, the only people who we allowed to immigrate into our country were those who had skills that, we don't have, or those who, they already share some of our values and they're coming here with the expectation that they're going to assimilate into our society, right? That was the old days. Nowadays, we have people just walking across the border. We don't know who they are. We don't really know we know what countries people are coming from, but for the most part, we don't really know where they're coming from. And the folks who are coming here, I would imagine that when they were in their home countries, they probably weren't looking at America as this positive beacon of light. They were probably the flip side of, death to America types. And it shows when they're here. Not all of them, right? Obviously, there are bad actors. And unfortunately, the way our society works is we like to amplify the negative things. So we're seeing a lot of the negative things. That's not to say that, everybody's doing that, but it still shines a light on the issue, which is we are allowing people to walk across our border while at the same time, people who come into our country legally through academic institutions, for instance, who are here studying for school, 4 years for undergrad, 5 to 6 years for masters, 7 to 10 years for their PhD. We have people like that who come into our country and they are not allowed to stay. They have to jump through all these hoops and hurdles in order to be able to stay in a country where, we put resources into them in order to educate them. And obviously, if they were able to make it through our higher education, that means that they had some amount of assimilation into our society. They speak English. That's a big one right there. Like a lot of them maybe didn't know English growing up, but they learned English to come here. And they do all their education in English, all their perspectives, their experiences. They can now share those with people here in English. So I don't know. I don't know if I have a solution other than we should not allow anybody to just walk across our border without putting them in jail. I'm a fan of, I'm like, hey, if you want to come here to work, if you come here illegally, we should put you to work in a labor camp. Straight up. That's just my hot take. If you disagree with it, it's fine. You need a decent assimilation rate culture, which funny enough, the US ranks #1 in despite all our problems. Yes, we do. We do now. And I think that's the shift that we're starting to see. It's that the people who are here are the people who had that mindset. They shared the value. So of course they're going to assimilate. And because they are the type who assimilated, they have that culture. So when more people come here, it just reinforces itself. However, we're getting people here who refuse to assimilate into our culture. Like they're just coming here and they're saying, no, they have a right to be here just in general. And that they don't need to learn our language. They don't need to learn accept our values. They don't need to do anything. They could just come here and just benefit. That's the difference, I think. So if we get more people like that coming into our country, I think that culture of assimilation will start to die. Plain and simple. So I think what we're experiencing is the result of like-minded people, for the most part, all agreeing this is how we want to live, and it works. But that only works when we all buy into it, and I don't know if we all buy into it. And when I say we all, I'm not talking about the folks who I'm talking about people who are just decided yesterday that they're just going to walk across the border and then come here, and then they get the benefit off of my tax dollars. I pay a lot in taxes. I pay over 6 figures a year in taxes. So I feel a different kind of way about this kind of shit. So I'm just like, when I see these people getting free everything, and I'm wondering, I'm like, people here don't get that shit. like I'm thinking, I'm like, if something were to happen to me, I wouldn't get that shit. And I'm someone who's paid a shit ton in taxes. And even I won't get that shit. So it makes me feel it's like a slap in the face. And it's not just them. Honestly, I don't even think that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem for me is when I paid my taxes, I paid it on the last possible day. Like literally the day of, before the end of the day, I'm here, wired the money, sure. My issue is the next day, we send hundreds of billions overseas to go kill people. That right there, let's just say I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let's see here. Italians and Irish were once hated in the New World. You need labor to keep financing the Social Security Ponzi. Yeah, that's the thing, is that we do need new labor. And I wish that people understood that a big reason why these people are being let across the border is because the folks who own the means of production, you can call them what you want, the rich, the people who are in power, like whatever word you want to use, the people who control the means of production, they need labor. But we have this problem here in America where a lot of us feel entitled to being compensated a very high amount for said labor. based off of just we think we're worth it. And I'm not saying that like I don't buy into it. Obviously, like I make okay as well. But I mean, let's say you have a warehouse and you need laborers. I'm gonna just call it, or workers. You need workers, to operate the high-low, to like, I don't know, just to make just to operate. You need labor. You need workers. Well, if those workers now cost you like, they want to make $30 an hour. Well, that's going to cost you more than $30 an hour because you're going to pay payroll tax, which is a lot. That's half. It's half of your income tax. So whatever income tax you're paying, just keep in mind your employer is paying the other half. You pay half of your income tax. So you got to pay workers' comp insurance. Well, yeah, workers' comp. You got to pay into other state insurance things. You got to pay into actual insurance. All these things you have to pay for these workers. And where does the money come from? I think some of us are starting to learn how our economy works because we're seeing prices rise. Where it's like, yeah, we get a win, we have more money, all this stuff. It's like, yes, we have more money, so things will go up because we use price as a discriminator because we generally have finite resources. That's just how the world works. We have finite resources. So if everyone now has the ability to pay for that resource, well, we have to do something to make sure that we can constrain the supply because if there are only 100 units of a thing and there are 1,000 people, well, no matter how you slice it, no matter how you feel about it, there are only 100 units, right? So we figured out a way to delineate it. It's price. So we use price discrimination. That's the reason why, certain vehicles may cost what they cost is because they don't make as many. But yes, the Italians and the Irish were once hated, and they weren't the only ones. There were a lot of groups who came into America who weren't really loved or liked, including from Britain, from the south of Britain, actually. Like South Britain, they were different. So, yeah. By the way, the folks from those people from South Britain, they came into the South here in America, and most of the culture that we have here in the South came from there. 100%. Africa and India are going to be killing this soon. Well, see, I think they have the potential. I don't want to say that they are because it's not enough to just have people. Hopefully you agree with that, right? Like the only way that Africa, and keep in mind Africa is composed of a bunch of countries. So let's say countries within Africa, or at least sub-Saharan Africa, because I know a little bit more about those. If those countries want to see any modicum of success, they have to fix their corruption issues. And their corruption issues stem from cultural issues. So they're going to have to fix that. So yeah, because otherwise they would be rich already. They've had great mineral wealth forever. But, there are cultural things that may prevent us from fully realizing that potential. So here in America, we were blessed to have both natural resources, not as much as Africa, of course, but we have natural resources, but a lot of it was the culture. Culture goes a lot further than you think. And I think America is a great place to see that because we have so many cultures here who are represented in our country. And you kind of see it bear out in the success of different people from different cultures. When you look at income, or if you look at, I guess, type of career, like what level of career people get into, a lot of that can be predicted by a culture. Yo, what's up, Danny? How you doing? Sorry, I just now saw it. Packaging my product right now. Life is fucking wild. What's your product? What are you doing? The whole Abbott versus DC was kind of crazy. It was also hella funny how fast NY switched up when Texas started sending buses. Bro, I ain't even gonna lie, I was excited for that. I was like, finally. I'm from Texas, so y'all may be like, I don't care. I'm just like, you know what? I remember 10, 15, 20 years ago, everybody shitting on us and they virtue signaling, talking about, oh yeah, like, we want all these migrants and immigrants to like come here, like we're racist down here. It's just like, I don't think they understood some of the problems that we deal with down here. It's funny when like people say one thing when they don't have to deal with the problem, but then when they have to deal with the problem for real, all of a sudden tunes change. For what it's worth, I want to show y'all some interesting facts. So Houston, let's see Houston sex trafficking. As far as I know, Houston is the sex trafficking capital of the United States. All right. Who the hell is doing the sex trafficking? It's a mix of it's a lot of down south. You know, it's a lot of that. Here we are. Right. So I live in a place that suffers from this shit. In fact, just right down the street, I can walk. It's like 7 minutes down the street that way. There are massage parlors. These, you know what? I can show it to you. Fucking disgusting. Hold on, let me all right, what is this? Richmond. We'll look at Richmond. Well, I don't know why it took me to Richmond, Virginia. What the fuck? And it won't even go back? Shit. God damn it. All right, fine. We'll find it the old-fashioned way. We'll just look on a map. Okay, so here we are. So we'll put a pin right here. Right here. We'll just kind of drive down this street a little bit. Okay. Wait for it. Okay, so this isn't it. It's the next street. Okay, this right here. Whorehouse. They demolished this one. It was one right there too. Here's another one. Whorehouse. Human trafficking right here. Hold on, there's more. Another one right here. You know, they're open only at night. I know what that shit means. Like, look, right here. This is a 7-minute walk from where I live. Right? These are all the same. Like, even though it says dry cleaning, this is not. It's actually one of those. You see this little thing right here? There is back parking. So that should tell you something. Here's another one right here. Just on this street, just on that street. So when these people are like, oh, y'all are racist, it's just like, no, y'all just don't deal with the problem. We are a border state. I don't think that my family, I have women in my family, I don't think that my family should have to have their life in danger because some people up north who don't have to deal with our fucking problems can sit and feel justified in like their virtue. Like, I don't like that. So when he decided to start sending them to these what do they call themselves? Sanctuary cities. I was like, honestly, that makes the most sense. Not even from a punitive type of thing, but it's just like these places are saying that, hey, we are going to be a sanctuary city. So in my opinion, I think that's the moral thing to do. You send them to the sanctuary city, these people who claim that they want these immigrants in the country who aren't going to cooperate with ICE to send them back. Let's send them there so that y'all can, you know, you do whatever you want with them. You know, y'all need the labor, go for it. You know, that's my take. But no, that's just me. Oh, Canada. Okay. Oh, yeah. Don't put too much about that because I don't know. I don't want YouTube to censor us. Let's see. I help people like you mentioned on Discord giving advice. The guys seem to like it a whole lot when I post personal project updates. So I'm going commercial. Man, I'm happy for you. I wish you a lot of success. Yeah, it's called a luxury belief. What do you mean a luxury belief? Yeah. Like, yeah, I wouldn't talk about C's because technically it's not federally, you know, they did reclassify it. They rescheduled it. So it's no longer a Schedule 1, but it's still there. So until it's legal, yeah, I wouldn't talk too much about it. But, you know, when I say not talk too much about it, I mean specifics. Specifics. Especially now, because like people are struggling these days. And we have more crime. We have more people coming across the border. We got a lot of MS-13. It's a lot of them. It's not just them. I don't want to just point blame to them. It's a lot of other gang-related activities coming from across the border. And when you start to think about what other things are coming across that border, like all these drugs like fentanyl, which supposedly can kill you just from touching it. Come on, man. Like that shit has to come through my state. I don't like that. I feel like everybody in my state who wants to live here should have some reasonable expectation that they're not going to die from accidentally touching some fentanyl shit, or they're not going to, you know, get involved or be in the middle of some type of gang war, like, or be like attacked by mostly migrant men, let's be honest, because a lot of these people who are coming to our country, they're coming from places where the situation is fucked up there and they're unwilling to do anything about it there. So what makes you think they're going to come here and try to help with our situation? Right? Like, they're coming from places where there is a gender imbalance. There's more men than women, interestingly. So it's just like, no, what do you think they're going to come do here? In fact, I want to show something. Let's see. Sex, violence up 2023, 2024. So, man, I might have to, I didn't plan this, so I may have to go and pull up the thing, but it's increased. How about that? That's the gist. It's increased. Why has it increased? Well, turns out that it's not a lot of us doing it. When I say us, I'm talking about, like, I'm American, for real. Like, I have the American entitlement and everything, full on American. So a lot of these new crimes that are happening are from the migrants. It may not be reported there, but it's definitely reported here. Because you better believe if we have a woman here getting attacked or gang raped or stabbed by migrants, they're going to talk about it here. So that's what's happening. Now, it may get shut down on the national news because, they got to push the agenda. It's all about that agenda. They need it. But if these are easy to identify, why aren't they taken down? See, there's this thing where I used to believe that our laws were meant to protect us, and like they were actually meant to prevent these types of things. But maybe I'm just old and I'm jaded now, but I no longer look at it that way. Each one of those houses pays tax. Let me show you what's behind those houses so you understand how much tax they may be paying. It's not insignificant. And when you see what's behind these houses, you may be like, what the fuck? Because I don't live in a poor area. I live in the richest zip code in Houston. And it may be in Texas, maybe. But let's look to see what's behind those houses. And it's just all right, where are we at? We need to come over here a little bit. Let me zoom out. Here we are. Okay, so these were the houses. These are the houses behind. So let's just put a little person right here. Okay, you see what's behind those houses? These houses. Each one of these houses, about $2 to $3 million starting. Okay. Tax rate in Texas is I think it's the highest in the nation. It's like 2%, close to 2%. Just say 2%. And yeah. The taxes. So the city, why don't the city come knock it down? Well, if these houses are generating $500,000 in tax revenue for the city, you really think they're going to, yeah. Knowing what I know now, they're not going to do it, but it's how it works. And yeah, I don't know. It's the country we live in. I didn't write the rules. I don't enjoy it, but this is where we are. Luxury belief is when you believe the world works some certain kind of way because you have the luxury of not being in the trenches. So in the case it was New York and allow immigrants till I see that. This is something that it baffles me, because I'll hear people who've never been in a position where they had to struggle for anything talk about certain things as if they know what the fuck they're talking about. It's interesting to me because I'll be in the rooms with these people, and mind you, yes, I'm in my position now, but I definitely didn't come from where I am now. Anything but. I can show you here. I can show you where I came from. Here, we'll do this. We'll do a little tour of Will Land. We'll do Sunnyside. This is where your boy's from. I'm from Sunnyside. Okay, so Sunnyside is a historically black neighborhood here in the city. It was a middle-class neighborhood during my grandparents' time. They've recently started gentrifying it. This warehouse is new; it didn't used to exist. But let's actually go into one of the neighborhoods that isn't gentrified yet. So the school, they rebuilt the school that I went to. It looks nice now, but let's go to the school that I went to. I can even show you the burger place that I used to go get food from, or the library that I used to walk to. So I can have something to do because they have books at the library, and I enjoy books. You see here, they're gentrifying. These are all new houses right here. So they recently started gentrifying, but we're going to go to the area where they haven't started gentrifying yet. All right. Let me pull out to here, and we'll go to shit. Wait, what? How does this work? Why did it do that? All right. Obviously, I don't know how to use whatever this thing is. So we're going to go into, not Scott, we're going to go into Blue Ridge here, this neighborhood down Sunbeam. Okay. So this is where I'm from, right? It's a little bit different. It's a little different from where I'm from right now. And it's interesting to me when I hear people who didn't grow up in environments like this talking to me about how you're supposed to like go about life and how you're supposed to attain shit, where it's just like, I'm looking at them and it's just like, you haven't attained shit. You were given everything. You had mommy and daddy, like you had all of that. You didn't have to figure this shit out like all of us. Like some of us had to actually figure this shit out. Here's my school that I went to. It didn't used to look like this. I promise you. They just remodeled it a couple years ago. And when I looked at it, I was like, man, I wish that if it would have looked like this, I mean, honestly, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. I was top of my class. But like, if it would have looked like this, maybe I would have felt better. I don't know. It's fine. But yes, I remember that I went here. Let's see if they redid Woodson yet. I know they redid Worthing. Let's see, Woodson Middle School. See if it still looks like a prison. I haven't been over there in like a year. Okay, it still kind of looks like a prison. So when I went here, this was 6th grade. We had metal detectors. We had police. So every time I had to go to school, they had police out there freaking with metal. And this is not, I mean, I'm 35, so it was a long time ago, and oh man, I hated this school. I fucking hated this school. Not even gonna lie. Even to this day, I remember the cop who fucking took my Pokemon cards. He called him the devil. I had a limited edition Mewtwo. That motherfucker took it. Fuck him. That's why he's a fucking security guard or cop, whatever the fuck he is. It's cool though. It's cool. I've gotten to a place to where like, I hope those cards are worth something. He'll need it. But yeah, this is the neighborhood where my sister grew up. This is Cloverland. If y'all have ever heard of Mike Jones is from Cloverland. All right. But we'll go across the street too, because the other part of my family is in South Acres. South Acres is just on the other side of Cullen. So you have Sunnyside and then you have South Acres over here. Let's take a look at South Acres, see what we can see. So we will go, where's the street at? Airport. Yeah, we'll go down Airport, go into this Sunbeam. And then let's see that we have ditches still. So this is where I'm from, right? So, and by the way, these are all new houses. These are new within the past 10 years. That's new to me because we still have some of the older houses in this neighborhood. Let me see if we can find one of the older houses. And yes, this is Houston, the 4th most populous city in America. Let's see what our GDP is. Houston GDP. I don't trust. $513 billion. Let's see where this ranks world. Ranking. Maybe I should say per. Yeah, sure. Why is this not giving me Wikipedia? This should be a list on Wikipedia. Okay, so we're number 7 in the United States. And mind you, when you're number 7 in the United States, that means that you're in the top 10 on the world stage. So we have an insanely high GDP, while at the same time, yes, we have people who have to live in, like, who come from these places, right? Here's what the houses used to look like right here. This is an older house in the area, okay? So a little bit different. I grew up a little bit differently. So yes, I understand this luxury belief thing. Cause I'm around people who have it, where it's just like they've never been through anything. They grew up middle class their entire life, and they just assume that the rest of the world is like that. In fact, because I left America, I understand that to be the case for most Americans. A lot of Americans just have this weird perception of how the world works, when in reality, it doesn't work that way. We live in this is a mega bubble here, but I think that bubble's about to pop soon because our currency is devalued. Our population is dumber than ever. And I mean, shit, now we're going into a multipolar political world. Yeah, things aren't looking good. Things aren't looking great. By the way, I can show y'all a place. I don't know. I've never really, my mom doesn't watch this, so it's fine. My mom doesn't know about this, but on this street here, right here, is where I saw a murder. Okay. All right. So let's go to this street right here. This was a long time ago. It's not that long ago. It's like maybe 12 years ago or something like that. Some dude, wait, what's 12 years ago? I don't remember how many years ago. It was a long time ago. But it was some folks in there. I guess they decided they wanted to shoot at some folks, and they ended up doing that. But here you are. This is Houston. Yeah, this is Houston, right? I can show you some other parts. Let's go to, there's a place where I think there are a lot of massage parlors in Houston. Let's see. Massage parlor area. Oh, no, it's not this. Okay, it's the prostitute area. It's Sharpstown. That's where it is. So let's go to Sharpstown, which is over here somewhere. Okay, so where is this? Oh, this Beltway. We're a little bit too far. Okay, so I think this should be Sharpstown right in here. Yes, it is Sharpstown. Let's throw a little pin on Bissonnette Street. Where's Bissonnette? Wait, where the fuck is Bissonnette? Huh, I can't find Bissonnette. Well, that's fine. Let's look at Sharpstown Mall. And you know what? I think what I'll do soon, once the weather clears up, is I will start doing tours of the city, just on my bike, just riding around. And I used to come to these areas, so it's I don't feel that uncomfortable. That's the benefit of growing up the way I grew up, is that this is just normal for me. And it's helped me in the world because I go to other countries, some of them are very poor, and I'm I'll just be out on the street. I'm just and I'm aware of the risk, but I was aware of the risk where I was growing up. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, this right here, if you go further down and then make a left, you see nothing but prostitutes. Just it's a thing. Let's see, Sharpstown prostitutes. Sharpstown prostitution. Maybe they have some images at night. Yeah, here you go. They just be out here. Okay, they don't want to play it. They just be out there just literally roaming the streets. Yeah, Bissonnette. I was looking for Bissonnette. It's an epidemic. It's a scourge. By the way, if I do this, I'm not doing it at night. Just real talk. No, I'm on a motorcycle. I'm not trying to deal with that. But it's a bad thing, man. It's not great. And Houston is a dangerous city. It's don't any other city. It has its dangers, but it's a little more dangerous because we are very close to a border. It's an international city. You may not understand this. Houston is a very international city. In this area, it may look a little sus, but not all of Houston's like this. We have nice parts, intermixed with the rest. Let's see here. Good old gentrification. Why would people buy houses right next to those houses? Well, to be fair, I think gentrification is a part of the real estate life cycle. We need it. We absolutely need it. That's the way that we improve our structures here, straight up. Because if we don't tear down old things, then we just have deteriorating things. And I think that what we have in our country is much better than the alternatives. You want to know what happens in a country like China when they wanted to build some new shit? It's not, they basically come in and say hold on, let me see. China forced knockdowns. China forced knockdowns. I should probably, man, you know what? I'm gonna start putting these in. I'm gonna start trying to prep for these because it's hard to just kind of like do this off the cuff. God, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna start to plan these out, maybe, hopefully, if y'all want to do more of this. But in China, what they'll typically do is they will go out, they'll hire thugs to essentially like force the people out, and then they'll have the bulldozers right there. And as soon as they get the people out, they bulldoze over the homes, and the people are left with nothing. The only people who get something are the ones who voluntarily sell when they're requested to. Okay, and it's not like they're getting a shit ton of money. They are getting a fraction of what it's worth, but they don't really have a choice because you can't own property there. It's all land lease. I think they do like 99-year leases or something like that. I don't know if that's for people. I think that's for the enterprises, for the folks who develop it. I think they'll like purchase a 99-year land lease or something like that. Don't quote me on this. I don't remember. What did you do immediately after hearing those shots? Looked around to see where they were coming from, like to see, because like maybe, I don't know, maybe this isn't common knowledge. To me it is, but like if you hear gunshots from one direction, or maybe I shouldn't say you, if I hear gunshots coming from a direction, my first thought is I'm going to try to see where it's coming from. But the immediate thing after that, because like I'll probably know where it's coming from because you'll see it. The immediate thing after that is to look around to see if there's anybody else out here trying to creep. Because like typically if somebody's shooting, and at least in Texas, we got guns, so like somebody else may be shooting too. So it's just like, look around. I'm not really afraid of guns though. So you may find this weird, but I'm more afraid of a knife. I'm more afraid to be stabbed than to be shot. In fact, I'd rather be shot than stabbed. It's just something about stabbing. I'm just like, nah, fuck that. Nah, I'm good. Nah, you gotta be too close. Can't do it. How do these Calabasas, Malibu, Hamptons? I don't blame these people for being so out of touch. You know what? I don't blame them either. Like there was a point in time where I used to be resentful of that type of stuff, like rich people who had everything and like they didn't have to worry or struggle. But one thing that I've developed over my life is empathy. It's wrong for me to talk bad about them for their situation because, like I just said, some of these people were born into it, and that implies that they didn't control their situation that they were born into. Maybe they have less power to control their situation than other people do. So it's like I've recognized the fact that they just don't know any better. Now, where I kind of get off the empathy train is when I'm talking to them and I may say something that's like, no, that's not right, and then they pretend like they do know everything. At that point, that's different. It's different. But in general, like I don't really fault people who don't have to worry about shit for anything because, like. Like what? If they don't have to worry about anything, then why would they worry about anything? It doesn't make any sense. And as someone who's, I've been in all of the social classes, poverty, poor, working class, middle class, upper class, and on. And what I found is that in every social strata, you have problems. That's the one thing that's in common that holds us together. No matter where you are in life, you have problems. So you could be broke, homeless with nothing, and you have problems. You can be the richest man on earth. You have problems. That's the common denominator between us all. The money doesn't really solve all problems. In fact, money only solves money problems. That's what I tell people. Especially when I learned that people are like too money hungry. And I'm saying it because it's like I maybe was a little more money hungry than other folks at one point in my life. And I try to warn them. It's just like, there are bigger problems than money problems. The money problems are easy. Once you solve those, you're left with only your real problems. And turns out a lot of people can't handle their real problems. This is likely why you see people who become wealthy or who are wealthy or rich who delete themselves. Turns out maybe the problems that they had that all them dollars in the bank account don't really solve those problems. And I get that because I went through the same shit myself. I went through this thing, it's called survivorship bias, where, you know, as far as I know, other than the folks who went into music, I have family who went into music, it's just me. Like, I have siblings. I'm one of 8. I have siblings, and it's just me. How is it that, like, I got to where I am, and I'm like, I grew up with my siblings. Like, they had an example. Like, you know, they had me in their life, and all these things, and I'll just look back, I'm like, man, like, how can it be the case that it's only me? Now, I've had a lot of time, you know, to come to grips with it, you know, and accept it. But, you know, I was one of those folks that thought that becoming rich would change my life. And it did in certain regards, but not really. But I remember, like, one day I looked at my bank account, it was a lot of money in there. And I was just like, I didn't feel shit. I was just like, oh, nothing changed. Except for I bought this monitor right here. This right here. This right here. That's why I kept it, in fact, even though it's kind of shitty. This is the monitor that I bought 2 days after I became a millionaire. All right. This was one of the things where I was like, man, like, if I ever got the money, I'll do this. And yeah, I ended up buying 2 of them. I'll keep it now, you know, keep it to this day. I'll probably get rid of it soon when the new Pro X, if there's a new Pro XDR. You know, if especially if it's OLED. The current Pro XDR is being shelved over to this over here, and then I'm gonna get the new one. But yeah, all these things is like, you start to learn as you get older that life is a little more challenging than you think, that money is not as important as you think, and like, once you have enough, like, what else is there? And this is something that I recently ran into. Like, I mean recently, within the past 3 years. I was someone who, let's just say in the past, what year is this? This is 24. So I think from the time span from 2017 to 2024, I went through about 10 cars. And it wasn't until I did ayahuasca, by the way. So it's not, I don't want y'all to think that it's just me, personal growth. It was, I had help. But no, looking back, I noticed a trend. I noticed that I would get a car and, you know, I'll be happy. I'll be excited for a while. And then it's like, okay. And then I'll get another car and I'll be excited, happy for a while, shorter. And then rinse and repeat. But here's the thing. Each car successively got more expensive. You know, first thing I'm looking at, like a $50,000 car. All right. At that point, that was just expensive. 18 months later, I'm looking at a $98,000 car. A few months later, I'm looking at a $120,000 car. A few months later, I'll buy a $150,000 car in cash. And then I'm like, you know what? I want this other car. So I'll go buy this other car, $180,000. Right. And it got to a point where it's like, man, like, I'm looking at cars and I'm like, it's $300,000. And I'm just like, wait a minute. Like, I'm actually at a point now where I'm looking at a car and like someone's like 250,000. I'm not even fazed by it. That's a problem. That's a problem. You may not see it as a problem, but that's a problem. That means that I fell into the consumer trap. I didn't realize it until after ayahuasca. And I was able to kind of pull myself out of it a little bit, you know? So I'm no longer like, oh, I need to go buy the latest everything or the newest everything. You may feel that way because you may see I still get certain things, but trust me, it's not the case. In fact, I drive a Tesla now, like a Model 3. I literally went back to square one. So my Model 3 cost $60,000. Okay. To me, that's cheap. I know that may not be cheap, but like, keep in mind, I was looking at cars that were in 300 range. So it's just like, yeah. I think I learned the lesson where it's just like, you know what? A car, all what they tell you when you're growing up, a car is to get you from point A to point B. I think I understand what it means. I think I get it now. I think I get it. Because one thing is for sure, even though I hate my Tesla, I fucking hate it. Every time I get in that bitch, it takes me to where I need to go. And it brings me back. And I guess that's the point of the car, I guess. Is it fun? No. Do I like it? No, not really. But I also understand that, like, I'm not unhappy as a result of it. Because there was a point in my life where I thought that I couldn't be happy if I didn't have a X or a Y, or no, I'm not talking about the models. I'm just talking about like put a variable. Like there was a point where in my life I was like, man, like I can't be happy if I don't have that. And now I'm like, man, I don't need shit. It's weird. It's weird as fuck. Like I think it's just a function of getting old. I'm just like, you know what? It's just shit I gotta worry about. I don't want to worry about anything. Health, mental health, make money problems seem like nothing. Well, money problems are nothing. It's just that when you have money problems, you're not thinking past that. You're only thinking about your current need. You're thinking about today. And I get that because I was there, where it's like, I need to eat. No, I'm not worried about what the fuck's going on 10 years from now. It's like, what about today? So when people, especially when rich people, they say, oh, you need to plan for the future. You need to think long term. I get where they're coming from because they are right. But at the same time, I also understand the other person's perspective, because it's like, I've been there, like, yeah, I would love to think about long term, but right now, shit, my rent's due and I don't have the money. So yeah, so I get both. But life is hard. That's all I can say. Life is hard for everybody, which is why I say that's a common denominator. You may think that someone who has money doesn't have problems. I can tell you that they may have more problems than you. You might be lucky. I now look at money as this. Money is a result of responsibility in general. Obviously not everybody, but in general, money is a function of responsibility. So the more responsibility you have, the more money you have. You can look at it as a capital allocation issue as well. Think of it this way. In our society, we have finite dollars, all right? We need to produce things. But how do we decide who gets the money to produce the things? Well, it makes sense that we find the people who are the best at managing said money and then producing a return. And you may look at it as return on investment in money, but you could also look at it in like, we get a service, we get a product, we get X, Y, or Z, like we get something out of it. So you could also look at the situation like this. People who have a lot of money, the reason why they have a lot of money is because they've accumulated a lot of responsibility. And because they have a lot of responsibility, they need to be compensated for that, because they are making a lot of things happen, right? They're producing a return, not just a return in money, but I'm talking about for society. Let's take Amazon, for instance. All right. Like, I know they're big in the news these days. Amazon, they make a lot of money, obviously, but they also provide an incredible amount of value, whether or not you want to acknowledge it or not, they do. Right? Like when I was younger, I'm really into books, okay? I really love books. When I was younger, if I wanted a book, I had to ask my mom, or like maybe my dad or my stepmom, more likely. They would, like, if we're out, we would go to Barnes & Noble. I would always like to go to Barnes & Noble and half price books, because we used to have bookstores here back in the day. And that would be the only way that I can get a book. And I would not know about any books that existed unless I saw it at either a library or at the bookstore. Fast forward to 2008, actually before 2008, 2007, Amazon is around. And now, like, I have the option to purchase my books from my school, which they want $1,300 for all of my books that I need. Or I can go to Amazon and put this ISBN number. That's what I learned about ISBN numbers. I didn't know what the fuck that was. Put in this ISBN number, and instantly I see the book on Amazon and it's cheap. That's a value, whether or not I bought the book from Amazon or not. Like, now I get a sense of, okay, well, my school is charging me this much for this book, and Amazon's charging me only this much. So now at least I get a little bit of, that. And then I learned about this thing called international versions of books. I didn't even know that was a thing. Maybe y'all don't know this is a thing. Textbooks. Generally, there are two versions. There's the American version, and then there's an international version. The international version effectively is the same exact shit that's in the American version. The difference is 50% off. That's the difference. The international textbooks are cheaper. And I used to wonder, like, why are they cheaper? And I understand what it is now. It's price discrimination. I learned about this in economics, but we can afford more expensive books here. So we basically subsidize the publishing here. Right. And then these other countries, they get to get the books because they're purchasing at their parity. I think it's purchasing parity. Right. So now, obviously, if I'm looking at a book that's $250 in 2007 for my math class. $250 is a lot of money in a country like the Philippines. I don't think someone in the Philippines is going to ever be able to pay for that book. So they had to lower the price. So, international versions. Generally, international versions, they wouldn't be hardback. They would always be paperback, that kind of thing. Let's see here. But when you broke, you don't realize that. It's when you got the money that you realize that there's more to life. Yeah, it's interesting how that works. And honestly, I wish that people who don't have money, people who are broke, I wish that they understood that. That, maybe the folks who are saying these things, maybe they are right. Both can be true, right? The person who's right could also not understand your situation, but that doesn't mean that they're not right. And I mean, yeah, it's true. Like a lot of these things, even for me, I didn't learn until I learned. And unfortunately, that's the way life is. You got to go through shit. So, go through as much shit as possible. It's my motto. Just go through as much shit as possible. It's better if you go through optional shit so that when you go through shit that you don't get to choose, you can handle it. But you should go through shit. If you're not going through anything, a good way you can go through something is go to a gym. I'm not saying that I go to a gym. I just do my jump rope for 30 minutes. Try to get my heart rate to 200. That shit's hard. I try to get my heart rate up to 200 within 30 minutes. I used to box or fight technically, or I guess it's mixed. I use my legs, my feet. No wrestling. I don't wrestle, but fists, elbows, knees, shins, those. I use all of those. Damn, shit. Look at that. Look at that tangent we went on. All of that, we still haven't started this video. Do y'all even want to watch this video? Do y'all want to go over something else? I'm happy to talk about whatever, But if y'all don't have any things you want to talk about, I'm going to put this video on. Because I want to see what she's talking about. She's talking about performative activists are the new epidemic. And activists, I don't know. I think I understand what the performatives, because a lot of people do performatives these days, especially in media. But it's like this epidemic. Like, I wonder, which activists is she talking about? Because I have noticed that there is this trend of people protesting to protest. They don't even know what they're protesting. They're just out there because it seems like it gives them a sense of community. It seems like it gives them a sense of purpose. And this is me the outside looking in. I don't know. I haven't talked to any of these people, but just based off of what I know about humans in general now and life and what I've seen, I'm assuming that's the reason why. These are folks who basically have nothing else going for them. So it's like they have to find something. So activism. Just killing time here. Cool with whatever you put on. Spraying job apps and Pran. Where are you? Wait, hold on. Where are you from, Eddie? I'm curious. Is this the Eddie I know? Do we know each other? I know a person named Eddie. That's why I'm wondering. Is it that Eddie, or is it another one? No, it's not you. Your name is spelled different. Never mind. I don't think it's you. All right. Well then, let me put on this video real quick. Let me turn down the music. Actually, you know what? Let's not watch this one first. This new creator, I don't know if he's new, but he's new to me. And he's when I found him, he only had 6,000 subs. And just in a week, he's grown to over 9,000. He's blowing up now. He's blowing up. So I wanna show off more of what he's doing, because I like what he's doing. Because he's from a different, he's offering a perspective that I wish more people here knew. I guess the only reason I know is because I've had the privilege of being able to really leave the country for real and live abroad for a while. Let me find that video. I think I added it. Didn't I add it? Shit, I didn't. Man, I don't know his name either. Even shit. Oh man, I thought I added it. Oh, maybe I added it to the other playlist. I created another
Globally, our
playlist.
collective attention span has been shrinking by the minute.
Yeah, we don't care about that right now. Where is 29? May 29. Recently added. Playing show. Oh, 26. Okay, it's not May 29. Okay, maybe maybe I can find them from here. No? Shit. Oh no, I found him. Okay, here he is.
All right,
okay,
folks.
this guy. So I wanna go. Oh shit, he's almost at 10,000 subs now. Yeah, make sure y'all subscribe to him. His name is Chinese Historian. He's been putting out a lot of really good content lately. Probably not PNW based dev. What's PNW? PNW. Yeah, I don't know what is that. If I can find. Oh, here we are.
All right, what is
Okay,
that?
yeah. We're gonna do this. So let me turn down the music even more. Okay.
Welcome to June 1st Pride Month. QS, LGBTQ, NFAI++, and however many letters they want to throw onto there. But for this video, let's leave the politics aside. This
Pacific
video, I want to
Northwest.
tell
Okay.
you guys why there's such a dramatic increase.
Oh, dude,
in the
wait.
number of people that's coming out as
Wait, so you're in the Pacific Northwest. So is that like, are you in Oregon or Washington? Or are you in Canada? Because or like Vancouver. Is that the one that's on the west coast? Yeah, I think it's Vancouver. I've never been to Canada, so like, forgive me. I'm just curious, like, how is it there? Because I heard that there was like the Black Lives Matter people or whoever, and I don't know, some folk, they went downtown and they basically created their own city or something like that, and they prevented people from going in. Is that true? Because I saw it on like, I'm very mistrustful of anything that our media says. So I saw that, but I don't know if it's true. Is that true? Somewhere around there. Yeah, I've never been to Vancouver. I've been to Seattle. I've never been to Portland. When I was in Seattle, I met up with some, I don't know the people, but I met some guy at he worked at the ramen spot. He was a black guy, and he was the first black guy I had saw in the whole time I had been in the city for 2 days. I was just like, this feels like San Francisco, but different. I was just like, where are all the people? And he told me they all live on like the east or I don't know. He said they live on the other side or something like that. But anyway, we ended up talking, and he told me that I should ride my motorcycle, because I told him I was into motorcycles and cars and shit. He was like, yeah, if you ever get a chance, you should ride your motorcycle up to Vancouver during the spring. He's like, it's really beautiful. I was like, yeah, that would be kind of dope. I would like to do that. That's actually on my bucket list. It seems like I've done all the other, like everyone else's bucket list but mine. My bucket list is to drive a GT3 from San Diego to the top of basically the Pacific Coastal Highway, whatever it is. It's PCH, I think. I want to drive that in a car. Not any car, but like a good car. GT3, McLaren. I can't think of any others. I can't really think of it. Or riding on my bike, a motorcycle, a good one. It don't even have to be a good one. It could be any motorcycle. I would even do it on a touring bike. One of those big, tall touring bikes, like a Multistrada, or I'll even do it on a Goldwing. I would just want to do it on a bike. That would be dope. Let's see here. It was really not that bad. It was in Portland, and yes, true. So it did happen, but really not as bad. So it did happen. Okay. It's massively changed. Would you say it's changed for the worse or for the better? It's just downtown, and you want to avoid Seattle downtown, Portland are both nightmares for actually living. You live like 10 minutes outside of downtown. Get an adventure bike, and we could do the PCS together down. The closest thing I have to an adventure bike is my street bike. It's a naked. I can't go off road, but I could drive on some. I can ride on like golf course level grass. or like fancy pebbles, like at Pebble Beach. I can ride on like fancy pebbles at a slow rate of speed. Obviously, I can't go fast. I would not ride in sands. Fuck that. No. Much better. Specifically speaking, downtown Seattle. Well, that's good that it's getting better. That's good. It's getting better. I've seen that a lot of those cities are starting to kick out their current DAs in favor of DAs that will actually prosecute criminals, which I think is an overall good thing. That won't cut. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I could put some, because you know how they do these supermoto conversions where they'll put street tires on a dirt bike. Maybe I can put dirt tires on my Street Fighter and go the opposite way. We would have to define a new category of motorcycle. It's stupid, but it's like, it could be fun. It's like you have your Street Fighter and you go and somebody's done this. Let's see, off-road motorcycle tires. Would you need spokes? Are spokes better for off-road? Because my bike has like it's rims. It's just a wheel. So I don't know if I could actually put these types of tires on there, off-road motorcycle tires. Let's see. Yeah, like how dope would this be if I put this on my Street Fighter? I think that could be kind of fun. Maybe I don't know if it would fit though. That's the thing. Actually, no, it should fit. This could be fun. I would do it. Oh, spokes. Okay, never mind. I don't know if I can put. I don't think that spokes can handle the power that my bike puts out. How did you find this stream, by the way? Did you find this from watching my motorcycle stuff? Or did you even know I had a motorcycle? I do motorcycle things. Oh my gosh, look at these. These are fucking sexy. They're gold. I need them. Oh, look at that. I don't know what it is, but it's something about gold wheels. It just makes me moist. In all honesty, unless you're heading to Alaska, you don't need a full-on ADV bike. KLR is plentiful. Well, yeah, I mean, I take it one further. I already have a bike, so I can't buy another bike. This is one thing that I promised myself a couple years ago after I got rid of all my other vehicles. I promised myself that I will no longer own more than 3 vehicles. So right now, my max is I will have 1 bike, 1 SUV or truck, and 1 car. A fun car, not like just a regular car, but like a fun car. So assuming I don't break my promise to myself, I can only at most have 3 vehicles, which is a lot. I do understand, it's still a lot. But there was a point where I was having to decide like which vehicle do I take, and that's the part that no one tells you when you have a lot of cars or a lot of vehicles in general. Like, you have to make a stupid decision every morning when you want to leave, and based off of that decision, because of where I live and just how the parking situation works, I would have to bring all of the fucking keys, because depending on which vehicle I wanted to take out for the day, I had to like pull out other vehicles, rearrange shit. It's just, looking back, I can't believe I did that shit. It was stupid. It was really dumb. I think I wasted a lot of time, like doing dumb shit like that. Just like which car? It's fucking stupid. But you live and you learn. Oh, you found me on the Apple Vision. Okay. Well, my thoughts on the Apple Vision, so is I fucking hated it after. Like, on principle, Apple made some decisions that I hated. They treated it just like an iPhone, which means that you can only install things from the App Store, which means that there is no way to connect it directly to any other device and put files on or take files off. The developer experience was terrible. Not because of Xcode, although it is because of Xcode, but because of what they required. $300 for a fucking USB dongle after paying $4,000 for the thing. Nah. So I sent it back. The cameras were trash. I was listening to all these lying ass YouTubers talking about, oh, it looks just like real life. Cap. Bullshit. Hold on. I gotta find. Let me see if I have any sound effects to illustrate the bull. I don't. Okay. I don't have any bullshit. I need to find bullshit. One day I'll do it. I'll find a sound for bullshit, but like fucking lying, talk about it's the best. It's just like, nah, it was terrible. Lots of noise. It was blurry. The field of view was too narrow. The colors, like it looked cool, but it was hard to wear for a long period of time. It hurt my eyes, I would get a headache. It also was, it was heavy, you know, after a while it was heavy. It would get hot. When the fan came on, you feel a draft of wind coming up here into it. It was, I'm just like, there's too many things wrong with this for me to allow Apple to take, cause I think over like all in $5,000. I'm just like, nah, it's too much money. It's too much money to put up with all this shit. And then to add insult to injury, I didn't even say this, but like in order to develop on any Apple device, you need a Apple developer account, which I already have. But that's what also made me even more pissed off by the fact that I had to pay $300 for a dongle. Cause like that's on top of my $100 a year for my developer. Is it developer license? I don't know, whatever they call it for the developer thing. So yeah, I didn't make a video about it because I was just like, man, I'm done with it. But there you are. So maybe that's closed it. So if you found me from that, now you know why I don't have it. And maybe you didn't even know I didn't have it anymore. I sent it back. It's just like, I'm done. That's just trash. I think I have that. Hold on, wait. Let me see if I have trash. Of course I don't. Of course I don't. Maybe I should get my soundboard fixed. Maybe that's what I need to do. Because I thought I had something for that shit's trash. I could have swore I had a sound for that. Because I say trash all the time. It's my favorite thing. Like it's what I do as a pastime. I just call shit trash. Let's see what this is. Oh, wait, what? Complaint? Who is this? United States District Court for the who is this for? State, United States of New Jersey. Oh, okay. This is Apple. Okay, all right. I was like, wait a minute. I almost felt a certain kind of way. I was like, man, like what? Okay. All right, none of those are it. None of those are it. Yeah, 300 is an insult. Software is super lacking too. Thing is beyond lockdown. Can barely do. Yeah, you can't do shit with it. And that was the first. Like that's what I recognized within like 7 days because I had it and I wore it a few times, and then after that I found myself. It was just sitting there, and I found myself not even wanting to put it on, and I wasn't even thinking about putting it on because it's just like, what am I gonna do? You can't do shit. I don't want to sit here and like get like cross-eyed trying to look at these characters on Safari, browsing the internet that way and like fucking doing this shit. It's not even that accurate. Like, no, I'll just use my phone. How about that? Like if I really want to look at a website, which I don't, but like if I really, really just want to look at a website, I'll use my phone. And if I don't want to use the mobile version of the website, I'll use my iPad. And if I don't want to use that, then I'll use my computer. It's like, the Vision Pro solves no problems. I can't think of a problem that, well, actually, no. I thought it could have solved this one problem if it wasn't such a pain to have on your face and like with your eyes. And I travel a lot. So I was like, you know what? I could use this as a display, right? So instead of having, a laptop, and just in my mind, it made sense, but in practice, it doesn't work. Why? Well, because the cameras are trash. You can't see the keyboard. So it's like you see a screen, but you don't see the keyboard. And I don't know, like I can type. It's not like I can't type, but I sometimes need to look down at the keyboard because I make use of a lot of keyboard commands. And sometimes I just need to know where my hands are. And I know, they have the home keys, but I need to be sure. I want to look at it. I don't want to feel it. I need to look and see that I'm on JNF. I want to just feel it. So yeah, I need to get it out of it. It's a V1. It's an improved. Well, here's where here's where I might disagree. I'm gonna show you another V1 product. Hold on. Here, let me switch the camera so you can see this other V1 product. This right here. Oh shit. Let me change my lighting right quick. Give me a second. Gonna go down to here, really, really low. All right. Oh, where was that? Oh yeah. So here's where I was going. Here's the what is this thing called? Oh, the what do you call these things? The Apple AirPod Max. Yeah, these are first generation products. You know when these came out? Have you seen another version? I haven't. Or how about the Pro XDR? Which I would say is less of a niche product than the no, what is that thing called? Than the Vision Pro. When did this come out? How come we don't have a version 2? Apple has, I mean, at least in my past, they've often announced products or released products and then they don't follow up. Here's another one, the HomePod Max. Where's the second version of that? See, it's like, so I don't know if they have to do it. Like, as far as I understand, the Apple Vision Pro is Apple's most unsuccessful product ever and the most returned product ever. Everyone who I know who got one returned it. I know a lot of folks who got it. At least 12 who got it, including me. I bought it. I was the first one in the group to return it because I had strong opinions the first day pulling it out. Some of my other friends, they're like, oh, it's dope. And then like after a little while, I went back. I was like, so how you finding it? And they're like, oh, you're right. And they're like, are you going to return yours? I'm like, hell yeah, I'm returning that shit. And they're like, I'm going to return mine too. I was like, yeah, you probably should. It's a lot of money to spend on something that's useless. Not really that useful. Movies, honestly, only part I don't mind how heavy it is. Lay down so it rests on your head and watch something. See, but that's so. I thought that I would be fine with the movies too, but I don't really watch movies. But let's say I do watch movies. I couldn't wear the device for more than 30 minutes without my eyes hurting. It just wasn't. It's not the same. It's just I'd rather just watch. I don't know. I'd just rather watch a movie on my TV with good sound. The screen's large. I mean, it's not 100 inches, but shit, like it's an 80-inch OLED screen, and it don't need to be that big. Like, it's big enough. If I wanted big, I'll just get closer. But like, it was just too many things. And the thing that really did it for me was the I tried to watch what do you call that thing? You know the spatial video, whatever it is. I tried to watch one of the spatial movies, you know, the showcases that they had, while laying in bed with all of the lights turned off. Couldn't do it. It kept telling me that I needed to uncover the front of the Vision Pro because it thought that it was covered up because it was dark in my room. So I'm like, I have to turn the lights on in my room to watch a movie in a headset? Nah, no thing. Nah, I'm good. I don't know if I put that in my video. Maybe I did talk about that in my video because it was really ranty. I was just like, man, let me just get this shit out the way because I want to be done with it. True, it will improve, but Apple needs to give us more access. So many things are out of reach because I don't even know if it's because of privacy. Like I do like how they gatekeep access to, you know, to location type stuff or to the mesh stuff. Like I do like the abstractions. That privacy is good. I can't say that's why. I don't know if I was affected by that. It's just you can't even take a screenshot of what you see. So let's say you're watching a movie or whatever, an experience, and you take a screenshot. It shows up as black. So this is fundamentally a level of power and control that I don't want to give to Apple or anyone. Like, who are you to tell me what I can take a picture of? Like, it's what I see. I should be able to capture what I see. I look at that as speech. You may disagree with it, but I'm a photographer, so I look at it as speech, where it's like someone doesn't get to tell me that I can't take a picture of what I see. right? Like you don't own the fucking light photons that are coming into my retinas or coming into the sensor of my camera. So yeah, when there are some things where I'm just like, you know what, this is a future that I don't want, and I understand very well that the best way to fight back against these corporations and them doing shit that you don't want is to opt out. Don't buy their shit. And honestly, I mean, shit, if Apple keeps going a certain kind of direction, I will leave Mac OS. I'll just have to figure out another way to do some of the things that I want to do. Because at a certain point, too much is too much. Enough is enough. I still enjoy tinkering with it. Oh, you didn't return it? Oh, yeah, it was too late. I thought about that too. I was like, man, should I wait until like the last day? I ended up not. I was just like, let me just do it because I'll end up not even doing it. And now I'm stuck with this goddamn thing that I won't use. Just paying $5,000 for no reason. That same $5,000 that's my motorcycle every year. So my new bike is about $5,000 a year. The new Street Fighter V4S that I just picked up. That's what my financing amounts to, is $5,000 a year for the next 4 years. Assuming I pay it over 4 years. I was planning to pay it off in 2 years. Cause I just don't know. It's weird. Like now that I don't like debt. It's just weird. I'm just like, man, now I'm in debt. I owe people money. The people it's Ducati, all right. I owe Ducati money. Oh man. Should have dropped that 5K on the video. So here's the thing. I have an investment portfolio, bro. I'm up 27% for the year, and 27% for me is a lot. I actually just recently, I don't know if you follow me on Instagram, but recently I shared in my story that I just rebalanced my portfolio. So I just sold out. I realized all again. I just sold out on all of my stocks and ETFs in the market, like for SP and NASDAQ. Dial all that. I'm sold out for the most part. I am 80. Well, for one of my accounts, I'm 80% in on bonds and treasuries. So I'm heavy there. I did keep 20% allocated to mid-market companies, and I think I kept within that 20%. I think I kept 5% invested in the ETFs. Just I don't want to be fully out. And then in one of my other accounts, I think it's oh shit, no, I need to balance that too. I don't know what it is. So there are 4 that I got to go and look at, but they were originally invested in ETFs as well as like foreign company stock, like foreign companies. High risk, very high risk, but it's a smaller percentage of my portfolio, so I don't really care that much. It's like 4%, so it's like yeah, I even had I have crypto assets too. I don't want to call them assets. They don't actually produce cash. But I have some crypto bullshit. It's worthless to me right now, but maybe in the future it'll be worth something. Who knows? Or it could be worth something now. I don't even keep track of it. I just have it. But yeah, I'm pretty heavy in bonds and cash right now. More so than usual. Normally I'm like 90% in equity. Now I'm diversifying. So I have real life tangible things. I have gold now. I have other types of things, collectors things, as well as the stocks. I still have a few stocks and bonds and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think that we're going to be going. I think we're going to start to see prices of commodities and equities fall. That's what I think is happening. So I was just like, you know what? Let me just, I'll keep let me just keep my shit a little bit safe. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to just dump it into a dope house, because then I have to pay taxes on it every year. All right. So if I wanted to dump it into a house to protect it that way, because inflation is high. That's really what's driving this. I live on even though I earn an income, I live on a fixed budget. So this is something that I set for myself to make sure that, you know, I can live without having to work, kind of thing. So I live on a fixed budget, and inflation has fucking wrecked it. Oh my gosh. Like I used to be able to invest $20,000 a year. I can't invest $20,000 a year now due to inflation. My rent's up 40%. Insurance is up. I remember for my GT3, it's a $220,000 car, full coverage insurance. I'm paying $140. Fast forward to today, for my Model 3 Tesla, not a Model 3, Model Y. Yeah, the SUV one. For my Model Y Tesla, why is my insurance $156 a month? I had to pay it monthly. I don't get an option to pay it annually like I did with all my other ones. So that was the annual cost. So I made it monthly. I had to pay for my insurance. I don't have to, but I like to pay it annually. Even for my new motorcycle, let me see what that maps out to monthly. It's like $1,750 divided by 12. Yeah, even my motorcycle for the Street Fighter that I just picked up, full coverage, and not basic full coverage, like health payments, uninsured motorists, the highest thing, the lowest deductible. My rate is $145.83 a month. I have to pay it annually, so it's $1,750, but like it's cheaper than my Model Y. How? Like how? I don't even understand. That's insane. Oh my gosh. You really sold Nvidia before that split? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It was like it. So ETFs are invested in these things. So whatever they do, I don't know, whatever percentage it was. I would show. I don't want to. I can't log in without showing you like shit that I don't want to show y'all. So like I can't go and look to see how that particular fund allocates its money. Cause I have mutual funds that I'm invested in too. So it's like I don't know how to show you these things, and I don't know what they are because I don't like. Maybe if I were better, I would print the prospectus and I would see like how they allocate. I didn't do that, so I don't know what percent they had allocated to Nvidia, and I don't know if they sold it. I doubt it though. Generally, these funds don't really sell shares short term like that. So yeah, I've made enough. And one thing that I've learned is to not be greedy. Greed is that's the beginning of the downfall. So I'm just like, you know what? This gain just in 4 months represents 70% of what I make in a year from my current job, where I get paid a decent amount. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm up. Let me just take it. You know, yes, I can go up even higher, sure. But I also understand, because remember, I didn't grow up this way. I also understand that I can also go down just as far. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna be a little more cautious. And this is something that I noticed in myself, a change when I went from not having a lot of money to having a lot of money. I became a lot more conservative when it comes to spending money or like with investing. I no longer was like, I used to trade. I don't really talk about this much, but I used to trade back in the day, and I was making money, but it was hard. And I don't mean hard like to do. It was just like mentally taxing, because you know I'm always thinking about that, and it's just a dumb thing to think about. Glad I don't have to think. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. There's some other things. You're telling me a guy who rides a Ducati is holding 80% in bonds. Yeah. As of last week, I'm 80% bonds now, and those bonds are paying me 6% interest. So, you know, at least I'm not losing it to inflation. But I want to make sure that I have cash, basically cash equivalents, ready, right? So I am thinking that we're going to really go into a downturn. You may disagree, you know, other people may disagree too. That's fine. I think we're going to go into a downturn, and I want to make sure that I can capitalize. So the best way I can do that is to, you know, take my gains, you know, just give me my money and take these gains, and then just wait. You know, let's wait and see what happens. I'm old enough to now to understand that, you know, investing is a long-term thing. So some of my investments that really paid off for me were Apple. I bought a shit ton of Apple when I was younger. Tesla. Yeah, you didn't know that, huh? Yeah, I had a shit ton of Tesla before that popped off. Uh, who else do I have? Oh, well, I have Microsoft. I didn't purchase Microsoft. I was given Microsoft shares. And since being given those shares, they have quadrupled, and I get paid a dividend. So there is that part. So I'm like, you know what? I'm fine. It's fine. And honestly, I don't even look at that anymore. I did the look because one of my friends was like, have you seen this? I was like, oh, thank you, because you reminded me. I said I needed to rebalance my portfolio, and this was the first time I've rebalanced it in 4 years. So yeah, I'm sitting heavy in bonds. I'm gonna keep it that way. And over time, if depending on what things are looking like, some of my other accounts that I have, I may start to rebalance those as well. And like move those into other asset categories, or I don't know, other markets. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe I'll get into startups. I don't know. I can become an angel investor. Like, that's an easy way to become a billionaire. Not an easy way, but it's a way to become a billionaire. You're like the lead investor, or like the first investor. You give like 50K to some company, and then maybe in 10 or 15 years, that company's worth $10 billion. And now my 50K, is worth a lot. So I may start doing that. It's a little more high risk though, because, a lot of these companies fell. So maybe I'll wait. I want to have a bigger pot to play with, if that makes sense. So you say you bought a house and strongly regret getting ready to sell it at a loss and move on. Why do you think that's dumb? I think that like, as far as investments go, first, I don't look at houses as investments unless you're going to rent it out. But let's just ignore that fact. You can live in a house. So I can't look at it as a stupid purchase because you can live in it. All right, like just think about the story I was just telling. Like, one of my cars is $220,000. I can't live in that bitch. At least you can live in your house. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that my car purchase is a stupid purchase because, well, for one, I got to pay that off in 5 years. I don't get 30. Although, like, I wouldn't like the interest. I just couldn't do it. But like, at least you got something that you can live in. Now, did you buy a too much house? And what I mean by that, was it too expensive? Because I do realize that, house prices have jumped significantly. So, a house that used to be a decent house for $200K, I'm talking Houston prices, you're looking at $450,000, $500,000 now for the same house. The houses that I was looking at just not long ago, $600,000. For a house, not in this area, but a little bit further out in the Spring Branch area, $600,000. Same houses is going for $1.4, $1.5 million now. Or even if I wanted to get a house here, the houses they did just built across the, like just downstairs across the street, 1.6, 1.6, bro. So like, and they're not like they're nicer. It's not like the houses have become higher quality houses. It's just, no, they're just more expensive. So yeah, maybe did you buy that at these high ass interest rates? Did you at least get it at a low interest rate? Because if you got it at a low interest rate, maybe keep it. If you can, if you can find a renter, put a renter in there, or just keep living in it. If you bought it to just make money shortly, that's the thing that a lot of folks don't say, because a lot of people parrot this idea that a house is an asset. And most people, when they say this, it tells me that they don't know what the definition of an asset is, which tells me that they don't have the financial literacy to even be talking to me about housing and like investing. But let's say that you bought this house and you're like, oh, okay, I don't think I can afford it. Okay, well, what are the rents in your area? Can you rent it out? That should be your first thing. Or your second option. Find a roommate. Whatever you can, like, if you can keep your house, keep your house. If you can keep your house, don't take the fucking loss. Find a roommate. If you live near a college campus, put out some advertising, or I don't know, you can hire a realtor and they can market for you as well, and say, hey, I have a room in my house for rent, for lease. You know, you can screen who you want or whatever. Maybe that helps you. It's not money, high interest rate that I thought you had individual. Oh, no. I rarely buy individual shares of a company. The shares that I was talking about, this is when I was younger. So I bought them a lot. Like I bought these in 2012, 2011, 2013, 2014, when I was younger. How old was I then? Between 20 and 24 is when I bought all of those. So that's back when I thought I knew what I was doing. It's like I was just investing, companies that I liked based off of what they were doing. But as I got older and I started, my account started to grow, I stopped investing in individual stocks because I learned a very valuable lesson. And it's not, I didn't learn it, because something happened to me, but I learned it because I went to grad school in statistics. It's that things tend to regress to the mean. What that means is that if you're out here picking stocks over time, you're probably going to regress to the mean, but more likely is that you won't, aka you'll be below the mean. Or another way of saying that is you will not beat the market. That's what I'm trying to say. You won't beat the market. I used to trade, and yes, I was making money, but is that sustainable though? Like, is it sustainable? Can I make this, $300, $400 a day every single day? And the answer is no. There were some days where it's like, yeah, I'll be up quite a bit. And then there'll be other days where it's like, I'll be down. And, when you actually start doing the math and you look at it, you realize that, oh, wait, like maybe I won't beat the market. I think I got lucky. Obviously, like Apple fucking blew up. Tesla blew up. Remember, I was giving Microsoft, but like even them, like they freaking quadrupled. So I think I got lucky. But for every person who gets lucky, there's probably 999 other people who don't get lucky. And now that I mean, looking back, like, I didn't sell them, but I wouldn't do that again now. Like I wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, let me go invest in this individual company. Nah, that's a little bit. It's too high of a risk profile for me right now. Now, when I'm ready to go back into that high level risk profile, it'll probably be startups or local businesses that I will be able to like actually have an impact on. So it wouldn't be me giving my money, like going to purchase shares of this faceless, nameless company where nobody knows who I am. It'll be more of, I am investing in this company or this person and their team to enable them to go out and build something of value or whatever. And I'll be able to work with them that way. I would much rather do that than what I've been doing, which is just purchasing shares and hoping they appreciate. You say it's not money related, high interest rate that I don't mind. Just lifestyle change. Originally bought to be a rental, actually. I see. Okay. Just don't want to be a landlord anymore. So hoping it just sticks picking individual stocks. None of it is easy. So like if you take nothing else, just take that. None of this is easy. So everything is going to have pros and cons. With real estate, yeah, you're going to have to deal with like tenants, or you can just hire a management firm to do that for you. But yeah, like when it comes to equities and stocks, you're going to start paying taxes and you're going to pay income tax. And if the income tax rate increases, like, maybe that's going to happen. Well, now you're looking at damn near 40%. So yeah, let's say you make $100K in a year from your investments or whatever, and you decide to realize those gains. Well, it seems like they're talking about removing the capital gains tax so that it's just income. So you're going to pay income tax on that. It kind of sucks. So I'm just like, man, right when I'm in a position where I can start taking advantage of all these things, they fucking change the rules, move the goalposts. It's cool though. It's cool. All right, let's see what Chinese historian has to say.
Lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, okay? And this is not just happening in the human world. It's also happening in the animal world, okay? In this video, I'm going to connect all of the dots to kick off a Pride Month. So,
you say so you're in your 20s, okay. I'm in my 30s. I'm in my mid 30s, solidly mid 30s. I'm 35, and I for sure have changed the way I look at things. My strategy for investment, my risk profile is different. Just to give you an example, I remember 5 years ago when I'm on the freeway, I am going 100. I'm like, if people in my way, it's like, no, I'm going my speed. Today, when I was going to get tea, it's people in front of me going slow. And I know this because in the past I would get into another lane and I'll go around and maintain my speed. Today I'm just like, I'm going fucking 50 on the freeway, just chilling. I'm just behind the person. I'm like, there's lanes open. Fuck it. I don't care. It's so weird. I was just like, I'll get there. It's weird. It's so weird. I'm old. I get it now. I'm old. But I didn't even feel the desire to go around the people. I was just like, fuck it. It's traffic. Like if there's a light, for instance, in the past, if it was, if I thought it may turn yellow or green or red, I'll speed up and try to make the light. Now, like, I'll see it. I'm not even trying to go past. I'll stop. I'll wait for 2 or 3 minutes. I don't care anymore. Yeah. This has happened as I've gotten older, and yeah, interesting. I notice it most on my bike. If you ever watch any of those videos, you'll notice that I don't go there. I don't go very fast. The fastest I'll go is maybe 200 kilometers, and that's very rare. I've never once really felt the desire to go faster than like 80 or 90 anymore. It's so weird. It's strange to me. Like I'll just be out on the freeway. There's no one there. I'm just like, man, I'm just go this speed. I'm like, I don't need to go extra fast anymore. I'm just like, I'll just go to speed. It's fine. We'll live. All right, let's see what he has to say. Oh, by the way, how do y'all want to play this? We can play this straight through, and then like if y'all say something, I can pause it there, or we can just kind of have it play in the background, and maybe I'll pause it here and there and comment. Let's just start. Let's see what.
There's so much to talk about. This video is going to be long, so I want you guys to stay with me, and I'm going to break this down point by point. So the very first point. Throughout history, there has always been way more men versus women, and this is thanks to a biological phenomenon. I'm going to pull up this picture on the right. That's the simplest way to explain this. Every single female on Earth has 2 X chromosomes. Every single male on Earth has a X and a Y chromosome. So for any female out there, every single egg that's in her uterus all have X chromosomes. Women do not have any Y. The only sex that has the Y chromosome is the man. For all the guys out there, all the millions of sperms that's currently swimming in your ball sacks right now, roughly 50% are X sperms, and roughly 50% are Y sperms. So whenever a man ejaculates inside of a woman, if one of the X sperms manages to fertilize the woman's X egg, that's when you have XX. That's when the female gets pregnant with a baby girl. And in the other half of cases, where a Y sperm fertilizes the X egg, okay, that's when the woman becomes pregnant with a baby boy. So on average, there's a 5% higher chance of a Y sperm fertilizing the X egg. So on average, a woman has a higher chance of getting pregnant with a baby boy. Okay, if you look at all the statistics worldwide, if you look at the gender disparity at birth, look at the Western countries, for example, United States, Canada, and almost every single country in the European Union, you'll see that roughly for every 100 female births, there are 105 male births. So for the guys who are, at the rock bottom, I'm talking about the guys who are morbidly obese, couch potatoes, have Cheeto dust all over their t-shirt, the guys who are balding, the guys with no riz, these guys will always...
He say the dudes with Cheeto dust, the guys with no riz. The Cheeto dust. Do people eat Cheetos? Because I've heard that before. Do people really eat Cheetos? I know maybe they do. They sell them, so they must do. I don't eat Cheetos. I don't eat a lot of things, but like, interesting. Cheeto dust.
get left out because at birth there's always slightly more man versus woman. And that is only just one factor, okay? The problem runs much deeper. So I mentioned in the previous videos that both China and India, they have an extreme excess man crisis. In China, it's roughly estimated to be 35 to 40 million.
All right. So since you brought up Doritos, I have a question. Spicy nacho, regular, or Cool Ranch? Which one? And Mountain Dew. Bro, when I lived in the Middle East, they love Mountain Dew and Pepsi. And it's sweet. It's too sweet. Like, I don't like soda in general. It's too sweet. That's another thing that I've noticed as I've gotten older. I can't handle sweet stuff anymore. Not like I used to. I just can't do it. If it I can't do it. Need to call on Call of Duty XP, man. Wait, hold on, wait. There was something else. Very true. Once I got to my 30s, okay. If we get another virus any second now, I'll get bodied. Well, I don't know. It won't just be you. Seriously. Remember, like I said, inflation has eroded my ability to invest. I still am able to save. I'm still able to do that. But, if things keep going the way they're going, I will have to make lifestyle changes because I'm unwilling to change my budget. That's one thing that I'm glad that I have the discipline now. I'm only willing to spend this amount of money a month. After that, nah. And I need to save this amount of money a month. Like, I'm unwilling to change that unless, shit really hits the fan, and then, okay, we'll adapt at that point. But not now. Spicy Dorito, okay. Regular is the way to go. Though I've not had chips in over 7 years. I'm like you, Eddie, bro. Like, I really don't eat chips other than Mrs. Vic's jalapeno chips or Kettle Brand jalapeno chips. Or pretty much any jalapeno chips. I'll eat jalapeno chips, but pretty much anything else I don't eat. But I don't have chips in my house. So it's generally when I'm, out. For instance, if I do like an event, like for work or whatever, for snacks, yeah, I may eat chips there because we have chips at the office. But I don't have chips in my house. I don't even have sweets in my house. The only drinks that I have are Topo Chicos and LaCroix mango. And spring water. That's all I have for to drink in my house. If I want juice, I have to make it myself. So I have frozen fruit, or sometimes I have fruit from Costco. I'll just throw it in the Vitamix, put some water in it, and now I have fruit juice. Yeah, and I can control the sugar, so I don't have to worry about them putting all this high fructose corn syrup or food coloring or all this other disgusting bullshit in my drinks. Ugh. The food we have is just poison. It's not even food. But anyway. We're not here for my opinion anymore. We're here for this man's opinion. So he says the number of men for every 100 years aged 15 to 29. Yo, you are about to get kicked out. Hey Siri, set all the lights to max brightness. He's about to get kicked out. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh, he knows. He's running away. He knows. Better stay away from me. You're gonna get kicked out.
Excess man. Okay, the crisis is even worse in India, where the number is estimated to be 60 to 70 million excess men. And obviously, this does not add up with the 5% disparity. It's more like 15 to 20% in these countries. And I mentioned this before. This is due to gender-selective abortion and the child infanticide. It's not just happening in China. It's not just happening in India. People still do this in Korea, in Japan, in Philippines, in Vietnam, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka. It's unbelievable. All these guys are so horny, they're so lonely, they're so desperate for women, but they keep killing baby girls. Sometimes I feel like humans do deserve to go extinct. And this is also a huge problem in the Middle East. You should watch the interview conducted by Dr. Jordan Peterson with Mohammed Hassan Youssef, okay? So Mohammed Hassan Youssef, his father is one of the fun...
Let's add this, the brutal reality of the Middle East, okay? Middle East wasn't that bad for me. But I do understand just because it's not bad for me don't mean it's not bad for other people. I get that. All right. Yeah, we'll add this to a new playlist I'm going to create right now. How do I do that? Save. Okay. Create new playlist. We'll call this June 1, 2024. we'll spell it out for real. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is added for another day. All right.
Founders of Hamas, okay? And listen, watch the entire 2-hour interview. So much truth is being revealed. And this is one of the contributing factors why, yeah, when you see all of these Muslim migrants.
I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. He's about to get kicked out. All right, I'm back. He ran away when he ran away when I got up. He knew he was about to get kicked out. As soon as I got up, he like did this shit, tried to run. I had to run into the room and pick him up. He's outside now. And then I'm gonna go get some raisins. These are, by the way, I don't know if y'all are into food at all. I'm really into food. Follow me on Instagram. You'll see I cook sometimes. These are Chilean flame raisins. Is it gonna focus? It's a Chilean flame raisin. These are life-changing, especially if you love raisins. They are not like the normal raisins that you probably grew up with. They're not the same. Oh my God. They're like crunchy. They're freaking large too. Let me see if I can find a big one. No, I can't really find a big one. But like they're actual grapes. So they're like moist. They got some crunch. You don't even know. All right, let's get back in what he has to say.
When they come over to Europe and North America, what is the first phenomena that you notice with the dramatic increase of these migrants that's coming over from Middle East and North Africa? The first phenomena that happens is that there's a dramatic spike in women being raped and sexually assaulted. It's because there is a massive problem of
Oh, he's saying what I just said. Well, I don't know if I just said it, but I said it earlier when I was saying how like it's increased. Now that they've been coming over for over the past 4 years, it's increased. And he's talking about it here too.
Says man. And there are severe consequences in this. You want to talk about the dramatic rise of LGBTQ, right? Hassan Youssef, his father was the founder of Hamas. He was raped by members of Hamas, okay? I'm not making up propaganda. You should listen to his other interviews. Listen to some clips by some former Muslims who escaped their religion, who escaped the Middle East. They will reveal to you guys the chilling fact behind the rape culture in the Middle East, okay? It's not just women getting raped, okay? Because there's so much more men versus women. In many cases, it's men raping each other. The problem runs much, much deeper than this. Many people out there saying that, our society needs to ban, porn, ban OnlyFans, ban prostitution, ban strip clubs. Imagine what the West will look like if it wasn't for these things basically taming man. And imagine if these services never existed. Imagine if a guy couldn't go to the strip club, right, where he couldn't get a hooker for a couple $100s, where he couldn't subscribe to his OnlyFans model. I can guarantee you, within a few years' time, the West will turn into the parallel universe.
I don't know if I agree with that take. I think all that shit that he just said, I'm not saying it's not an indictment on him. But I think all those things that he listed are degenerate. They lead to degeneration of society. I think a better solution is to enforce shame in our culture, like bringing shaming back, so that the culture, like we prevent infidelity, adultery, that kind of thing. That I think would help ensure that everybody can have a partner. I'm not saying that we all deserve one. I don't want to say that. But yeah, I don't know if just saying, oh well, no, we should allow all these things because this can happen. I think that those are a solution to a bigger problem, right? So it's like maybe we can solve the underlying problem, but these are all hard. I don't think there are really any right or wrong answers, or there's no like one way, because everything is going to have a first, second, third order consequence that we just can't foresee.
Of the Middle East and North Africa, because the reality is that women will only search for the best man. The vast majority of men, unless they can provide financially, they have zero sexual attraction for the modern woman out there. Okay, that is just a biological fact. And this extreme rape and sexual assault culture, this has extreme consequences on our society. Okay, I want to talk about the dramatic rise of the number of men that's coming out as gay, right? Ladies, okay, I want you to understand something. Men.
So yeah, some of this takes, yeah, they could be, but I think that it's important to keep in mind that it's a perspective, and that doesn't mean that it's invalid. It's just a perspective, which is why I think that it's good to gather as many perspectives as possible, because that's really the only way that you can get an approximation of the truth. All right. So like what he's saying, I don't think he's wrong, but at the same time, I think it's a lot more nuanced. And I also think there's a lot more that goes into it than just these things. But that being said, I still respect and appreciate the fact that he took the time and effort to even put together his thoughts into a coherent form in a video. Because as someone who makes shitty videos are hard as fuck to make. So making a not shitty video that actually conveys a point and gives information is much, much, much harder. So he at least he's putting his voice out there for criticism, right? Like I think that's actually how we learn and grow. I think that's literally how you learn and grow. It's through being criticized. If you don't put yourself in positions to be criticized, then you necessarily won't learn different perspectives, because how will you, right? So, I mean, that's kind of what I'm here doing now. So with this stream, I'll probably say stupid shit. Well, I'm leaning on y'all to tell me, because, what's stupid to me may not be stupid to y'all, and what's stupid to y'all may not be stupid to me. And it's, the only way this works is if we all communicate and we get to some level of understanding. We don't all have to agree, but I do like the fact that he's out here at least, he has a strong point, and he's putting it out there, and he's defending it, and he's showing it with evidence. And yeah, anyway, let's keep going. Let's see what else he has to say.
Do get raped as well. It's just that this topic is
let me go back.
I want you to understand the dramatic rise of the number of men that's coming out as gay, right? Ladies, okay, I want you to understand something. Men do get raped as well. It's just that this topic is extremely humiliating and embarrassing that very, very few men will actually open up about this.
Hold on. Oh, wait.
Especially in the United States. You guys know what's the most common form of rape by men in the United States? It's black men raping other black men in U.S. prisons. Because unfortunately, just look at the U.S. prison. When you walk in, the vast majority of the inmates inside the U.S. prisons are young black men. And when they can't find other women inside the male prison, they end up raping each other. And many of these men,
Y'all heard of the phrase, don't drop the soap. I'm pretty sure. Don't drop the soap. All those soap jokes in the shower. It's kind of fucked up when you really think about it. How not only are men making fun of that, but also women make fun of that. However, if you were to flip the script and you were to make fun of women getting raped, now all of a sudden there's a problem. I don't understand. If we're equal, why don't we keep the same energy? That's my mindset. It's like, as someone who I'm very literal, you can call me special if you like, special ed, whatever. But I was pulled out of normal class. They pulled me out into a gifted program when I was a younger kid. So after I took some type of test, and They pulled me out and put me in other class of other people more close to me. All right. So when I see and hear things that don't add up, it's hard for me to like reconcile the thing. Right. So like I'm hearing this one thing that, oh, we're all equal. But then I see that in reality, like the behaviors don't align with those words. Right. Like I do get the sense that I'm equal to other white men, to Asian men, to Indian men, to any other man. I do feel equal to them. However, I'm also being told that I'm equal to women, but how? We don't hold them accountable for anything. When you look at most sexual assaults on kids, on minors, it's generally a female teacher, a woman who's in a position of power committing statutory rape against male kids, and no one seems to give a fuck. So it's just like, equality in my mind, it means that, like if you do something, you should suffer this consequence, and if I do that same thing, I will suffer the same consequence, that kind of thing. If I am accountable for something, then you are accountable for something. I don't see it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not smart enough. My IQ may not be high enough. Maybe it needs to be in the 150 range. Maybe then I will understand it. But at where it is right now, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. But I do want to show something, just to drive home the fact that this kind of gets made fun of to a certain extent. And I will laugh at this because it's funny as fuck. And let's see. Actually, I don't know if I should show this because then my stream will get fucking marked. But there's the Boondocks episode, prison episode. We're not actually going to watch it. But it's this dude right here. He's like, you ain't clean behind your ears or nothing. He's like, you dropped, I can't say the real words he was saying, but he's like, you dropped your soap. And yes, this was on the cartoon on Cartoon Network. And it's the whole thing. It wasn't blurred out. It wasn't blurred out. It go to the tip too. And yeah, he got in this dude's face. And I remember they did the one shot where like he's standing behind them and Tom is just like this and he's just like he about to let it rip. But we can't watch it. So y'all, if y'all want to know, just Google Boondocks prison episode. It happens in the first few minutes. So yeah. Like I like UA and I want oh yeah. I like it. Oh yeah. I want y'all. We can do yes. I remember that. Oh, that was that episode. It started out that way. When the dude came in, he's like, nah, I like you and I want you. And now we could do this the easy way or we could do this the hard way. He's like, oh, so you want to do this the hard way. But like, I'm laughing, but like, it's driving home the point. We laugh when men get raped. Why don't we laugh when women get raped if we're equal? If we're equal, no?
Go to the jail. However, after they've been raped or sexually assaulted, and by the time they leave prison, when they come out, many of them will turn out to be gay. And this could be a form of, let's say, a post-traumatic stress disorder, where the extreme shock both physically and mentally causes a permanent hormone change in your brain and in your system. And this is not just true for men, this is also true for women. I met a lot of lesbians in my life, especially in Canada. Canada is considered to be one of the most friendly countries towards the LGBTQ. And I can guarantee you this, almost every single lesbian I met in my life, I'm talking about the lesbian that tries to act like a dude, the one that's extremely alpha, the one that's the guy in the relationship. In almost every single one of these cases, the lesbian that's the alpha, at some point in her life, usually when she was much younger, she was unfortunately sexually assaulted by a male family member.
So I can't say he's right or wrong, but what I can say is that does align with my experience. So I do know, I don't know her anymore, but when I was in school, I knew a girl who had been molested / raped when she was a kid, like 13, 14. And we had this one thing where we could talk about these things. This is back before what we have now, but this was in school and like we had a place. It was a Christian thing. It wasn't a Christian school, but it was a Christian thing where we got to talk about whatever. And at that time, I mean, we all knew she was gay because she acted like a dude, that kind of thing. Like she was one of those. but like none of us really understood why. But I learned why that day. And it turned out that, yeah, she had been, fucked with when she was a kid. And she said that, like, as a result, she never wanted to be with men again or something like that. So, like, that kind of aligns, but that's just, for me, that's just my experience, right? Like, I don't know if that's a fact for everyone or not. Now, it's because deep down men are expected to be competent. If that sort of thing happens, it's your fault. I don't think I agree with that. I don't think I agree with that. I don't think it's ever your fault if you get raped, especially as a man. How can it be your fault that you got raped? But let's say that it is your fault or whatever. Well, if we're all equal, then that means that same energy should be applied to our counterparts. Because that's what equal means to me. Equality, like equal means, all of these attributes, all these traits are the same. Right? Now, apparently, I can't believe my eyes because I'm looking at someone and I'm like, no, they don't look equal as fuck to me. So I can't use my eyes, apparently. I also can't use my ears. I can't use my senses. The government is telling me, no, you can't believe what you see. You can't believe what you hear. You can't believe the fact that all of these females who've ever laid hands on you, because like I've been hit by females, it don't even hurt. It don't even hurt. It's kind of funny. It's like they try to hurt you. It's just like, and they end up hurting themselves. I remember my girlfriend punched me in the stomach once. Like I wasn't really paying attention, but she punched me in the stomach and she ended up hurting herself. It's like, I didn't say anything. I was like, and my mom like, how you gonna hit somebody and then hurt your own self? What the hell? I'm like, that's why you need to keep your hands to yourself. Don't be hitting on nobody. Cause like, what if I hit you back? No. What if I really put that equality back to the, I really live it, It's like, okay. Equal rights, equal left. That's what that means. Not my view. I'm saying that's what people's views are. Well, again, if people believe that we are equal, then why don't we behave as if we're equal? That's my thing, right? Like, I need consistency. If you're going to tell me one thing is one way, then I'm going to expect it to be that way. And when it's not that way, when it deviates, I'm going to be where I am now. It's like, okay, well, help me understand because I'm not seeing it. Again, my IQ isn't that, it's not in that range. So maybe someone with that IQ can tell me, like, how does that make sense? How does that add up? Because equality means equal. And if we're equal, then why in the fuck do you get privileges that I don't get? Here's an example of a privilege, since we're all equal. I don't know if y'all know what WIC stands for. Let's look at that. What's that stand for? Since we're all equal, what does that stand for? Where's Mick? Where's Mick at? Well, yeah, I agree with you. I think it's lip service too. I think it's a case of if you ever what's that, the 1984. I think it's 1984, which is, they ask you what, I forget what the quote is, but it's basically like what's 1 + 1, and you have to say something that is not like 3 or something. That's kind of what I'm getting at, where it's like I'm being told one thing, but my eyes tell me different, my ears tell me different, my touch tells me different. Like, so am I supposed to not believe my senses and instead believe this state that is always actively worked against me? Or maybe not me, but I'm going to say me because it's this country at some point that, tried to prevent slaves from having children. Now, just think about that. Just let that run, right? If you prevent slaves from having children, eventually I don't become here. I'm not here. So yes, I look at it that way. So it's like, yeah, things not adding up. It ain't adding up for me.
This is how much our society has decayed. And I'm so sorry for any woman or any man that has gone through this kind of experience. I cannot imagine what kind of trauma you have to deal with. And then many of these people will never recover from this kind of trauma. And these things have been allowed to happen because our justice system has allowed people to get away with it. Because, what's going to happen? For example, in Canada, there's no capital punishment. That's why I support some of the policies in countries, for example, in China, in Russia, and in Iran. Let's say if the guy is an absolute monster, right? This guy's a pedophile. He kidnaps 10 different women, rapes them, and kills all of them. How come the maximum sentence that can be given to this guy is 25 years? And in many of these cases, if they do behave well in jail, they could be out in 20 or even 15 years. The simplest method is to just simply put a bullet hole through their head, and everything is over. Stop wasting our...
All right, I agree 100% with this take. I agree with this. That why do we even put them in prison? I think we have too much leniency sometimes. Like I'm one of these folks, and y'all may disagree, but I don't care. I've had shit stolen, expensive shit, right? Like, let's just say that like I've had more things. Like, if you add up the cost of the things stolen from me, it adds up to more than the average income of a family will make in the 3 years, right? So it's like I've had this amount of shit just stolen. I fucking hate thieves. Now, with that said, I don't think we should kill them. I think that's that's going overboard. It's just property. But what I do think we should do is, you steal something, we take a hand. I think that's fair. You steal my shit, I'm gonna take your hand. So next time when you go to reach for something, you don't have a hand no more. So you'll only have this other hand, and you'll be reminded when you go to grab. You put your little paws on the thing, and you look at this little nub over here, and you don't got no hand. Maybe you'll be like, oh, I want to make sure I have my other hand. So you put the shit back. I think that's what we should do. But yeah, for people who like go around and like anyone who rapes someone, like actual rape, I'm talking about violent rape, not just like, somebody's like, oh, I didn't like the person after the fact, so now I want to. I don't mean that. I'm talking about like violent rape, especially multiple times. Hell nah, kill them. Why are we keeping them around? I don't understand. It's like I don't understand. Like just fucking kill them. It's that simple. They are not a net positive to our society, so we should cast them out. Either by literally exiling. I don't know where they would go. Maybe send them to Antarctica or the North Pole. They can figure it out, or we fucking kill them, and then feed them to they become compost. So now we get more plants. Organic green onions or something like that. Wait, what? Was that supposed to keep down deflation or slaves or something? What are you talking about? Preventing slaves from breeding? I think it was to prevent slaves from becoming the dominant part of the population. No, think about that, because at one point there were more slaves than not slaves. Just keep that in mind. Like you're a plantation owner, and you may have 300 slaves, and it's you and your family and your staff. It's not 300 of y'all. So now you got these 300 slaves, and every 3 years, their population increases. So that, replacement, So I get it. You want to protect yourself, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a slave owner. I don't know what they were doing. Well, taking the Ra's al Ghul. Wait, I don't know who that is. Ra's al Ghul. Criminals thrive on the indulgences of society's understanding. I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, like the only reason we have crime is because we allow crime. I think it's that simple. Because I've been to other countries. I'm not saying that you can have 100% no crime, but I have been to countries where, for all intents and purposes, there's no crime. At least, there's very little violent crime. No, maybe there's some petty crime, but for the most part, there's none. Like some of the places where I went in the Middle East and Africa, Northern Africa, not all Africa, but certain parts of Northern Africa, I could leave my shit and not worry. Or even when I'm in Singapore, shit happens there too, but not much. But even when I'm there, I don't have to worry about being attacked and jumped by a group of dudes trying to take my shit. I don't really have to worry about being stabbed. I'm more, like I said, I'm more concerned about being stabbed. I don't give a fuck about being shot. I don't want to get stabbed or cut or slice. I don't want any of that shit. I fucking hate knives unless I'm cutting something else. I'm fine with cutting something else. I'm not trying to be cut. So it's like, yeah, it's just the level of just criminality we have here and the amount of crime we have in America. It's you don't really recognize it until you leave America. You're like, oh, okay. Oh, I see. But I don't think it has anything to do with us having guns. I think it has something to do with us being a little bit too liberal. Martin Luther King brought this up, by the way. He spoke about liberals. Yeah, I'll bring up MLK liberals. There's a quote. I don't want to say it out loud, but yeah. So you let me see the quote because I want y'all to read it. So this is from Martin Luther King. So he says, the white liberal must rid himself of the notion there can be a tensionless transition from the old order of injustice to the new order of justice. Go the fuck away. Two things are clear to me, and I hope they are clear to white liberals. One is that the Negro cannot achieve emancipation through violent rebellion. The other is that the Negro cannot achieve emancipation by passively waiting for the white race voluntarily to grant it to him. The Negro has not gained a single right in America without persistent pressure and agitation. However lamentable it may seem, the Negro is not convinced that white America will never admit him to equal rights unless it's coerced into doing it. Nonviolent coercion always brings tension to the surface. This tension, however, must not be seen as destructive. There is a kind of tension that is both healthy and necessary for growth. Society needs nonviolent gadflies to bring its tension into open and force the citizens to confront the ugliness of their prejudices and their tragedy, and the tragedy of their racism. It's important for the liberal to see that the oppressed person who agitates for his rights is not the creator of tension. He's merely bringing out the hidden tension that's already alive. So when he said this, he was talking about how that it was those liberals that were the biggest impediment to progress. And he kind of said that like, no, like being complacent or I would recommend just go read the whole thing, or you can watch it. You can actually go watch it. He talked about it like this. It's a recording. But I would encourage you to go read it because he makes some solid points. And it's not, I don't think it's just like here. I think it's everywhere, right? Like you're not just given, like people don't just give up power. It's not how it works. Like it's never worked that way. Historically, power has always been taken. In our country, this experiment that we have, we're experimenting with a new way to distribute power via elections, our republic, the way that we vote for representation and we send them off to whatever. Hopefully they represent us. They don't, but hopefully that's what they're supposed to do. So it's like we have these mechanisms to try to build that in, like, power distribution and all that kind of stuff. But there's still impediments to that because there is corruption within the system. There are certain people whose interest will be diminished if things were to change. Anyway, let's keep going through the thing. This is getting off topic.
Taxpayers' money on these criminals that has committed crimes against humanity. It is the failure of our justice system that has allowed these things to happen, that has allowed all of these rapes and sexual assaults to happen, because in so many cases, these guys, they walk away with basically nothing. For many of these guys, they can go to prison for 5, 10, or 15 years, and they walk out as a free man. Now let's bring the topic back to the X and Y chromosomes, okay? I want to mention something that's called the telomeres, okay? Do you know what these things are? So the telomeres, basically these are the tips of your X and Y chromosomes, okay? When you're first born as an infant, the telomeres are 100% full length. And over the course of your lifetime, your telomeres, they wear down. Do you guys want to know something that's crazy? So if you're raised by a single mother, okay? By the time you hit the age of 12, your telomeres on average are 14% shorter. What does that mean, okay? See, these things they're not just simple tips, okay, not the end of your chromosomes. They're also part of your body's immune system, okay? They help you to fight diseases. They keep you healthy. And when these telomeres run out, you die, okay? Obviously, this has had a dramatic effect on the Black American families, okay? What kind of a country calls themselves the best country in the world? Americans, they claim to be the freest country in the world. They claim to have all
We're
this
not.
freedom and
We're not.
democracy. Have a look at this stat, okay? 24 million children in America today, okay, are being raised by single mothers.
All right, so these are two separate points he's making. He's right on one. Honestly, he's right on both, but like I think he's conflating 2 points. With the whole America being free and all that shit, I think he's trying to say is that like because we're such a rich country and like we pride ourselves on being the best country, it should be unacceptable that we have a third of all American children living with an unmarried single parent. That speaks to the failure of our society, really, because I don't know if y'all knew this, our society was based on the nuclear family. That's what American society was based on. Sure, you can be the religion, all that, the religion, all that was happening, but it was the nuclear family. That was the center of our society, and that was taught to me when I was in school. I took sociology. I guess I should be a little more specific. When I was in high school, I was actually in college courses. Okay, so I was taking like the college sociology course while I was in high school, and like the literally the first few chapters, probably the first 2 chapters, we get into like what is sociology, why, and all these other kind of things. But then we get into our society and how things are formed here, and it, at least up until that point in time, the general consensus was that here in America, our unit, our atomic unit in our society is the nuclear family. And the nuclear family is the mother, the father, and children. This right here is saying that that this isn't the case anymore. A third, and honestly, I'm one of those. I grew up with a single parent, so I understand that a little more deeply than 2/3 of the folks who didn't grow up that way.
24 million children, okay, that's 37% of the population. This is no longer a small marginalized group of children, okay? This is why we have all these.
You say who's the most free? Well, just think about it this way. When you want to do anything here, you need to go and get a license. You have to get a permit. You have to have a certificate. You have to get approval, all these things, right? If you want to go to a park, a national park, for instance, well, you have to, for me, because I do photography, I have to fill out a form, send it to the government, send them money so that they can say yes or no, I can go to this park and do this particular thing. In my case, it's like maybe I want to take a picture using my drone. I need a permit for that. I have to pay for that permit. Meanwhile, when let's say I'm in Oman, which is another place, all of the things that I need a permit to do, I can just do it. I don't really have to ask permission. Granted, there's far fewer people. You know, it's the size of Texas with like 5 million people. So obviously, you know, like if you're in the middle of nowhere, of course you can do it whatever the fuck you want. But like I didn't really have to. There was nothing that I couldn't do. I didn't really have to worry about all these. I didn't have to get permission to do anything. It's weird. It's if I chose to live a life where I didn't want to work, I could do that. You can't do that here. In our country, you have the illusion of freedom. Like you're free to choose where you're going to slave away to earn money so that you can pay all of the bills that you probably don't want to have to pay for. Honestly, the fact that we even have to pay certain bills is kind of weird to me. Like, why is our electricity not subsidized? We have insane revenue that our government brings in, and then we give it to these other countries. It's like, why can't we subsidize our healthcare? That's what other countries do. I'm saying that like I have decent insurance, but I don't like the fact that it's tied to my employment. That's silly. Because what that means is that not everybody is going to be able to get access to the best insurance. And I don't think that's fair. In fact, that's not me thinking it's not fair. It's not fair. And I'm saying this as someone who I get more benefit than other people. And I can recognize that that's just not fair. Probably because I grew up poor. Here's another little thing. This has nothing to do with freedom, but this is just one thing that I noticed. When you have money, people want to give you money. When you have no money, no one wants to give you money. Make it make sense. Like, that was one of the weirdest things when all of a sudden I have money and everybody's like, oh, I'm going to give you money. This is like, the fuck? Like, I don't need your money. And then, like, all these years when I'm struggling, I need shit. Nobody wants to do anything. It's interesting. Anyway, let's go back to this.
These issues in our society. Why don't you guys go ask every single one of those young black men in prison, okay? Ask every single person that's dropping out of school. Ask every single murderer, every single rapist, every single drug dealer, every single person that ran away from school, every single person that is just pure vile evil. All of these hosts on the streets, all these 304s, the women with 200 plus body counts.
I agree. I know. I understand utilities aren't produced from nowhere. People work to generate it. But here's what I mean. We have a surplus. Well, we used to have a surplus. We used to have a surplus in our country. Right now, I am one of these people that I believed in. I'm using the past tense. I believed in the Constitution, and that the government is for the people and by the people, meaning that whatever funds we raise, that is ours. However, what's now starting to it seems like is that there's the American people, and I'm very sensitive to words. I pay attention to words. All of our politicians, they call us the American people when they describe us, as if they're not Americans. So it seems like, we have people in the state who kind of feel, I don't know if they feel this way, maybe I'm putting words in their mouths, but from my perspective, it looks like it seems like they're not one of us. Seems like they're, over here, they're a ruling class. If it were indeed for the people, by the people, then everything that we produce as a nation, certain things, I think, we could say we're just going to make sure that these things are subsidized. Or I'm not saying paid for, I'm just saying subsidized. Stuff like electricity, energy. Why is it the case that, I know why it is, but maybe it shouldn't have to be this way. Why is it the case that if you live in New York or Pennsylvania, well, maybe not Pennsylvania, maybe New Jersey, but probably Pennsylvania or California, why does your energy have to cost twice as much? Right? Like, if we all as a country we all produce energy, we should be able to say, all right, we have enough energy to power literally every home in our country. We actually do have the capacity to do it. So why don't we? I think that would help, not just regular people, but I think it helps our economy, because what I found is that the fewer things you have to worry about, the better off that you will be, and the better off you are, the more likely you are to be happy, and the happier you are, the more likely you're going to be able to be effective at producing things, producing value. Right. So it's just like, I look at it, it's almost like education. We have compulsory education in this country. And I think that's generally accepted as a net positive. Like, who wants a dumb population and an illiterate population? Like, I think it's great that we've achieved, for the most part, 100% literacy rate in our country. I don't understand why we can't have the same thing for energy, because I understand it comes from somewhere, but that energy came from somewhere. It existed before us, right? Like, we dug it up, but like it's in our country. I don't know. I think we should be able to, like, certain things like water, energy, at some base level, I think it should be free at some base level. I think that over a certain amount, like if you're a big ass industry and you're using a shit ton of water, of course you should pay. But just like an average household, the amount of energy an average household uses is fairly insignificant. Now, I will say that I may know a little bit more about energy, specifically because I live here in Houston, and I used to do energy. I used to build energy trading. I built the software for energy traders to buy and sell energy on the market. BP used our software. Direct Energy used it. Reliant used it. In fact, I even built the pricing engine for the place I was at, and then later I built the pricing engine for direct energy. All right, so what you'll find is that the energy companies, they really make their money on like their business customers. You know, these factories where they're going through fucking kilowatts of energy in like a week or something. Like they're going through something ridiculous, right? So that's where most of the cost is. So, you know, the home, it should be free. Like, why are we even paying for this? Over a certain amount, right? I'm not saying this should just be like, yeah, you turn on every light in your house and like you don't have to worry about it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe we should have a subsidy or like everybody gets this many megawatts of energy for free. And then after that, yeah, you pay for it. I don't know. That's where I'm at. That electricity should not be compensated. Why should the government pay for it? Well, I don't think it's the government paying for it. I think it's my over $1.2 million in taxes that I paid in 10 years that's paying for it. That's what I'm getting at. Like when you're paying taxes, it like that's what I'm looking at. It's like I have paid a shit ton of taxes and I don't get shit for it. Like, what am I getting back for it? Like, seriously, I see deteriorating roads around me. I see deteriorating education system. Like, we're producing dumber and dumber kids. I'm seeing that our gosh, what do you call that infrastructure? The power, the electric grid. Our grid is failing. Like all these issues, and it's just like, where did this money go? And I see where it went. It went to Ukraine. It went to Israel. It's going to Taiwan. It's going to the middle. It's going everywhere but to where people. That's what I'm getting at. Where it's like, I see what you're saying. Yes, it should be compensated for, but do you understand that at the same time we just sent $80 billion to a foreign country? You understand that, right? That's what I'm getting at. Where it's like, if we're spending the money anyways, why not spend it here on the people who paid the taxes to begin with, right? I would rather my money go to help people in our country. Like I imagine you're someone in my country, you're American, I assume. I'd rather that money go to you. Why the fuck are we sending it overseas? That's what I'm getting at. It's like, I'm not saying that, you know, it should just be free. I'm saying that, well, we have enough money to give money away to everyone else. So why are we over here paying for electricity when, you know, we're sending money for bombs? Like who the fuck does a bomb help? Just think about that. Every bomb we drop, that costs $2 million. Who does that help? How does that improve any of our lives? By like, yeah, I don't know. Don't get me started on that shit. That shit pisses me off because I pay so much in the taxes, and I remember growing up poor, and it seemed like especially being black, like, you know, it felt like the government gave no shits about us. We didn't really get much assistance. Yeah, we had food stamps, all that kind of stuff every now and again, but okay, like I think by now I've more than paid that back. In fact, I would say that, you know, the taxes my mom and my dad had paid, like that probably has overshadowed any other amount of money we got in food stamps, which honestly isn't that much. So that's what I'm getting at. It's like, you know, we have excess and we allocate it to weapons. How about allocating it to fixing the fact that we have record homelessness in our country? How is it the fact that we have these veterans, the folks who went over and fought in these stupid ass wars at the behest of our state? You know, these are supposedly the folks who fought for our freedom. I know it's all propaganda, but anyway, they say they fought for our freedom. So how come our government doesn't take care of their own people? The military, they don't even do that. You know how many homeless veterans there are? It's not even funny. It's a shame. It's a shame. This is honestly one of the reasons why I'm not really a big fan of the like military. And it's not because of the military itself. It's just that, like, yeah, I don't even understand how the military lets that happen. It's like, these are your people who are out here homeless, under bridges. Some of these folks fought in Vietnam. Some of these folks fought in Iraq, not recently. And they get nothing. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. Which is why I would never tell anybody to go into the armed services, really, because As a man, we're not actually equal. Because if we're equal, then it's like, why is it only men that it's fine to just throw their lives away for some corporation's profits? Because that's really what our military is for. Our military is to protect our interests, and those interests are actually assets, and those assets are owned by incredibly wealthy individuals through corporations. So our military is actually meant to protect that wealth. It's not really meant to protect us, really. I mean, we have the National Guard for that. That's actually what that's for. Anyway, let's keep going. Totally get your point with taxes is our money going to waste, and we keep spending more. Government has shown they can't manage money with. Why give them more? We need to see. That's the thing, is that like, this is the problem. We're not giving it to them. They're taking it. Which is why I say it's just like, it's this weird thing where in the Middle East, the citizens, they have land rights. What does that mean? That means that the government gives them land. In other Middle Eastern countries, and I'm only using them for an example right now, in other Middle Eastern countries, they get paid from the government. So it's just like, in all these places, like, yeah, they have vast mineral wealth, and they're using it and they're sharing it. I mean, obviously, there's levels to wealth, obviously, but I think they're a little more egalitarian than we are, where it's just everyone here is just, you're on your own. Every man for himself. It's not lost on me that, yes, I'm fine now, but I can easily become homeless tomorrow and no one will give a fuck about me. It's very like this. It's hard to have a functional, non-toxic society where everyone who's in it understands that if any of them fall, that no one's coming to save them. That's not how you build a strong nation or a strong culture or a strong society, which is, I think, why we're starting to see it fray. Like, like, why would people want to defend this? I kind of get it, but I also understand that, maybe there's nothing better, so it may be worth defending. We're engineers by trade. We saw a problem. I totally get the complaints. How do we work through this issue? I heard the other day we used to go to war over 2% taxes. Well, yeah, we did go to war over taxes, and now we are incredibly taxed, and we have a lot of hidden taxes. Like, for real, a lot of hidden taxes. I've often thought about doing a calculation. It's hard though, because our tax code is so hard. Plus, it's just, some of these hidden taxes, you don't even like, they don't show up as actual taxes, but they are. Like, to be able to calculate how much of your money is spent on taxes, honestly, I guesstimate. I assume that about every 50 cents that I earn, or I'm sorry, every dollar that I earn, I assume 50% is taxed in some way or another. Like, you have sales tax, that's a tax. If you pay for gas, you pay for tax, or you're paying tax. If you're paying for electricity, you're being taxed. If you fly, you're taxed. If you drive, especially here, like with tolls, that's a form of tax. Like, there's so many things. And that's just like consumer level shit. When you start getting into the business side of things, oh my gosh. Like, everything is just, what isn't a tax? But yeah, you're right. We went to war, but I don't think it was over tax. It was over taxation without representation. That was it. It's not just over tax. It was due to being taxed with no representation. And another way of saying that is that the Crown, the British, so the UK, whoever they were at that time, they were collecting taxes or levying taxes here, while we didn't have any folks, who represented us over there to kind of like, advocate for the things that we needed. So that was the real reason. But it had a lot to do with taxes, yeah. But I don't have any solutions, bro. Like, I don't know. My solution is just to accept that you can't fix it, because you're dealing with people. You can't change people, and I think we're too far gone. Now, you can, let me take it back. You can change people, but not instantly. I think it takes generations to change people, right? So their kids are going to be different, and then their kids' kids are going to be different. And when I left off on the last stream, I was talking about that, how it seems like it's every 4 generations. And then I did some math and I was like, oh my gosh, we're actually at the 4th generation now. And yeah, things probably will pop off at any point now. So I think the solution is war. That's how it's always been solved. It's kind of like with forest fires, right? Like you got to have the fire so the new trees can grow. Yo, what's up, Lionel? The BLDR. I'm not sure, but what's up? How you doing? We're over here talking about, I don't know what we're talking about. What are we talking about, dude? Oh yeah, we're talking about whatever this is. Why there are so many of these folks. What led to the decline of people in the first place? I think softening standards. Have you ever heard that saying or the phrase, the road to hell is paved with good intentions? I think that. You think about it, right? Like, for instance, my grandpa, he was a big part of my life. He was born during the Great Depression, right? So he grew up in hard times. And one thing that I understand about anyone who's born in hard times is that they want their children to have a better life than they did. So all of the hardships that they face, they try to shield their children from those same hardships. And I think this is where the problem lies. It's because I believe that as humans, we need suffering. That's how we grow. That's how we build character. So I think, these like my grandpa, he had his children and he gave them a better life than he had. He had to drop out, I think in like 5th grade, to pick cottons in the fields in Texas. So my granddad used to pick cotton. My mom and my uncle, they never worked in the field in their life. Well, my uncle, he likes horses, but that's optional, right? That's optional. But like they've never worked in the field in their life. Fast forward to me. I'm my mom's child, obviously. My mom was born during like before civil rights. Okay. So like when she was born, she technically didn't have the rights that I enjoy today. So when she gets old enough, obviously, like, her and my father, I assume my father grew up, from what I understand, my mom said my dad grew up in the projects. I don't know. I don't know much about where my dad came from, but she said that they were really poor and they were living in the projects off of Ardmore. And it's still hood, so I can kind of believe it. So my only guess is that they both wanted to make sure that I would have a better life, at least for my dad, like a better life than he had. So I'm sure that there are certain things that my dad experienced that I never experienced. I remember my mom told me a story about one time they were driving to somewhere, I think to I don't know, was it to Florida or was it to New Orleans? They were driving to somewhere and they got pulled over and they were harassing my dad. And I think he ended up going to jail because he drove a Jaguar. Like my dad had money. So like, no, he went through shit like that. And I guess he went through it more often. I've only went through it like once or twice. I didn't really go through the same shit. So I had a much easier life. My grandpa used to get on me about how like I grew up in the air conditioner. He didn't. So I think that's what it is. I think it's the fact that, as people have their hard life, they want to give their child a better life. And insofar as doing that, their child is shielded from adversity, from challenges, from problems, and that makes them softer. So, when they are confronted with things out in the real world, they may not know how to behave properly. So when they have their children, all of that, it just gets magnified until we get to, that theory that I was sharing the other day, which is that 4th generation theory. So every 4 generations, we tend to go to war. There's some type of violent uprising. And I'm like, it scared me to the point because like I actually did the math and I was like, oh wow, we're actually at the 4th generation, like to the single digit, 127 years. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that part. So what led to the decline of the people in the first place? I think it's that softening standards. I'm sure you remember participation trophies when they started coming out, right? I'm sure you remember that. I grew up when there was bullying. I don't know if bullying is a thing anymore. Like, I don't think you could do that anymore. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying that I think it's much less of a problem physical wise. Now, cyberbullying, yeah, but sure. But I was always under the impression that you needed to be over 18 to use these social media services. Maybe that's changed. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Yes. That's basically, yeah, you can look at it that way. So I think that's what's led to the decline of our education. Stuff like No Child Left Behind, which that became a thing when I was in school, where basically they just removed all standards, and like even if you're dumb and you didn't really pass, they just push you along, so they can be proud of themselves and say, oh, this many people graduated this program, now we've graduated this many more people. So that also, did you know that you no longer need to take the SAT or ACT to go to college? Stuff like that. Or how about to get into medical school now? Before, you used to need to have like basically a 4.0 GPA, and you need to be impressive on your resume. Now, not so much. Or to become a pilot, there was a certain requirement that you had to meet in the past, and now it's not the same. So I think that's what it's just lowering standards. When you no longer have high bar, people won't meet it, because I think people are inherently lazy. They're going to do the minimum possible to get the most result. I'm the same way. I'm being dead ass, even though most people would never describe me as lazy. You better believe if I have the option to not do as much work and to get the same thing, I'm gonna not do as much work to get the same thing. So that. All right, let's get back to what he's talking about.
Woman that's doing OnlyFans getting drilled by Dread, by Shane Diesel, by Mandigo. Just to simply ask all of these people one simple question, okay? Were you raised by a single mother? I'm not saying that I have a hatred towards single mothers, but I'm just saying that this is the root cause there. As I mentioned, okay, being raised by a single mother, it causes permanent biological changes to both your X and your Y chromosomes, okay? And it's because of things like this. Women who are raised up by single mothers, on average, typically they hit puberty 1 year earlier versus other girls who are raised in a nuclear two-parent household family. And then when a woman hits puberty at an extremely young age, do you know what happens then? This leads to extreme sexual promiscuity from a very early age on. I mentioned before, okay, I grew up without a mother, I grew up without a father, okay? I was raised by my grandmother until I was 12. And then after I came to Canada, I was kicked out by my dad and my stepmom, okay? I basically became homeless. I've been living by myself since I was 15, okay? I've been living on my own for the past 16 years now. When you grow up without one parent, on average, your lifespan will be 4 years shorter. When you grow up without either parents, on average, you will live 8 years shorter. Also, just the fact that, women on average typically live anywhere between 4 to 5 years longer than men. And I'm probably not going to live very long. Growing up in a single parent household will cause permanent biological changes to your body. Okay, very important. This actually alters your chromosomes. You can look up this study. You don't think this altering of the chromosomes has a direct link to the dramatic increase in the number of people that's coming out as transgender, as queer, and as non-binary? All of this stuff is happening in our society because the structure of the nuclear family has completely broken down. Okay, let's look at what's happening overseas on the other side of the world. Let's talk about foreign European and North American passport bros and sexpats. I have to keep bringing back this point.
Sexpats. That's a good one. That's a good one. Bro, one day I remember I went to one of my friends. He had like a Memorial Day barbecue or whatever. And black girl, obviously. They found out that I travel a lot. She's like, "Oh, you're a passport bro?" Like some kind of judgmental thing. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I have multiple passports. Yeah. And she's like, what do you do? I'm like, honestly, like I've been to all these places and I normally walk around, take pictures, eat food, and meet the people. Like I talk to them about what life is like there. And a lot of times I make connections because that's just what I do. And she just couldn't believe that somebody would go to a country just to like eat food. I'm like, it's just like, what are you? I don't understand people like that. I'm just like, what do you go to a place to do? But I guess now it's sex. Wait, what do you call it? Sexpats? That's a good one. I like that. Sexpat.
Women are born into this world with.
Hold on, is that a thing? Did he just make this up? Did he just coin this? I've never heard that. Sexpat. Expatriates. Oh, bro, here's another weird thing. So when I was living abroad, it's interesting that if you come from the West, you're not called a migrant. Okay? You're not called an economic migrant, even though you may be there for economic reasons. You're not called a migrant ever. They refer to you as an expat. But here's where things get a little bit weird. When people from those countries come into the West, they're called migrants. I just found that a little odd. That's all. Because I remember when I was in, which country? I forget which country this was. This is in Tunisia. Yeah, Tunisia? I don't know. Anyway, let's just say MENA. Let's just say it's somewhere in Middle East, North Africa. When I was in that region, I remember like talking to someone and they're like, no, you're an expatriate. I was like, what do you mean? Like an expat? And these were local people saying, no, you're an expat. I'm like, how come I'm not considered a migrant? Because in my mind, I'm like, I migrated, like I immigrate. I had to go through immigration. So it's just like, I didn't move there. I didn't immigrate with an E, but like I had to go through immigration. And I was just like, how come the word choice is different? I believe that there's power in words. So how we used to describe, like what words we used to describe certain things, it means something. When we'll use a word to describe one thing, but then some other thing that's doing the same thing as that other thing, we describe it differently. It's just weird. It's just something that I noticed that we do, how we use language.
Okay, for example, let's say 200 years ago, okay, if you're just a normal average Thai girl, if you were born in Bangkok or Pattaya or Chiang Mai, right, you're probably going to marry a local Thai man that also grew up in the same city. However, we're living in the 21st century with globalization and modern technology. Any average Thai girl can find a American or European passport bro. That guy can simply just hop onto a plane, book a flight to Pattaya, where he will marry this local Thai girl, and he will provide for her financially. I'm not talking about just a situationship or summer fling. I'm talking about some passport bros. They will actually settle down in Asia, where he will marry the local Asian woman, where he will buy a house for her, where he will buy a car for her, where they will raise children, and where he pays 100% of the bills, okay? This is the privilege that a woman can have in this world. A man simply doesn't have this kind of privilege. For example, you want to talk about transgender, okay? Just look at what's happening in Asia. For example, in Thailand, there are millions of lady boys, okay? I've been to Thailand twice personally myself. I've been to those LGBTQ drag shows. They call the Tiffany show.
I think I spent about a month to 5 weeks in Thailand. Maybe it was 6. I don't know. I didn't go to any of these shows. But when I was walking the streets of Bangkok, they exist. And what's crazy is that men get with them. I actually saw one of them get in the fight. I think he's obviously like Australian or like from Britain. Like he was one of those expats, and he was in an argument with a lady boy or lady man, whatever you want to call him, and like they got a little wild, and the lady boy ended up kicking the dude. And I was just in my mind, I was just like wondering. I'm like, how do these men not understand that they in Thailand home of Muay? I was there for Muay Thai. Like I'm like, you know, the kicking knees. That's what I was getting. Like I was there for that. So I was just like, how do these people not know that like a lot of these folks do this as this is like their pastime. Like they do it growing up. It's like you don't just go and attack these dudes just because they look like a woman. This dude, oh my gosh, dude got laid the fuck out. He got kicked. It was funny. I didn't help him. I looked at his ass and kept walking. I was like, man, I ain't about to get involved in this shit. Like, I've heard about Thai prison. I'm like, the last thing I need is to get involved in this. And then they come fucking put me in the Hilton. I think that's what they call it, the Hilton. I think they call it the Hilton. It's the prison in Bangkok. I'm like, man, fuck that. I'm not going there. So I remember I kept walking, and then I needed to go back because my friend who I was with, she was like, oh yeah, she wanted to meet and go eat. So I was like, all right, let me walk back because I'm not about to let you walk alone. It was late at night. So I walked back, and they had dispersed, but the lady boy was still there with another group of lady boys. And what I did was I treated them like people treat me in America. I went to the other side of the street and I walked, and then when I passed them, I went back to my side. I ain't about to get involved with that shit. Get kicked in the throat. Nah, fuck that. That would hurt my pride if I got kicked in the throat by a lady boy. even if I wasn't expecting it, it would still hurt my pride. So I had to go to the other side of the street. I was carrying that day. It's cool.
A cabaret show, okay? I've seen some crazy stuff that go down. But one thing have you guys noticed is that 99% of the time, it's a biological man. It's a dude with XY chromosomes. It's these guys who are cutting off their balls and becoming lady boys. You never hear someone who is a boy lady. Let's say someone who was born as a Thai woman who transitions to become a Thai man. Why do you guys think that is? An average Thai girl nowadays can easily find a passport bro. But this choice is not available for these local Thai men. And remember, Thailand is a third world country, okay? You don't see some super rich white businesswoman from New York that would fly to Thailand to become a passport sister. So many of these...
Here, I'm going to show y'all Thailand. I think I'm going to have to go soon because I have to take my dog out. I can be right back if y'all want to chill here for about 10 minutes while I go out. But I want to show something, some stuff from Thailand. I think I have it on my phone. Yeah, these are on my phone. So there's Bangkok. Yeah. Now, if I can just get this to list. Oh, look at that. Okay. Yeah. So now you can kind of get a sense. So here is generally what the streets look like. All right. So I don't know where I was here, but no, these are what buildings generally look like. This is where locals live. All of those influencers who are saying, "Oh, Thailand's so great," it's nice, but it depends on where you're coming from. The glass is not the same glass we have here. Like, it's not optically clear like here. It's not, you can actually see the deformities in the glass. It's hot. It's not as insulated. A lot of times they don't even have hot running water. It's just the temperature of outside, which is hot. So yeah. This is my hotel. Oh, here, I'll play it. Yeah. So this is one of the hotels I stayed at. I ended up meeting a guy from Amsterdam, Holland, him and his family, and they invited me out to go do some stuff with them, which is pretty dope. So I am back in Bangkok. Oh yeah, this is after entry into Vietnam twice. Yep. The reason being is that my name has a suffix of 2 I's, and that suffix was not included on my visa, so they denied me entry. I paid for 3 separate visas. That's $50 for the first 2, and plus another $180 for an expedited urgent visa, and missed out on. Yeah, so essentially, I went back to here because I couldn't get in. Here's an example of some of the glass. So it looks fine, but it doesn't reject heat the way that our glass does. It's not double paned. It's not insulated. It's just a glass pane, right? So yeah, things are cheaper, but because they are cheaper, for nicer, it's cheaper if you're getting like what's the word? It's cheaper if you're getting like for the same level of stuff, but overall it's not that much cheaper. This water right here has sewage in it. Whenever a boat passes through, you smell it. All right, so like these are things that we don't really deal with here in our country. Here is just a random, just a random street. As you see, a lot of, lots of things going on there. So Bangkok is, it can be a little rough. It looks like I took most of my pictures on my real camera, so they're not on here. But you saw enough, I suppose. Same thing in Phuket. I don't know if I took my phone to the market. Yeah, I probably didn't. Of course, I didn't. There's a market in Phuket over here that I went to, but I didn't bring my camera. Not this. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my phone. I brought my camera, and it's on my story. If you go to my Instagram, just follow me on Instagram. You can go and look to see some of the places, and you can see what I'm getting at. But yeah, like people who go to Thailand who are like, oh yeah, this and that. It's nice, but you're still living in Thailand. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with Thailand. It's just to say that it's not America. No, our quality of life is incredibly high here. Now, I do understand that we have a wealth disparity in our country. Not everybody enjoys the same quality of life. It's hard to have a very good quality of life in America. However, once you reach that point, here in America, it's hard for other countries to compete. They have to compete in other ways. Like in Thailand, what it is service, right? Like they're like, customer service and just service in general is much better. But yeah. Anyway, I gotta go walk my dog. I'm going to assume that y'all are cool with me dipping out for a little bit, so I'm going to put it on Be Right Back. I'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes, and if people are still here, we'll hop back on. If not, we'll see. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'll turn on some music so y'all can have some fun with that.
I just love your smile. Just the way you do it makes me high all night. I just love your smile. Just the way you do it makes me high all night. Can you smile again? I just love your smile. Just the way you do it makes me high all night. Baby, I just love the way you smile. It's that smile that makes me wild. Ooh. And every time you really smile for me, yeah, I feel so invincible. I just love your smile. Just the way you do it makes me high all night. I just love your smile. Just the way you do it makes me high all night.
All right, I'm back. Go ahead and turn this music back off. All right, let's see here. What we got? We're doing this.
Guys, they're left with no choice. So many of their local women are taken. They're simply not able to find any partners. There's not a lot of good paying jobs available in Thailand. So many of these young Thai men, they would rather choose to get plastic surgery and the hormone replacement therapy, and also get their bottom surgery to get gender affirming care, to cut their penis off, to have a doctor drill a hole down there so they have a neo vagina instead. And then they will start performing and doing sex work.
Real talk. I met someone who has been with one of those folks. And I say met, like I don't remember his name. I was in Singapore. And I ended up with this group of folks, and like, you know, they all met up and all their friends came and I was just hanging out. And yeah. Like they were talking about funny stories, and one of the funny stories was like, you know, this dude, like he was attracted to this person. He didn't know that was a, you know, and he was like, yeah, when I got ready to do it, like it didn't feel right. And then he's just like, basically he just kept going. He's just like, fuck it, I'm already in. I was like, man, that's disgusting. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get there. It's just not for me. Not for me.
As a lady boy, just so that they can make some cash. That is the reality for many average Thai men. So for the next part, let's shift over to China, okay? I mentioned that the infamous dowry or caili. So this dowry is a Chinese tradition, has existed for thousands of years.
That's the thing that I wish more people in America knew. That there are some cultures that still expect a dowry. And in China, there it is, 200,000 yuan, $28,000. So for all of those folks who are like, oh, I'm gonna just be go to Asia or something like that. As someone who's lived there, I'm just like, y'all really don't understand. I'm like, most of y'all aren't gonna be getting, you know, anyone, most of y'all, for real. Now you may be able to, you know, get, what's the word? Guys, what do you call it? It's not con, but you can basically get finessed. That can happen. There are a lot of instances where these foreign men, especially in Thailand, not in China, I don't know much about China when it comes to that. 'Cause I don't think people go to China for that. But I know the case in Thailand is that foreigners cannot own property. They can't own anything outright. So a lot of times they have to purchase things through their wife's name or something like that. But there are many instances where these guys will, you know, get married, they'll buy a house, they'll get a business and all that kind of stuff started. And then their wife, after a while, will basically run off with all the money, with all of the stuff. And, you know, the foreigner, they can't do anything about it because they're foreign. They're not Thai. So, yeah, there's something to be mindful of. This happens all the time. I don't think it gets reported on often because, you know, it's like, honestly, it's not even that, I don't think it matters that much, to be honest. I'm more of the mindset of, you know, if you want to go out there and shit happens to you, like, it's not America's, like, our media's responsibility to report on shit that you're doing in another country, right? Like, it shouldn't matter.
Okay, historically, woman has never ever married down. Woman only marries up. I mentioned before, the average price in 2024 today in China is about 200,000 yuan or $28,000 US. And this kind of system has obviously
By the way,
severe.
I'm happy to start showing videos about this too, because this is a phenomenon happening in the East too. It's not just here. They're experiencing the same dating issues in South Korea, in Japan, in Singapore, in China, in well, I don't know if it's in Thailand, but I can imagine it is because, you know, if the women are not interested in Thai men because they have access to global, then it might be a problem for them too.
Consequences. This means that the rich, the powerful, and the wealthy, they can buy an unlimited number of wives and concubines. And the guys who are broke or even middle class and making average income, these men will simply never be able to find any partners. Because unless you can come up with the payment for the dowry, okay, no woman will marry you. This has been true for thousands of years. And it is because of these traditions throughout history, very small percentage of men actually got to reproduce. So anytime this kind of practice went on for a really long time, okay, it produced a system where millions of Chinese men, they become involuntarily celibate, okay, they become cold, they become rageful.
I think it was the last stream where was it the last stream where I learned that, because I knew there was a gender imbalance or a sex imbalance. I knew that between male and female in China, but I did not know was that it's a 40 million imbalance. So there are 40 million excess men. That's kind of scary. At least it is to me.
And they say that, oh, look, all these rich and wealthy, okay, they're buying up all of these women. All of us normal peasants, we're left with nothing. So they start a massive bloody rebellion. Have you guys heard of the Yellow Turban Rebellion during the Three Kingdoms?
I
Millions
have.
of people died. Have you guys heard of the Anlushan Rebellion in China during the Tang Dynasty that killed upwards of
Heard of this one too?
36 million people?
By the way, I took world history. College, when I was in high school, we learned about all of these things. Now, at that time, it didn't click to me. I didn't make a connection between, there's I guess not the inability to find a partner. I didn't. That's not where I took it. I was just like, when you learn about all these things in school, especially in when you're younger, you just learn what happened, in kind of in broad strokes. You don't really get into the nuance of what was going on in the time. What were the things that were leading up to that? Now, I mean, you can get into that if you're really into history. You start to really dig deeper and start to read firsthand accounts, start reading the literature that was out at the time, so you can get a sense of what the culture is like. These are things that people generally will do over time. But at this time, I was just reading the stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, I have to learn about what's going on in this particular continent right now. So, but yeah, it's interesting to know that it has something to do with that, I guess. Maybe I have to go back and revisit, because I don't like just taking people's word for anything, even though maybe I should do that sometimes.
Have you guys heard of the Taiping Rebellion in China during China's century of humiliation that killed anywhere between 20 to 30 million people? See, women will never understand this. It's just like, for example, someone like me, I will never know what it's like to give birth. I will never know what it's like to menstruate. And it is simply because, women don't have a testosterone in their body. They don't understand the concept, okay? A man's hormone, his sex drive, okay, his biological instinct to find a intimate partner, to find a wife, to have children, to pass down his bloodline. This kind of a hormone, this kind of sex drive in his body, this will drive men to commit unspeakable crimes against humanity. And what happens during times of war? Almost every single soldier that dies on the battlefield, I'm talking about 99.9% of the cases, okay, all of the deaths are men. And as a man, if you end up on the losing side, if you're not killed during battle, what happens? Okay, the opposition, they come into your village, they take all your women, and all the men become enslaved. You get your balls and your penis cut off. You become a Chinese eunuch. During the Ming
He's like, you become a Chinese eunuch. It's like, what happens? You get your balls cut off and you become a Chinese eunuch.
man become enslaved. You get your balls and your penis cut off. You become a Chinese eunuch. During the Ming
Oh, he said
Dynasty,
eunuch. My bad. I don't know why I'm thinking of Munich. That's Germany. My bad.
second last dynasty of China, upwards of 1 million Chinese eunuchs served in the imperial palace. That's just one dynasty. You think about China's 5,000 year history. Think about how many men have had their penis cut off, or how many men have died in wars. And these men were necessary sacrifices because, after millions of men died during a war, during a rebellion, and another batch of millions that become slaves and become eunuchs, this means that there's a massive excess of women. So even with the top man taking in, 100, 500, 2,000 concubines, there were still enough women to pass around for all the men that remained. And whenever there's a society where almost every single man can find a woman to procreate with, to start a family, this brings peace and stability to the society. You see, this is a vicious cycle. This is a circle of life. So you have excess men, not enough women, okay? The men get pissed, they become incels, they start a massive rebellion. Then millions of men will get killed. Then you have a case where you have a very few men and a large number of excess women. Now there's enough women to be shared with everybody. You have peace and stability. See, this is the vicious circle of life. I'm sure some of you guys are thinking at this point, okay, this example is ridiculous. So let's shift the timeline forward, okay? to the Soviet Union. What happened to the Soviet Union during World War II? Remember, they had the highest number of casualties. 26.6 million people died.
This is what when we were looking at those demographic charts yesterday, this came out today, I think. But it's interesting. It's very relevant to what I was just talking about yesterday. And I noticed how there was a huge imbalance. There were more females in a certain age range than there were males. And I had to go and see, all right, well, what happened on these dates? And turns out, yeah, there were wars. So that started to make me realize, I'm like, oh, maybe that explains the mail order bride phenomenon from Russia. So like I just put those two together yesterday or whenever I did my stream. Maybe that was the day before. I forgot when I did my last stream. But whenever the last stream I did was, I put 2 and 2 together. I was like, oh, maybe that has something to do with it. Because when I was growing up, that was a thing that you'd always hear. It's like, oh, Russian mail order brides or something like that. And yeah, now it's like, makes sense now.
14% of their population. I'm sure many of you guys know the stories about Operation Barbarossa. Then 3 years later, Operation Bagration, the Battle of Stalingrad, the Siege of Leningrad.
Stalingrad and Leningrad were huge battles.
Bolshevism. Think about it. Out of the 26.6.
By the way, if y'all don't know who the Bolsheviks are, you should get acquainted with what that movement is, because I think that we are experiencing the same thing in our country today.
Million people that died. I would say probably 20 million were men. So in modern Russia and in all the former Soviet satellite states, that's why they don't push for feminism, because there's a massive shortage of men. And this is also a key reason why their population is constantly shrinking, because they've caused this massive demographic pyramid bottleneck. And basically there's no way for them to reverse this trend. In countries like Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, or Belarus, sometimes if you travel to one of the
Kazakhstan is a country that I wanted to go to. I still want to go to. I want to go to Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Those stands. In the order of Uzbekistan first, Kyrgyzstan, then Kazakhstan. I don't know if I'll be able to go anytime soon, but when I was in that region, I was contemplating going out there because I wanted to do some photography out there, because that's where the plains are, the grasslands. So all of Central Asia, it looks beautiful. I was just like, oh my gosh, it would be amazing to be able to go there. But I didn't get the chance to go. And wait, hold on. Let's see how much. I don't think it costs that much, actually. Let's see if I can take United there, I would go. Let's see. I would go to Uzbekistan first. Uzbek. Is that how you spell it? How do you spell Uzbekistan? Or maybe I can't go. Uzbekistan. Yeah, I wanted to use United because I like my free upgrades. Oh no, here it is. Here we are. Sure. Yeah. I can't go August. It would have to be after August. We'll just say just October for now. To here. Okay, so I can't go. So maybe not that. Can I go here? Nope. All right, yeah. It's the same as last time. There was once upon a time when I can get there and I can, maybe United wouldn't operate the flight, but I can book it on United and then one of their partners will service it. But it looks like that's not even an option anymore, man. But I'm still gonna go there. Like, even if I can't take United, I'll figure out a way, because y'all don't understand. I really, really, really want to go to Uzbekistan for the food. Here, let me see if we can Uzbek food. Look at this shit, bro. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this, man. Yeah, I need to go. Oh shit. It's like I know it's good because it's like East meets West. You have the Eastern stuff, so like, Asian type stuff, But you also have like the Turkish stuff there. Like you got Turkish stuff. You also have the Middle Eastern cuisine. Like it's just a mix. Oh my gosh, look at this rice. This flatbread. Oh my gosh. Oh, they got walnuts, dried apricots. I'm pretty sure. Oh, look, they even have the golden raisins. Man. I don't even know what this is, but I want it. Oh, and then there's some type of, it's a fat ass something. Let's see, fat ass sheep. This, yes, the fat ass sheep. I need, so like it's a sheep with a fat ass. It's got like a bunch of fat, but apparently like they use it for food. And the meat has a really, I don't know what it tastes like, but I want to taste it. But yeah, they use the fat for stuff. I don't know if I want the fat for anything, but like I would like to eat this animal on a plate. Anyway, if you're down to drop everything and go on a motorcycle trip across the region, I may be down to join you. Get an ADV bike in Turkey and ride across all the stands. Northern Pakistan is gorgeous too if you reach the Karakoram range. All right, okay. This is a new thing. I don't know what this is. I pride myself in knowing geography, and let me see. I don't know what that is. The Karakoram range. It's in Pakistan. All right. Is it? Oh, this Kerman. Nope, that's not it. Let's see. Let me put that in there. It's I can't even pronounce that. Karakoram. I would have to, I would have to hear someone pronounce that. Oh, it's up here. Oh, it's closer to China. Oh shit. Yeah, this region is a little. There's some tenseness. It's close. It's nearer to. It's not actually all the way close to China, but it's close enough to this area here that I know that there's some shit happening in this region here between India and Pakistan. But maybe it's safe. I don't know. I would love to do that, but man, that seems like 28-year-old William shit. Well, I'm to like go on a bike, because I know that a lot of this here, like this is one thing that I've learned from traveling. The world is big. All these people who claim that the earth is overpopulated are full of shit. It's not. What they really mean to say is the cities where they want to live are overpopulated. But the earth itself is not. There are like this, when you're out in this region, man, from what I understand from what people have told me who've gone there, they say that the density of people is incredibly low. Let's see density, population density, Central Asia. So it's basically like a wilderness essentially, and that's what scares me on a motorcycle. Also, I heard that it's extreme temperature changes because of the mountains and it's grassland and like it's windy. I heard, and also they don't have structures to block wind. Yeah, you see this? Look at this. Number of people per square kilometer. Look at this. One, less than one. This is what scares me. That's what scares me. I am not one of those people that believes that I am strong and independent. I am the opposite. I am weak, independent. I need other people around me, because if shit hits the fan on a bike, I wouldn't survive. Not out there. Nah, not out there. Yeah, with the altitude condition, you'll be sleeping in tents, pooping in a bag, entire. Well, shit. I mean, maybe you may not even be able to get up because I know it snows. It snows, and from what I understand, that there are sometimes freak storms that'll happen. There's this guy, I forget his name, but he's like this guy who he only travels through like former Soviet states, and he did a tour of that region, and he said that it was and this is someone who does this, like all he does is he just travels around those regions, And he said that it was tough. And he thought that there were times when he legitimately thought that he was not going to make it. I've only experienced that kind of situation twice in my life, and I don't want to experience it again. The first time I experienced it, it wasn't from traveling. I was already at my destination, but apparently, I don't know, we don't know, but they think that I may have contracted malaria. So I remember I was sitting in a hospital or whatever you want to call it in Lagos. And like, I shit you not, my thought was like, I literally thought I was going to die. And I wasn't really afraid of death. What I was more concerned about is like, what would happen to my body? Like, would it stay there? Like, I'm shit you not, that ran through my mind. I was just like, man, I'm going to die here. How, like, how is this going to work? I don't want to be buried here. Like, I don't want to be buried at home where I'm from. So yeah, that was the first time. The second time I was in Kenya, somewhere over here. Where's Kenya? Here? Not down there. It should be near the edge. It's near the border of Tanzania. So I was in where is it at? I don't know. I was in some remote ass place in Kenya, like no one there, and a storm came, a rainstorm. Let's just say that when you go to these other countries, you start to understand what these why like these biblical floods. Like, I understand it. I understand it. Oh my gosh, I legitimately thought, I was like, man, like I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna make this one. I think it was going toward Kenyatta. Let's see, Kenyatta. Kenyatta. I remember going towards something called Kenyatta, not the university, but just Kenyatta somewhere. It's taking me to the university. Nope. Is this it? Yeah. So I remember we went in this direction, and wait, no, does this border Tanzania? Maybe I didn't go that way. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I don't remember where I went. I know I went to Lake Victoria at one point when I was in Rwanda, but I also remember crossing just briefly into Tanzania. So I don't know where I was anymore. Never mind. I just don't know where I was. But I do remember us having to get out of the vehicle and like push. Oh my gosh, anyway, I thought that I was going to perish then too. But I wasn't afraid then. I was just like, whatever, because no, it's whatever. But the first time in Nigeria, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I want to have those. It makes you a man, but I don't know if I want to become more of a man. I want to avoid more of those types of experiences if I can. Let's see, bald and yes, that guy. Yes. Oh, you know who? Oh, dude. Man, all right, so we follow the same folk. Yes, that guy, bald and bankrupt. Thank you. That's him. Let's see. Was it? Did he go to Kazakhstan, or do you remember? I imagine you know what I'm talking about then, right? Like he did this. He went out there, and it was basically like he didn't see anyone, and he was just Were you scared? Let's see. Were you scared that they told you that you got malaria or symptoms that were too bad? No, bro. Like honestly, I was sick. Normally, I don't go to the doctor for shit, and it wasn't even my idea to go to the doctor. It was my friends, my Nigerian friends there. They were like, "No, you need to go," because I was sick. I think I was out for like 10 days. So there were some things that I was supposed to do. Was it 10 days or was it? Oh, maybe it was less than that. I don't know. It was probably less than that, but it basically ruined the whole trip for me. A lot of the things that I was meant to do, I just straight up couldn't do. And man, being sick in Nigeria is the worst because it's hot, it's humid, the lights aren't consistent, and on top of that, because it's humid, like, and they don't have good insulation, like on the inside, it's like really just wet inside. And because it's hot, you need to run the AC, but they don't have central AC. Like when you go to other countries, you know this. They don't have central AC. They have that unit, though I call it the international AC, where it's like on the ceiling or on the wall, and then this little thing, the fan, and it blows up and down like that, and it's always too cold and it's always blowing too hard. It's impossible to get it right. It's like it's right over your bed, so you're trying to sleep and you just feel this fucking cold there. So it was the worst. Because when I'm sick, coldness, I just can't deal with cold. But at the same time, you can't get too hot. Yeah, it was the worst. But no, I wasn't scared. And honestly, I was surprised. Cause I was like, wait, like I've been taking my malaria pills. I'm like, how the hell? They're like, yeah, maybe. I'm like, all right. But basically after I went to the doctor, went back to my hotel where I was staying at, and basically just stayed there, and it really just stayed there. I went out a couple times. It was hard. Oh my gosh, it was really tough. Like my bones hurt, my muscles hurt. I had headaches. I was always sweating. I had the shakes and the chills. Like my eyesight was weird. It was tough. I didn't like it. Yeah, I don't like being sick abroad. Well, I mean, certain countries I don't mind, but like, I'm not trying to be sick in Africa again. Oh my gosh, that's the worst. And I've had plenty of opportunities to be sick in Africa. I think I've spent like 9 to 12 weeks of my life in Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa. I think I spent about 7 weeks in Mina, Africa. Yeah, man. I forgot all about, man. That, yeah, not a great experience. I want to go to the Caspian Sea, but I don't want to know. I don't think I want to go to Turkmenistan. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan I'm good with. Or no, maybe it's Tajikistan that I'm not trying to go to. I don't know. It's either Turkmenistan or Tajikistan. I don't know. I just know that these are one of the stands. And Afghanistan, like I heard it's a beautiful country, or it was a beautiful country until, things happened. But I don't think I'll be able to go there anytime soon either. Same with Azerbaijan. Like, yeah, I don't know if I'd ever want to go to Azerbaijan right now. They got issues. They got beef with too many folks in the region, mostly Iran. Were you? Oh yeah, I've already read that. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, let's see what Kid has to say. What guy says.
Smaller villages with 10,000 people, let's say, it's very normal to see an older babushka that has been single all of her life, that she's never been married or never had a relationship or never bared any children. This is because all of the men have been killed during the war. This is how brutal wars are. And let's bring this topic back to China. Okay, I mentioned this before. My maternal grandfather, okay, he was completely broke. He had no money. He's 5'4", and he also walks with a limp. Think about this, okay? 5'4", completely broke, no house.
He had to add that in there. He was like, he's 5'4", he's broke, and he walks with a limp. I mean, to be fair, a lot of black dudes walk with limps, but it's not an injury limp. It's the walk. If you know. It's like, I call it swag. That walk. So it's like maybe he just had game. He carried it well.
House, no car, walks with a broken leg, and he got to marry my grandmother. Okay, my grandmother married him when she was an 18-year-old virgin, and my grandmother died with a body count of 1. Imagine this happening in 2024. You'd be living in a fantasy land. Why was it so easy for these Chinese men to get a woman back in the day? Okay, think about what happened to China during World War II, the Sino-Japanese War. This actually lasted for 14 long years. During the Sino-Japanese War, China lost anywhere between 15 to 20 million people. And you have to remember, the Sino-Japanese War was sandwiched in between the Chinese Civil War, which went on from 1927 to 1949, which is still not over, by the way.
Yep, top one.
So during China's own Civil War, China also lost 7.5 million people. So that is upwards of 27.5 million people that died during those 22 years. It's interesting during this time period that nobody ever tried to be a feminist in China. You notice how right now in Ukraine, no woman wants to be a feminist and go to the front lines. I find that to be quite interesting. But think about the 27.5 million people that died. I would say at least 20 million are men. You see, this created a demographic shift. Let's say China back in 1950. There was probably an excess of at least anywhere between 15 to 20 million women because all the young men had been killed. So whatever man that was left that survived the Chinese Civil War and the Sino-Japanese War, there was enough women to be passed around with all of these Chinese peasants. That's why China's population grew so fast, because every single man could find a partner. Now let's shift the topic back west. To people say, oh, what about a country like the United States? They didn't suffer too many casualties during World War II, right? United States lost roughly 420,000 people. But see, here's the thing, okay? I mentioned before, way back then, universities, they used to be men's space. And all the workplaces, this used to be a man's space, right? Almost all the CEOs, almost all the millionaires, almost all the engineers, almost all the doctors, all the government jobs, all the STEM fields, almost every single job that paid a really good salary, that could provide you income, that can support the entire family, that allowed you to get a wife and to raise a family. So back then in the United States, when all of the men had the good paying jobs, almost every single man back then could find a wife. But that is simply no longer the case today. You're looking at a system where over 60% of the college and university graduates are women now, and the women are occupying the majority of the white-collar jobs. And this creates a system where some people call it the high heels effect, where a woman would only marry up, and we have basically the fall of man and the fall of the nuclear family. Now, the final
By the way, there's this trend that I've seen coming out of Asia called dating down, which is an interesting framing. Because just like, I don't understand how that's dating down. If the other person has all of the skill sets, all of the things, the protections, how is that dating down? I think that there is a natural hierarchy. I don't think that it's possible for a female to date down. Just real talk.
final chapter of this video, let's talk about the animal world. You see, some things never change, even through millions of years of evolution. For example, the vast majority of animals, okay, they're not monogamous. By monogamous, I mean one partner for life. One of the few exceptions, for example, are wolves. For example, if the alpha wolf in the pack, if the alpha gets injured, the alpha female will leave the pack behind. The pack will choose a new alpha. But
Settling down? Is it just settling down, in other words? Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think that it's possible for one side to settle. If it's the other side that's providing the safety, the provision, the resources, building shit, like that's what I'm getting at. Where it's like, I don't think that that's, maybe settling in the sense of, maybe you finally come into reality and you realize that what you want doesn't want you back, right? Like that's one thing that that no one ever really talks about. Like all these people, they're like, oh, I want someone like that, but it's like at the same time, they've never asked, what does someone like that want? I can tell you as someone who's very close to that position, or maybe in that position, I don't know. Maybe I think what they want is multimillionaires now. But like it's something like someone who's basically what they're claiming that they want, I can say was 100% I don't want them. So it's kind of like, all these folks, they have this entitlement where they're like, oh, I deserve this, I deserve that, but they forget that it's two people, right? Like, yeah, you may want something, but do they want you? I think inherently we all understand this, that, they have to want us. It's not, oh, we just want them and that's it. It's no, we have to want them. But it doesn't seem like that's understood. If we get back to that equality, like if we were equal, then I think we would both understand that. But it seems like we don't. We both don't understand that. When I say we, I'm not talking about me and you. I'm talking about, and hopefully you. I think you get it.
will choose to leave the pack. It will stay by the side of the injured alpha male all the way until death. But that's just a rare exception. For example, if you look at, let's say, bisons, okay? Alpha bison can mate with up to 100 female bisons, okay? But here's the thing, if an alpha bison can mate with 100 other female bisons, that means that there will be 99 other bisons who are average, who are not alphas. All of these bisons will simply die alone. And this kind of biological behavior has survived millions of years of evolution and is still very much present in modern women today. Listen, to all the folks out there, women only want the best. They only want the alpha. They only want the top G. Okay, if you want to get yourself a beautiful woman, you have to become the best. That is the only option. I'm sure most of you guys, at some point you watched documentaries from, let's say, the National Geographic. I'm sure many of you guys watch Animal Planet, and you see the behavior of these animals. You see so many of these animals. The males would fight each other to death just for the right to procreate. And you guys want to know something incredible that happens in the animal kingdom? For example, in Tanzania, on the plains of the Serengeti, you have all these lions, hyenas, hippos, crocodiles, jaguars, okay, cheetahs.
Here, I think I took my phone there. So, and I'm saying because I have more than one camera, so I think I took pictures of the Serengeti with my phone. I probably didn't. It looks like I didn't. No. Well, no. I have two, which weren't taken on my phone, but I imported it to my phone. So never mind. These aren't good. Maybe no. I think I posted something on Instagram of the Serengeti. Let me see if I can find that. It wasn't full though. Like that image. Hold on. Let me see what animals there were there.
To know something incredible to death of these animals. The reptile kingdom, hyenas, hippos.
Okay, those are wildebeest. Okay, yeah, they're always out there. Let me see if I took pictures of any of the animals. I doubt it. On my phone, like on Instagram. That's what I mean. Wait, when did I go here? Oh, okay. Maybe it was. Okay. All right. Here we are. So here is the Serengeti. So I wasn't like migration season that happens at certain times certain times. But what I saw was a bunch of shit, dried shit. It doesn't even smell bad though. Like that's the thing. Like it doesn't smell like anything. You just see dried shit literally everywhere. You cannot walk anywhere without stepping in shit. Like literally. It's just crunching underneath. Like I don't have any videos. Maybe I'll do. But what was interesting when I was here is that you can't see from this picture, and I'm not going to open up my my photo library. But when you look around, you see 360 degree, and it's like you're inside of the mountain, or it's like you're surrounded by. You're in a bowl almost. And when I remember I was just sitting there thinking. Because I was out there for a long time. I was just sitting there thinking and just looking. And like, I don't know, I started to realize how like people could have like these stories and shit. Like I can kind of see it, Not saying that, it's all real. It's just I can kind of understand why they may have described certain things the way they describe, because when you're here, you just see just as far as the eye can see, just grass, and then beyond that it's just the mountains surrounding you. It's easy to feel like that is the world and that there's nothing beyond that. So like certain things I started to realize, I'm like, oh, well, I understand why people, may have felt like this is everything, or I understand why people would look up into the sky. Like when you actually see, I have a picture that I tried to take. It didn't come out that well because, cameras and hand holding cameras is not great. But like this right here, this was handheld, and this wasn't even like with a wide, like I didn't have like 1.4 aperture or anything. I think this was like a f2.8 or something like that, and I was able to capture this handheld. So just being able, and this wasn't in Africa. This was Shabel Sham. Did I even say what it is? Of course not. Oh yeah, Jebel Shams. Yeah, Jebel Shams. So like when I saw this, it made me realize, man, I understand why people looked up to the sky, and like certain things start to make sense when you're in there, and you're like, oh, I can understand why people will come up with these stories to remember these constellations and where they point and how they align. Like it started to really make sense. Let's get in the draft. We don't have a draft, so I don't know if that's fair. Like even we don't get drafted. Do I have any? Oh, here's another cool picture. This is a tree, so this gives you a better idea. When I was like, fuck, it looks like I edited it on my phone. So one thing that you'll notice is that It's flat. It's just all grass. There's also shit in the grass. That's all you see. It's just shit. All these black turds, these are turds. The ones that aren't black, they're white. They just get bleached, I guess, from the sun. But what you'll notice is that it's just flat. And as far as I can see, it's just flat. And then off in the distance, and I can't tell you how far these mountains are. They're far as fuck. Don't let what this looks like fool you. They are far as fuck. They're also tall. They're incredibly tall. But you can't tell from here. You just see just flat, and you look around, and it's just nothing. It's nothing. It's a pretty humbling experience. And maybe, I don't know, one day maybe I can put together an album or maybe just find pictures. I have too many pictures. I don't want to go through my photo library live. Nothing bad, but I have people, my photos, because I actually talk to people, right? So I don't want to, be putting people out on blast who I've met in other places, or, people who exist in the world today here that, maybe don't want to be public.
Jaguars, cheetahs, and many of these animals are vicious towards each other. So many of these animals, they will fight to the death just so that they don't go to sleep hungry. There's only one exception on the plains of the Serengeti where you will find peace. This happens when an elephant dies. That's when you see the lions and the hyenas, the cheetahs, the vultures, the jackals, the foxes. They all come together. They all sit down beside.
I don't know. I get what he's trying to say, but I don't know. A lot of these animals are territorial, but I don't know. I don't want to argue that. Let's
each
keep
other,
going.
where each pack of animal takes their share of the dead elephant's meat. Because this is one of the only times on the Serengeti where there's finally enough food for everybody. So other animals, they don't have to fight to the death over it. Humans are very much the same way today. These males, they fight each other to the death to become the alpha, so they have the chance to procreate. I want to talk about this bird, the albatross. Okay, you can find these birds on the South Georgia island.
Wait, 8 minutes behind? What you mean? Oh, wait, what do you mean? 8 minutes behind? Oh, on the stream? Oh, so you must have been talking about, okay. Well, then, I forgot what you were talking about then, my bad. Or what I was talking about that led to that. But if you're here with me now, what's up? Hi. You are now here in real time. It's 10:30. If it's not 10:30 for you, it's 10:30:33. So it should be around 10:30, 40 or 50 for you when you hear it.
Okay, this is an incredible story because almost all of these animals on the South Georgia island, they were all nearly hunted to extinction. However, today this island has become a safe haven for all of these animals to gather here. So these albatrosses, okay, they can live for up to 60 years. So they start mating at roughly the age of 10. And these birds are also monogamous. They only choose one partner for life. It's something that's very unfortunate. So their diet consists mostly of fish. Every time the female goes out to the open waters to hunt, it's extremely unfortunate and tragic. So many of these females, they get caught by these fish net. So many of these females get killed while they're hunting for food. So in the local albatross population, there's a massive gender disparity. There are way more male albatrosses versus female albatross. And do you guys know what kind of a behavior shift and pattern this has caused in the local albatross population? Many of these male birds are turning gay. No, I'm 100% serious. You can look up these videos. You can look up their mating rituals.
Man, I ain't even gonna lie. That albatross.
Why are you gay?
It do look a little fruity.
You are.
I ain't even gonna lie. That albatross do look a little sus. He look a little fruity.
You can look up how these males are forming a pair and they're forming a bond with each other. And many of these experts and scientists are saying that it's because these males, they go through stages of extreme loneliness and depression. Because think about it, they're alive for 60 years. That's almost as long as the average human lifespan. And with all of these excess males in the albatross population, they simply don't have a choice. So instead of dying alone, many of these albatrosses are simply choosing to become gay. And just like what I mentioned at the start of this video, in this world, due to the phenomenon of the Y sperm that is more likely to fertilize the X egg, leading to the birth of a baby boy, and also gender-selective abortion and child infanticide being practiced by most of the world. So there's simply way more man versus woman. Many of these men simply don't have a choice, and that's why we see this dramatic rise of men just coming out as gay and also transgender. I want to talk more about this topic, but this video is already getting way too long, so I'm going to stop the video here. I hope I was able to get my point across to you guys clearly. I want to describe.
I think he makes some interesting points. I think some of them points they should be explored. I think pretty much all points are worthy of exploration. But I don't agree with everything he said. But I don't know. That's just me. I don't agree with most things people say. So there's that. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting problem. Oh, excuse me. I'm over here burping from this LaCroix. Oh gosh.
Treat you traditionally.
Oh gosh.
Treat you like a lady.
All right, let's go to my May 30th timeline or
Globally, our
playlist.
collective.
And there was one thing that I put on here. Oh yeah. I want to watch this right here. So I started watching, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just watch this online. This is the Hodge twins. They went into this spell. I don't know. I grew up watching them. Not grew up, but when I was younger, I watched them. Their gym content. It was always funny. I would get home and they would have a new video. It would be like, oh yeah, like I could laugh off, just laugh. Back then I was just doing the gym, working and studying. So my form of entertainment were these two knuckleheads.
Yeah, got a show for y'all.
Deep inside, mushroom tips, all of it. Like me and my friends we used to fight. We'd be like, yeah, deep inside. We always used to just play around. It was funny as shit.
Damn good show. This is the only female sport I will watch. Yeah, that and female volleyball. That's entertaining.
Hold on. All right, so they don't know about butt slap. Have y'all heard of a butt slap? I missed the Hodge twins. Jumping out of the bush. No longer watch them. Honestly, I stopped watching them for a while, and then one of their videos popped up, and it was something to do with this. I was like, what the hell is this? And then they was just going off and just talking a bunch of dumb shit. I was like, you know what? I miss these dudes. So I watch them again now. They just talk shit. I don't know. I like people who talk shit.
Oh, female flag football. That's really entertaining.
Hold on. Before we get into it, let me show y'all butt slap. It's actually a thing. We're not going to actually watch the video, but you can Google it. It's a thing. Okay, not safe. You know what? Here, let me pull it off. Let me make sure. It could be fine. Yeah, it's fine. So butt slap. All they do is they get on stage and they just slap their butt. That's one. The other one is slap fight. They have the female version of it. In fact, we're about to watch one of these. I'll turn down the volume because it's just funny. Wait for it. I'll send his ass to the shot around. Look. Oh. He don't know where he at. Oh. You see the powder just flowing off his. All right, there's this dude. His name is Wolverine. Oh my gosh, Wolverine power slap. I know these people by name. That should tell y'all something. I watch this shit, bro. I fucking love it. Wolverine is a freaking beast. Let me go to his first. Back before they got really big, or hell, maybe. Oh, here we are. For a while, I believe the Russian. Okay, we'll watch this version of it. That's fine. Is this it? Yes.
Wolverine, like it's gotta be. When it comes to Wolverine, his technique.
Wait. I gotta turn it up. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. All right. Hold on.
Gotta be overwhelming. Stepping in there with Wolverine, like it's gotta be tough.
God.
When it comes
His
to
face.
Wolverine, his technique is textbook. It
Yeah,
is flawless.
Wolverine has like he comes from the ground with it. He gets his legs in that shit. He just man, I wouldn't want to get slapped by that guy. Look, he ate it. He just eats it. Look, he's like, no, get your ass here, no break. Let's see it.
That's tough to watch right there. Let's go.
Wolverine just
That's not the knockout. He did one where he did a fucking knockout. Is it this? Nah. Look, he's like, nah, bro. Get your ass here. Come. Look at his eyes. Look at that glare, that mean glare. He's like, you about to get this. Oh! Look, even he was like, oh man. He felt bad for him.
scarier than a man that speed runs slapping tournaments. Wolverine gets slapped, and before the man can even finish his slapping motion follow through, Wolverine's already signaling him to get his cheeks over here because he's ready to make him mad.
I'm gonna have to go to some of the other, like Wolverine has some highlights, bro. Man, this is not one of his highlights. Let me find one of his highlights. Here we are, Archaic Death. I remember this one. Yeah, this is a good one right here. Let me go to the actual. Yeah, here we go. All right, round one. Look, he don't know where he at. He don't know where he at. He looking up. He's like, oh.
Typically, you don't help your opponent up after you knock him down. That's usually
He can't even stand up. He don't know where he at. He gonna shit himself.
what's going on here. So let's listen in.
He farted. Oh man. Eon's Evolution for us to hold face slapping contest on stage. Have you met the average person, bro? There was who is this guy? Was it George Carlin? Was it him? Is it that guy? Let me see. George. Let me see if that's him. He said something. George Carlin. And then he's what was it? Something about dumb. I don't know. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Think of how stupid the average person is, and realize half of them are stupider than that. So take that for what it's worth, you know. Yes, I loved him too. Unfortunately, I don't think someone like him could exist in our time, but maybe we'll see. I know there are some folks who are bringing free speech back. Andrew Schultz, he's one of them. Most of the comedians, like what's his face? What's the guy's name? Oh wait, oh now I know who this person is. Wait, did he show up? Oh, okay. All right, I know who you are now. Let me see if I can mention him. Does that work? At Leonel the BLDR. Yo, just realized who you are. Yeah, come through when I do a tech stream. Say tech focused. Oops. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. I just realized, so one of the people in the chat was someone who's I left a comment on his video today. Interesting take. I'll have to look at that. Subscribe. Nice to meet you, by the way. It was nice to have another experience guy in the Discord. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, now I know okay. My bad. If you're watching the VOD, my bad. I didn't know who you were, but I know who you are now.
Right, some quick words of inspiration from the corner man.
Man, this dude knocked the power out of him. He can't generate power anymore. All right, that's enough of this. I will get distracted. Like, I will watch this shit all night.
It was some female roller derby.
We're not watching the whole thing of this either. It's just funny. In fact, let's just get to the point. This right here.
Check out this fight. It's in the MMA octagon.
Yeah.
Man, this is. So I guess this is the average guy and these are average female.
Yeah.
But the women get to wear headgear.
Yeah, that's not fair.
No,
It's
they're
two
women.
against one.
No, Kevin, it's women.
No.
They need to wear headgear.
No,
They're
no,
women.
I don't believe in all that. No, man. You're trying to ruin
Look,
that man's
Hey,
reputation.
Kevin, they even put the girls in little short skirts.
Yeah, it's kind of hot.
Yeah.
Wait till the dude get
Dude got a
tired.
gut for days.
You know, if you punch him in the stomach, you're not going to hurt him.
Yeah.
Your hand just.
Oh man, he caught the leg, but
You punch him in the stomach, it's just going to bounce back.
look at everybody filming. This how y'all we can take away that
Notice how nobody's running up.
men and women.
Notice how they backing up. It's 2 against 1.
You gotta earn it though.
Why they backing up?
Tired now.
This dude getting a whole rest. He done
dude
got a
is a
20
living
count. He got a 20 count. I know his heart rate was up high. It done dropped down by 40 BPM. This dude done had all the time in the world. Anyway, that's it. That's all I really want to show on that. There's nothing. It's still kind of funny to me. Let's see wait, what? I was worried about climate change. Oh yeah, this is something that I think I want to look at. Man, disproves. Okay. Oh, this is someone that I want to look at. I don't think we're going to do this today because, it's going to take too much time. This is what we were supposed to watch initially.
Salutations.
We're going to watch this another time. Obviously, I don't like shit. I didn't even get through like 2 videos and we're already 4.5 hours in. But that's cool. I need to figure out where I am on my my stream goal. Let's check that out right quick. I think I said I was going to figure that out. Let's do it. Go to.
All right, open your eyes.
Create a dashboard. I don't get any I don't get anything from Twitch, but I do get analytics. That's what I use it for. So I need to know how many hours I've streamed this year because I have a goal of 400 hours. So shit, I'm behind by a lot. I should be at about 200 right now. All right, well shit, that's fun. I'm in danger of not hitting my goal, but that's okay. I have my video goal. I will start streaming a little bit more. Obviously, I need to hit my 400 hours. If I can't even hit my own goals, then, why should anybody, work for me, right? Like I need to be able to make sure I hit my own goals before I can hold other people accountable to theirs. So you should all be looking forward to more streams in the future. They may be longer. I will do a more a greater variety of streams because I cannot just stream me talking about tech and coding for 400 hours. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. It's that simple. It's not that I can't. I don't want to, and I'm fine admitting that. But yeah, are there some things that y'all want to talk about or that y'all want to see? If y'all got questions about tech stuff or life stuff or maybe even I'm willing to talk about financial shit, but you got to keep in mind, I'm not giving you advice. I'm just me telling you shit. You do what you want with it. If you ask for that kind of stuff, or do you want work advice? I don't know. For what it's worth, I have a job now again, and I'm not senior. Well, I'm not senior. I'm not junior, and I am above senior. So, for those of you who are in tech and you want to know what it's like once you get past senior level developer and you get into staff and principal, well, I can tell you because also some of the things that you need to kind of shift your mindset on once you get a little bit more, a little bit higher in the ranks, I should say. Or I can just bid you all adieu. Yeah, while y'all figure some shit out, here's a video that I may be editing soon. Not editing, I'm sorry, that I may be publishing soon, maybe. Or not. I realized after the fact that when I did my clip synchronization, I accidentally used the wrong audio. So I was trying to fix that. I think I deleted it. Yeah, I deleted the other audio. But I have, where is it at? H4. So yeah. So I got to find which one of these clips matches to this clip. 1926. 19. It's probably this one. Yeah, it's probably this clip. So I got to do something where like I figure out, oh, I found it. Literally. I don't even have to, man, shit, that was fast. I just looked at it and figured it out. So these claps right here, I think map to here.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Mic check. Test 1, 2. Think, test, test, test. All right.
Okay. No, that wasn't it. This isn't the same audio. So next stream, tomorrow's stream. I don't know. Normally, I try not. I'm not supposed to work on Sundays. And that's something that I told myself that I will no longer work on Sunday. Like I had to. Yeah, it's. I don't know how to explain it, but I had an ayahuasca experience, and about 2 years later, that thing came back and it told me I had to do these things. So I'm not supposed to work on Sundays. And technically this is work, even though it's not. Like I'm supposed to rest. I'm not supposed to even look at my computer on Sundays. So I may not stream tomorrow, even though I would like to. But on Monday, I'll probably end up doing more of the tech stuff. Like during the week is probably when I'll keep to tech or to my co-working streams. Weekends I will reserve for this type of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I can talk about the job stuff. Although I will tell you right now, I don't keep up with the current job market. Yes, I have a job, but I haven't. I'm not in the market for a job, even if I don't have this job. All right, so yeah. So for me, the job market is not the same because I generally don't have to apply for jobs. I have a strong network. I'll just say that. And a lot of folks in my network are the people who found the company or start the company. So it's a little different for me. So I don't know if I can give you anything valuable on the current state of the market. But from what I heard, some people are struggling to get jobs, I guess. My take is I don't even know why people look for jobs, because you can make money on your own. But I'm saying this as someone who's made money on their own. So my first thought is never, I'm gonna go get a job for money. Like if I want money, I understand that a job is not how you get money. Like, and if it were, then here's how I look at things. If a job resulted in money, then why isn't everyone rich? Because most people work, but they're not rich. So what is it? Is it the job leads to rich, or you got to do something else to lead to rich? In my experience, it's been the job won't get me there. The job is for paying just paying day-to-day bills, that kind of thing. And honestly, a lot of it I like to throw off into savings or retirement or investing. But the only thing I use my job for is to pay rent here. That's really it. So I don't know if I can give you like meaningful or useful advice for the job market, but what I can give you useful advice for is how to talk to people. So you can use that in your interviews. You can use that for networking. And what you'll find is that when you build relationships, like meaningful relationships, like actual friendships with these people, and you're helping them solve all of their problems and all this kind of stuff, whenever they come against new problems, you want to be the person they think about, or one of the people they think about. I'm a firm believer that a lot of the opportunities that have been given to me is a result of the fact that just throughout life, just in general, like if someone's like, oh, I need help with something, whatever, I'm always there. I'm like, here, I can help. it was never me thinking, oh, this can turn into something. It was just like, I like helping in general. I just like helping people. So over time, you know, you do that and you become a person who other people go to for help. And, you know, they will talk to their friends and say, oh, well, you know, if you need help, like I know a guy, and I've met people that way. So my take is to not even focus on a job. But again, this is why I say maybe I'm not the best person to tell you anything, because I have a very different, like my mindset is very different. I've never been job oriented or like career oriented like most people. When I was in school, like in college, I was making money. I was making like 80,000 a year at 19. All right. So like I've been making my own money outside of jobs for a while. So I always, in my mind, it's just like I always have that to lean on. Like it's hard to explain, but when you've lived on your own, and I imagine you're a grown man and you live on your own, it's like once you live on your own, you understand that you can always live on your own. So let's say that, you know, you end up getting a roommate and like a job, you get a roommate. Well, because you learned how to live on your own, you're not afraid of what happens if that roommate goes away. Like if you're not afraid, because it's like, yeah, like just go get another place. So that's kind of how I am with money in general. My first thought isn't let me go apply for a job. This job that I have now, I didn't even apply for it. No, they happened to call me at the right time. I was in the right headspace. I was just coming back from Peru, and I was like, I was ready. I was more open. But I went a full like 3 years. I'm like, no, I'd rather go homeless. And it's just it's hard to explain. I'm just weird like that. Like I would rather go homeless than to have to do something for someone else. But I guess that's the reason why I've been successful, is because I don't take it as like an option. It's like I gotta be able to do well on my own. Now, here's why I am at a job. There are really, really useful things that you get at a job. For me, one of them is access to people. I think people are that's the primary driver in life. I think it's relationships. That's why I went to because I had my own company at that time. I was like, you know what? It makes a lot more sense for me to basically outsource people finding to HR, our hiring managers. Let them do it. They'll find good people. And then I can just sit here, you know, and talk my shit and enjoy the benefits of their work. You know, they're out finding really great people. And then when they join the company, well, here's a new person I can talk to. You know, it's a new opportunity for a new relationship to form. So my I don't know, my mindset with jobs is very different, which is why I'm like, I don't think that I'm the best person to talk about the market. You know, I hope that makes sense. How did you climb? Did you job hop? Yeah, I had a few jobs. Most of the companies that I've been at, like, I wouldn't move until I didn't get another promotion. So basically, like most jobs that I've had, I normally get promoted fairly quick. And it's not until I don't get promoted where I'm just like, I should leave. In the beginning, when I was younger, yes, I had more jobs. Mainly, that's just a function of, at the time, my first job that I got, intern. It was a part-time, like 30 hours a week. That was at a local startup in San Antonio. I only did that for about 9 months. And then after that, I went to another firm. This was it was a veteran-owned firm doing e-learning for the government, that kind of thing. So I did that for, I think, 6 months until I graduated college. So for those first two, yeah, I mean, but that wasn't really a job hop. It was more like, you know, I got a full-time offer at this other company, and they, at that time, they gave me what I thought was a lot. They offered me $65,000. I was just like, you know what? That's good enough. You know, I was just like, you know, because I had this principle where I'm like, yo, this degree, I paid money. I need to have a job that pays for this degree. So it wasn't an option for me to use my money that I made from music to pay for the degree. I was like, I had to make money doing software to pay for this degree. So I ended up taking that job because it was decent. Like this was in 2011 when I got this job. So $65,000 back then, at least to me, it was enough. And then I did that for a year or two, but I wanted to come back home to Houston. I was living in San Antonio, and I wanted to come back home to Houston. So I left that job for a contract position at a large conglomerate called Harris. And oh no, this wasn't Harris. What's this Harris? Yeah, I think this is part of Harris Corp. I was on base. I was working on base because I can't say. I was working on base, and I did that for 3 months until I ultimately ended up getting somewhere in Houston, where I'm from. So I left to come back home, and then the place that I got to was a startup where I built the pricing engines, and they offered me a position, but they couldn't sign, or what's the word? They couldn't bring me on full time until after my contract ended, and they would have had to pay a huge penalty. So they were like, if you're willing to give us another 3 to 6 months, we can bring you on full time. At that time, I needed my asthma medication, so I needed insurance, and they couldn't provide that. I was just like, if I didn't have asthma, I actually suffered from it for real that time. Like back then, it was still a big issue. I was like, I could literally die. So I took the job to go to the oil and gas industry, where I worked offshore. I did technical support for flying ROVs, the underwater watercraft that inspect the pipes. I was the AV tech, so like all of the audio video for the cameras for those ROVs, deep sea, like making sure that all that footage is being recorded at the correct bit rate, frame rate, all of the stuff. And then I would also do anomaly. Like I would go in and mark anomalies for the engineers. So it's like, even though I technically wasn't an engineer, like I learned how all these things work. Like I even did the API shit. Like I learned all that stuff. API, this is the American Petroleum Institute. This isn't API like in software. So I went through the certification process for that. I was under engineers there, like actual engineers. So I learned about like all these subsea assets and the types of things I need to look for. So I did that for a while, and then I got laid off during the oil bust in 2014. Floated around for a couple months until I got my job at another consulting firm, where I stayed for about 2 years. And the reason why I left is I got my first promotion within 6 months. And then when on the next review cycle, they told me that even though I had met expectations due to company policy, I can only do one promotion in a year. So I got pissed off about that. I was just like, the fuck? Because I took a huge pay cut. So I was like, nah, I can't do it. So I ended up leaving, going to another company, another consulting firm, Infusion. And this is where I got more into business intelligence and data analytics, as well as predictive analytics. And I also did some AI stuff. I also did a HoloLens prototype, interestingly, because we were the first company in Houston, even before Microsoft. And we were in Microsoft's building. Microsoft had to come down to our floor to use and play with the HoloLens that was just sitting on my desk, which was pretty cool. But I was there for a while. I was in grad school at that time as well, doing applied mathematics and statistics. And then one day I was just like, man, you know what? I kind of want to go back into software engineering. So I went to GitHub, and I stayed there for a bit, and I helped build GitHub Desktop, amongst other things, involving Electron and like other stuff. And then after that, I didn't work. So I think I left GitHub in like either 2018, maybe, or 2019, 2018 or 2019. I don't remember. I left GitHub then. And then after that, I floated around for a couple of years, got bored, started a company, and then went overseas, led an engineering team, did some other things, then ended up building a product with my company instead of doing consulting, which is what I had been doing at that time. And yeah, and then I got this position. So yes, I did hop around, but not like most people. So yeah, that's very much that's a full, that's all of my jobs. That's literally from start to finish. So now I'm a staff, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I think I don't know if y'all can hear that. I hear some exhaust. It sounds amazing. Yeah, I didn't really jump around like most people. I'm not, like I said, I'm not really career oriented. I never have been. So it was mostly just like I wanted to come home, So I got a job here. And then I was just like, yeah, I kind of want to do engineering stuff again. So I went to GitHub. And then it's like, oh, I kind of want to do this other thing. So I would go and do this other thing. Right now, I'm kind of enjoying the streaming and I'm trying to get more into content creation. There are certain things that I like about it. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just do that. So a lot of the stuff that I do, I just go based off what I'm interested in. And I get really, really, really good at it. So a lot of my growth has just been in the fact that I am literally, and I feel okay admitting this now because I've traveled the world. I've been to over 50 countries. I've worked a lot. I've worked in top tech company. And I'm pretty confident in saying that I'm a world-class engineer. So I think that's kind of like how I progress. It's just being really, really, really good at what I do. And not only just being good at what I do, being able to explain to others what it is that needs to be done or what it is that's being done. Because what I've realized, or what I've learned, I shouldn't say realized, what I've learned is that the ability to communicate is the thing that distinguishes the people who ascend and the people who stay stagnant. What I mean by that, it's not just talking like what I'm doing here. Like obviously you need to be able to facilitate a conversation. That's one thing, but also getting to information, like figuring out the truth, convincing others, dealing with conflicts, all of these things that, a lot of engineers, they label as a soft skill. I have those skills. So what happens is, I'm able to be considered for things that most people just wouldn't be considered for. Like I can go into business consulting. Part of what I used to do was business consulting at one of the companies, right? I can go into that. I can go into finance if I wanted to, because I know a little bit about finance. And I say a little bit, I'm talking about my little bit. Like not just the technical stuff. I do music. I know how to make music. So if I wanted to, I can go and work at like an AV company that does the audio or even the video for shows, those shows that people like to go visit. Like I know how to do that stuff. Like the tools that run laser shows, like all these things. So it's just being able to speak to a wide audience or a large audience of people about a lot of different topics and to have something meaningful to say or contribute to a conversation. And what I found is that that's gotten me much further than like worrying about a job and like, I don't know. So I don't know, maybe now that I say this out loud, I'm thinking, I'm like, maybe I'm also not the best person to talk to about career shit because I'm not career oriented. And honestly, I kind of feel bad for my previous manager. He maybe, I'll ask him to come through one day. But like he was asking me like, what am I looking for in a career? And I was just like, man, I'm not looking for shit in a career. Like what the fuck? Like I'm really not career oriented. I didn't grow up that way. So, yeah. But I guess you could say I've had a career, I guess. I do things that I enjoy. It's plain and simple. Like even the work that I do now, I actually enjoy it. And what I mean by that is I was doing it without getting paid. So it's just like, I would do it anyway. Even if like, I'm not doing it for One Signal, like I just do it for myself. I think I have a lot to offer myself. I don't think I need to join a company to have value. I think that the value that I have is in the fact that I've done things that most people on earth have not done. Plain and simple. Like, you could look at it from the income perspective. You could also look at it from I've been to 50 countries perspective. You could look at it from the fact that I have a SCCA full competition license for tracking, shit like that, tracking the car. Like all these things, like these are all, they're all very, very, like they're wide breadth of things. But what it means is that I can go to all these different environments and fit right in. I found is the ability to just fit into any environment has taken me far, like incredibly far. If you would have asked me 10 years ago, or even 15 years ago, or even 20 years ago, when I'm sitting in Sunnyside, hey, Will, what do you think your life would be like? There are things that I've done that I couldn't have even dreamed of, which is why now when people are like, what do you want to do in life? I tell them, it's like, I don't know. I'm just open. Like, I don't want to put any kind of limitations on what I want to do because how can I know And I've had the experience of learning firsthand that, you know, hell, if I would have got to the life that I dreamed of, I think that would have been a lower quality life than what I have now. Like I'm living beyond what I could have imagined. Like, I never would have thought that I could get to a point where I don't have to worry about anything. I'm dead ass. Like I really mean that, because I was brought up in, you know, in a environment of scarcity. So I grew up with that kind of mindset a little bit. It took me a while to get out of it, but you know, man, there's things that I just couldn't even have man. I remember when I was in college, my goal, I wanted to be able to retire by 50. I was working towards 50. And then like, man, I thought, man, if I would have hit my goal, man, yeah, I don't know. It's just sometimes it's good to reflect, I guess. The ayahuasca thing really, I don't think it messed me up. In fact, I think it did the opposite. It made me more open to it made me more open to the gray areas of life. And it reconnected me with something, because I had a full-on conversation with something. I call it an entity. It told me it was a God. It didn't say it was God. It said it was a God. And it showed me some I didn't really see, but like it's hard to explain. But it told me that it gave me the ability to create, and that unless I create, I will not be happy. So I have to create. And so far I've been doing that. So I can't say that it's messed me up. I think what it's done is that it reset, it showed me where I deviated from my original path. I think that's what happened. It's like, you know, you got off track. This is why you're not happy. You know, sure, you can go buy all these dumbass cars. Remember, I told you I had these whips and shit. Yeah, you can go buy all these cars, but like, you won't be happy just going out driving to the track and just wasting your life away, just driving around, just doing nothing. You need to create. That's why when you get home, you're always antsy, like, and you feel like, you know, you just have this feeling like you're not doing anything. And I mean, I can articulate it now, but before then, I couldn't even articulate it. So yeah, I can't say that it messed me up in any way. So you're saying end goals should be principal engineer, goose farmer is the way to go. I don't know if principal engineer is the end goal. I think you shouldn't tie your sense of self-worth to a title. That's what I think. Let me turn on music right quick. Give me a second. I just realized that it's over here silent. It's just me. We'll do this right here. All right. Yeah, I wouldn't say the end goal should be a principal engineer. I think your end goal should just be to help as many people as possible. So if you're an engineer, that means that you have a skill set that's valuable to humanity. You have the ability to build things that are useful. So I think the end goal should be to build things that are useful. Plain and simple. And you know, if you don't focus on the money, and I know this, you know, it's coming from somebody who's already gotten there, but this was told to me before I got money. And he was the senior engineer at that time. He told me, William, don't focus on money. He's like, the money will come. All I can say is just maybe trust that, have faith in that. So yeah, like that's all I can say, because I mean, shit, that's what happened for me. Like I was very worried about money because I didn't come from a place where I just had a lot of money. That was like first thing on my mind is like how much money is all that. But you know, over time, I did lose the focus on money. This is primarily because I also had a female in my life where I was just like, you know what, I think I'll get it. I was starting to get on that train where I'm like, you know what, I think I kind of understand that maybe money's not the end all be all. But yeah, if you could focus on just helping as many people as possible, you may get further than you think. And I think that you can surprise yourself if you dedicate yourself to whatever type of activity or endeavor for a year and you really commit to it. You may surprise yourself. It's amazing what we're all capable of when we want to do something. But the question always remains is, how bad do you want it? All right. So some people say they want something, they don't really want it. Other people say they want something and you can see that they really want it. I can actually show y'all video clips of me working on my first startup project, or I guess my first app or SaaS product for my company. And no, I wasn't getting paid to do it. In fact, I was paying to do it. I would be up for 16 to 17 hours, and I would my friend had my dog at the time, so I didn't have to worry about Roscoe. But I would wake up already thinking, because I was dreaming about what the fuck I was going to do. And then I would wake up and I would just do it. And then, I go for a walk thinking about what the hell I'm doing, and, having conversations, setting up meetings with other folks, come back, work, rinse and repeat. I did that for a while. And then, while I was doing it, I didn't recognize the progress that I was making. And this is where I learned that you need to, every now and again, you need to slow down and take stock where you're at. Just be present and reflect. And when I did that, and I was looking back at all the things that had been done, I was like, oh my gosh, I impressed myself. I'm just wow, all of this stuff, literally everything where it seems like a group of people did it, it's me. And I'm not just talking about in code. I'm talking about policies, procedures, the operating agreement, the legal shit, getting team, all these things. I was just oh my gosh, I did that. So what I would say is the end goal should be to build something. I mean, if you're an engineer, I assume that's what you like. Build something that people find useful. I think that should be your end goal. Nothing else. And I would also argue, and you may disagree with me, that's fine, but I'd argue that you shouldn't even be focused on money, because it won't actually bring you lasting happiness. You'll have your ebb and flow, but eventually you'll acclimate to it. And then if you haven't built on top of a solid foundation, then you'll have nothing. So what I would say is just focus on accomplishing things. If you accomplish things, you'll build more confidence. You will have proof that you can do shit, and people necessarily want to bring you on different projects. But also, if you've done your own stuff, you'll have this you'll just have this foundation where no matter what happens in the job market, you will be okay, or at least you'll feel okay. Hopefully that kind of answers maybe your question. I don't know. This is just how I feel about things based off of where I am in life at this moment. I should also add that I've been homeless several times. So that's likely why, I'm able to say, don't worry about these things. Because one thing that I've realized is that I wasn't unhappy when I was homeless. That was interesting, isn't it? I remember I used to sleep on a futon mattress that we found in a dump in a trash can outside my apartment. I slept on that for 18 months. And you want to know what's crazy? I was not unhappy. In fact, I didn't really think about that until after I did my ayahuasca, and I was just thinking about it. I was like at no point was I worried about the fact that I was sleeping on a futon mattress that I found in a dumpster. So yeah, and honestly, that's part of the reason why my favorite thing is that, I say that no matter what anyone says to me, and this is the reason why I say it. So if you ever hear me say it, you'll understand why this is where it comes from in the future. I'm I get to go to sleep on my $15,000 bed. Why is that significant to me? Well, for one is when I was growing up, I never had my own room. For the longest, I had to share a bed with my brother. for the longest. And then when I moved out and went to college, I was sleeping on the twin beds in the dorm. And then when I finally got to a point where I can go get an apartment with a roommate, I was sleeping on a bed from a dump. So like when I honestly, like one of the the first things I did when I made my money was I went and got me a bed. Cause it was like it's just like I remember it that like I started with, I didn't really have these things. And I'm like, man, I want to have a nice bed. And it's just simple shit like that. Like that was the first thing I bought. Like you would think it would be something stupid like a car. It was actually a bed that I bought. That was my first purchase after this monitor. I bought 2 of these monitors, remember? I bought 2 of these, and then I bought a bed, and I bought an Apple Watch. Not this Apple Watch, but like just a regular, the Apple Watch 4. And you want to know what? Like, my senior, he was right. He was right to say, William, don't worry about money. Focus on being the best engineer you can be. Focus on just being useful, like solving problems. Just focus on that. And I'm glad that I was raised in such a way to where I was able to accept and like take advice, to be coachable, essentially. I used to play sports too, so I guess that helps. But yeah, like I'm very glad that I had the kind of mindset that allowed me to take what this man told me and then actually do it, even though I didn't agree with it and I didn't see where he was coming from. I just trusted him. Like, no, I mean, he was an alumni, and I mean, I didn't know him then, but I didn't think that he had any ill will towards me. So I kind of just assumed that he had my best interest at heart. And this is another thing. I am fairly trusting. Like I assume people have the best intentions generally. So yeah, I just did what he told me to do. You know, I studied. After work, I'll get off and I would go read my .NET 4.0 book. I read that shit cover to cover. I learned all kinds of interesting things. So by the time, you know, I got my first job, I'm working with the architects directly. I'm almost straight out of college. I had only been working for about a year or so. No, 3. Yeah, I have been working for 2 years. 2 years already. I'm working with the architects. For what it's worth, I got to 100K. I know that's everyone's goal. I got to 6 figures at the age of 23. So like for most of my life, well, not most of my life, but a good part of my working adult life. And that's 100% due to the fact that I listened to his advice. I got incredibly good at what it is that I do, to the point to where if you put me in a room with most people, I will stand out and it will become very clear that I know what the fuck I'm doing. So that you know, that compounds. That's the other part. Like over time, all these things compound. So if you become not just competent but proficient or expert at something, just keep in mind that all of the things that led to you becoming an expert, like the discipline, the drive, all that, like that compounds over time. And you know, after about 5-10 years, all of a sudden you're a beast and people are asking you, what did you do to get to where you are? It's just like, just work hard, bro. Like that's it. Not just hard, but work smart. Like, you know, whatever you do, make sure it's something that you enjoy, because it's hard. Like to do anything well is hard. So you need to enjoy it enough to be able to push through, even when no one's watching or looking. So for instance, when I get off of this stream, for instance, I'm probably going to be working on some shit. I have books over here that I got to go through. I have white papers I got to read. I got videos that I want to edit. Like I do a lot of stuff in the background. So it's like, you should be busy as fuck all the time. So if you're one of these kind of people and you're not doing something, like if you're the kind of person where you just watch TV, like you have time to watch TV, that's interesting. I have a TV. Full disclosure, I bought my TV mostly for decoration, because when I moved from the country, I gave my other TV away. So when I came back, I ended up buying this TV here, because how I'm gonna have an empty ass TV stand with no TV? Plus, when my mom or my niece or any of my friends come over, like I want them to feel like, you know, they have entertainment. So I normally just have it on, but I don't really watch it. I normally watch videos on my walks when I'm walking Roscoe. Exactly. I only have 3 years of experience, so these gold nuggets are helpful. Many things. Yeah, bro. Like, and honestly, I don't want you to think that the number of years of experience you have is that relevant. I don't think it's that relevant because, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just saying it's that, you may think that you only have 3 years of experience, but that doesn't mean that you can't compete with someone with 10 years of experience or that you can't outcompete someone with 15 or 20 years of experience. One of my managers, this is in the past, he told me something and it stuck with me because this is when we were in oil and gas, when I was in oil and gas. And there we have this mentality, or not we, but there's this mentality in oil and gas where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And one of the things that he told me was that, like, he's like, there are a lot of people in the oil and gas industry who have 20 years of experience, but they have 20 years of doing it wrong. AKA they do the same shit year after year and they do it wrong year after year. So they have 20 years of experience of doing it wrong. He's like, you shouldn't look at someone and say just because they have 20 years of experience that that's meaningful. It's just, they just been doing something for 20 years. It doesn't mean that they're good. So, with that thinking, it's okay. Well, it doesn't really matter how many years of experience. It's the quality, the depth of that experience. Like, what did you get from it? So it's deeper than just the number of years. That's what I was getting at. Not to say that it's irrelevant that you have 3 years. It's just, some people, for instance, will build an entire company, a whole product, have customers paying them in 3 years. Whereas other people will go and get a job and like work in the same position for 3 years before they get promoted to like a mid-level or something. In both cases, the number of years is 3, but the outcomes are very different. The amount of work and effort and things that the person who built the company and the product has learned over that 3 years is significantly more than the person who woke up, went to work, checked out, and then they just rinse and repeat that for, every, during the week, minus holidays, minus vacations. One thing that people are always surprised when I'm like, I really don't truly take vacations. Like, I may leave my house, but I have laptops. I keep all my stuff with me. So if I'm out and about, I can still be productive. In fact, I have certain things that I remember some of the countries I was in when I was doing. I remember I built my recommender engine for something when I was in Kenya. I built it in Kenya. I remember I was doing something. I forget what it was precisely, but I was doing something and I ended up doing it in Kigali. It's just like, bring your tools. I'm fortunate to where my tool is portable. It's a computer. I can do it from anywhere. If you're someone like that, where you have, that type of skill set and you can do your work from anywhere, take advantage of it. Get out of the mindset of, 9 to 5. I'm not telling you to do this. This is what I've done and it's worked for me. I don't exist in a 9 to 5 world. I work to get shit done. I don't really care how many hours it takes. It just needs to get done. So, sometimes I'll work on the weekends. And I don't even feel like I even tell people at work, I'm like, yeah, I'll do that on the weekend. And it's not like it's not because I have to do it. It's just like, I look at work as like, what else is there in life? And I don't mean, I know there's family, but I mean fundamentally, nature is always working against us. You have to work to prevent nature from winning. Like, to live and exist on Earth requires work or effort. It's work, whatever. It requires energy. It's all work. So I don't exist in this mindset of, I'm supposed to have days off. And anytime I think about that now, especially now, that voice comes back. And I'm reminded of my grandfather who, he worked his entire life. And, I can sit here and say, like, nobody ever, gets to their deathbed and wish they worked more. But at the same time, I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't grateful for what my grandpa did, because he set it up so that I can be where I am. Right. So it's just like, maybe my mindset is different. Like, I don't work for me per se. I work for the people after me. Right. Like, let's assume that you're someone who thinks that the world is not a great place and that it can be better. Well, if you truly love people And if you truly want things to improve, then what you should do is go out and improve it. It doesn't have to be for you. Like, you know, it could be for the people after you. You don't have to be selfish, right? Like, just think about all the people before you who had to slave and toil and go through all kinds of shit so that we can live a comfortable life. And then, you know, you get to to a point where you can do something and your thought is, oh, that's hard. Like, no, that entity, like, it won't let me get away with that. I can't do that. I actually built a few things for the Apple Vision Pro. Oh, dude, that's dope. And we'll keep building stuff for fun. Not a TV kind of guy, but the job market has got me thinking, bro. If you're ever down to like, you know, hop on stream at some point to talk about what it is you're building, or just talk about Apple Vision Pro, the platform. You know, if you want to have a fun conversation, then yeah, we could do that. Let me know. And because I would love to talk to more developers, to be honest. For what it's worth, the reason why I do these live streams is because I actually want to talk to people. And I hope y'all understand this. I don't have to be here. I mean that. I'm not doing it because it's like, oh yeah, like money, because I have that already. It's more so it's an easy way for me to, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's an easier way for me to meet and connect with people without having to leave my house. I fucking, like, now it's so weird. Now I'm older, I'm just like, I'll just like staying at home. I don't like leaving. I'm just like, I do leave. I have to, like, I leave every day. It's something that my old director told me to do when I was at GitHub. He's like, William, now that, because I like GitHub is fully remote. So he's like, William, make sure you leave your house during lunch at minimum. Initially, I was like, well, he's like, yeah, make sure you take at least a 90-minute lunch break. I was like, well, for what? Like, but I get it now. So I leave my house, but I don't like leaving my house unless I have a reason to. That's part of the reason why I have a bike. That helps me with that, because it gives me an excuse to leave the house. Because I damn sure don't want to drive that Tesla anymore. I fucking hate that car. It's disgusting. I fucking hate it. But yeah, I would like to talk to you about Apple Vision Pro and what that development experience has been like, and just like, what are you building? Who knows? Maybe, you know, some other folks end up seeing what you're building and they become interested and want to help, or maybe they want to ask you questions. What you'll find is that when people start asking you questions, you start providing answers. Now you're doing what I'm telling you that you should do, which is you are making sure that people know that you are someone who they can come to for help and advice or whatever to get their problem solved. If you do that long enough, trust me, bro, you won't have to worry about a job. Seriously, you will not have to worry about a job. If anything, like, you'll have a abundance of opportunities, and maybe you'll be more like me. And it's just like, you just tell everybody yes. Just be like, yeah, whatever. However I can help. I'm honest with people too. I'll be like, yeah, I got all these other things going, but you know, I'll help in any way I can. Yeah, you got to leave the house. Yeah. For me, I need to, like, I used to have a whole routine. It got fucked up after I had to travel. This is why, this is actually, you just started following me, but there are other people who've been watching for a while, who knew that I was planning to go to Japan and some other places last year, and I ended up canceling all of my trips for the fourth quarter. That's actually the reason why. I was just like, man, like, every time I leave, like, my goals just get fucked up. Like, I don't meet them, and it's kind of hard to admit, but my discipline it's only as strong as my routine. So if I break my routine, my discipline goes. So when I travel, that breaks my routine. So when I come back, I'm not trying to go to the fucking gym. I'm just not, because that's just hard. And I'm not talking about regular, like, lifting weights gym. I'm talking about the fighting gym. Like, I'm not trying to go there. Because when you're out of shape and you can't move, like, man, it's harder. Like, you get punched or kicked in the face. I haven't been back to the gym since my last break, when I went on a long trip. I gained weight, so I got to get back into it. You're heading to Japan on Friday for a dev conference. Which conference are you going to? I've been wanting to go to Japan for a while. Here, let me pull up the map. Here, we'll put it on I have another view. put it on here. Yeah, so I wanted to go to a few places. I wanted to go to Hokkaido. I think that's how you pronounce it, Hokkaido? Hokkaido? I don't know how you pronounce it. I want to go to Osaka. I want to go to more parts of Tokyo. Like I definitely want to go to Yokohama. And then I wanted to go, there's a place in the south that I wanted to go to in Japan. Generally, when I go to country, I try to go to at least 3 or 4 cities, and I try to stay at least a month in the country so that I can really get a sense of what it's like there. You know, honestly, a month is still not long enough. I think 3 months is ideal, but I have a dog. I have responsibilities now. I had to actually keep them. I can't just hand them out to my friend. But yeah, like I would love to go here and just spend like 3 months. Just, you know, go up to the top and then just make my way down. And then eventually go back to Korea because I need to go to Busan. I didn't get a chance to go there because of the typhoon. And I want to go to Jeju Island. Again, I didn't go to Jeju Island again because of the typhoon that happened when I was in Seoul. Flutter Ninjas. Oh, dude, you're into Flutter? Oh, that's interesting. My former manager was trying to get me into Flutter. I deal with Flutter. I deal with it. I know a little bit of Dart. You know? In fact, here, let me show you something. You can, if you're into Flutter, maybe you can. Oh shit, I forgot about her. Here, there is a what's his name? Let's go to OneSignal developers. I think I put it in developers. There should be a Flutter thing in here. The live activity, yeah, here we are. Flutter live activity. So this is to do live activities in Flutter. We'll go to lib, and so we have this new like live, you know, because Flutter is multi-platform. Live activities is Apple's new notification type for events that happen over time, so that you don't get multiple notifications. So within our SDK, we implemented some new functionality to make integrating, or I guess implementing, live activities in your Flutter application much easier. So that's what this is here. It's just showing how to integrate our SDK with Flutter so that you can get live activities in your iOS build of the app. Of course, you still have to do some stuff in iOS, specifically involving adding the extension. So here's the widget extension for the live activity. Obviously, you got your info plist with all your entitlements and shit like that. But here is the actual live activity. So, you know, you still had to go in and design your live activity in iOS and shit. But now you can actually call your live activity and get the push to start token, all that kind of stuff. You can get that in the Flutter lens, and then, you know, iOS takes over from there. Anyway, you can check that out if you're interested. I know a little bit about a lot of things. I almost skied Hokkaido last winter, but Buddy bailed on me. Dude found him a girl and all of a sudden became a church guy. Bro, it's interesting how that works. It's honestly one of the things that if I plan anything, I normally don't plan it with people, because I found that not everybody is reliable as me, and I used to get upset about that, but then I had to reframe my perspective, and I had to say, you know what, it's not fair for me to place my expectation on other people. So it's like either I can continue to get mad, or I can change my approach and just be okay with doing things alone. And, you know, turns out it's okay, because I go everywhere and I end up meeting people there locally, and, you know, it turns out okay, and now I have a bigger network. It works out. Sweet, happy to see Flutter more. Well, I wouldn't call it me supporting it. It's just the fact that my company, we produce SDKs for mobile developers, and mobile developers have multiple options of creating their applications. And we also have SDK for web developers as well. So here, I can show you that. For what it's worth, I work for OneSignal. My thoughts are my own. Please do not think that my thoughts are what OneSignal thinks. They think very different from me. I think they know that, but I just want y'all to know that. This is just my thoughts. But yeah, so you see here we got like these SDKs. These are our native. I call them our native. I kind of want to rename these, to be honest. Yeah, whatever. I'll leave it alone. No, I don't know if I want to leave this alone. Sure. Okay, this is fine. I'll keep it. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, you can see here these are all of the mobile platforms. But remember, just because there's Android and iOS, these are just the native platforms. You can create an Android and iOS app with Unity, with Xamarin, now Maui. Gosh, what's the other one? You can do it with what's the one? It's like, fuck, what is it called? It's the one where you're using like React Native and Ionic and Capacitor, some other ones. Maybe I think I have a list. Yeah, here you are. Cordova. Wait, I don't think do we still support Cordova? All right, yeah, okay, shit. I got more work to do. That's what I found, is that like I always find more work to do. It's interesting. So we'll go to my prioritized list and we'll say update SDKs repo to reflect latest SDKs in use. We'll mark this as a low priority. Yeah, I won't plan it. Okay. Ionic. Yeah, Ionic is one. Also React Native. I think it was React Native that I was thinking of, maybe. So yeah, these are all of the different platforms that we support, and we also have our server SDK. So yeah, I am the developer advocate. So it's kind of on me to kind of know a little bit about everything. So yeah, like, people sometimes will ask like, what languages do I know? It's hard for me to answer because in now almost every position that I've been in, that I've received, I didn't know the language that I would be working in. Like I got the job purely based off of the fact that I can actually, those dumb interview questions that they ask, like those are very easy for me. I can get through those fairly easy. And I also don't look at language as like, oh yeah, like I know this language. It's like, I know how to program. It's fucking same. I've been programming since I was 12 or 13, something like that. Like it's all the same shit. But yeah, we got Node, Go, Java, I don't know what they're talking. .NET, Rust, and this Rails plugin. I got to figure out another way of handling this, like our Rails plugin. I'm developing a Leaf plugin. I think we even have a WordPress plugin. Let's figure out the status of the WordPress plugin. And I think Diego is working on this. All right, cool. See, here I am. This is what I mean. Like, I don't have true hours. I'm just like, I'll be sitting around. I'm like, oh yeah, I should do some work. It works out for me though. It means that like, it gives me flexibility. But yeah, there you go. That's why I know a little bit of Flutter. So it's interesting that you're going to a Flutter thing. Oh, you know what? Flutter Ninjas. I think I heard of that. Flutter Ninjas. Maybe I haven't. 2024. Maybe one day I'll start applying for speaker spots. I don't know. See, this is what makes it hard, right? Like if I sign up for speaker spots and I get the speaking thing, then I have to fucking go. That's gonna mess up my schedule and my routine, and then I'll get fat again. I'm still losing the weight that I've gained. I'm doing my jump rope for 30 minutes a night, almost every night. I'm actually gonna do it tonight. All right. Well, that's cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed. I'd be interested to know how it was. I haven't been to a conference in like a couple years, I think. I've been very heads down with writing docs right now. I'm trying to get our docs improved. And yeah. All right, so I've been here for 5.5 hours. I'm going to call it a night. It's almost midnight. So thank y'all for joining up to this point and offering conversation. Hopefully we can do this more in the future. I'm going to say I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Let's see. I'm going to try not to. I'm going to go ride. If the weather's nice, it'll be easy. Let me check the weather right quick. See if it's gonna rain. If it's gonna rain, then shit, it is. Oh fuck. At least that's what it says. It's okay. Well, it's not a high percentage chance. Oh, it's 40%. Shit. Okay, so let's say if it ends up raining, then maybe I'll just be forced to stay here. Maybe you'll see me, but probably not. I'll probably just edit a video because those get a lot more. But yeah, definitely tune in after the trip, and also keep in mind that all these streams go on VOD, so I wouldn't feel pressure to come live. And if you have thoughts or opinions, you can always just put in the real comments on the VOD. I'll probably see it, and maybe that'll influence what I do on the following stream. But one thing I want you all to understand is that live streaming, the beauty and the power of live streaming is that it's a two-way thing, right? Unlike in the past where you just consume content that's given to you, you have no way to interact with it. This is better than a video game because you actually get to decide the direction that this thing goes. Because I don't want this to be produced. That's why for the most part I try not to go and plan shit. I prefer to just be spontaneous. But you should keep in mind that that's one of the benefits. So while I'm talking about whatever, if you want to talk about something else, just say it. Just say words. You may be surprised. But yeah, I'm gonna ramble, so I'm gonna go. All right. Y'all have a good night. Have a good rest of the weekend. Peace.